My name is Angie Hatton. I'm chair of the Kentucky Public Service Commission, and joining me today is Mary Pat Regan, Commissioner. And for those in the hearing room, please set your cellular phones to silent mode or turn them off. For those witnesses who will testify at and counsel who will participate in this hearing by video conferencing to assist with audio clarity and avoid feedback issues for the video conference, please mute your microphone and turn off your video if you're not speaking. If you use a phone for the audio and computer for the video, turn off the computer audio. If you're in a room with several people on their own computers, turn off the computer audio for all but one computer. If another participant is in a nearby office, close the doors between the offices. And please alert the Commission if you are experiencing technology failure that prevents your participation at any time in the proceedings. Attorneys should contact staff at the previously provided contact information. Today's hearing is for the purpose of taking evidence in this matter. This time, let's do appearance of counsel for the applicant.
Allison Honaker, Honaker Law Office.
Heather Chandler, Honaker Law Office.
And Meredith Cave, Honaker Law.
Okay. Good morning. For the Attorney General's office.
Good morning, Chair. On behalf of the Attorney General, I'm Lawrence Cook, and with me is co-counsel Tolan Lacey.
Lacey, right?
Yes.
Okay. And for Commission staff.
For Commission staff, Jason Collier, Ben Bellamy, and John West.
I've been advised that public notice has been given and filed into the record. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And besides, I believe, 3 confidentiality motions, are there any other pending motions? A little better. Don't see anyone for public comment, and I've been advised that there's no one waiting online to give public comment. Anyone wishing to provide public comment may do so by following the instructions located on our website at psc.ky.gov. Written comments may always be submitted by sending an email to psc.comment@ky.gov. And let the record show that instructions have been provided online for at least the past 24 hours with a link to provide public comments. I think the Economic Development Cabinet Secretary has provided a public comment online, or, sorry, a written comment was submitted.
And Chair, I don't think the live feed is working in the conference room for our people. We just got a text.
Okay.
So I don't know if we need to do something. It usually just comes on when the live feed starts, but it's not on. So.
All right, let's, would you mind checking with Jim?
We just got a text saying that.
Good, thank you for letting me know. Let's give that a second. If we need to go off, we will.
Chair, I got a question too. In light of the fact that there are no microphones on our table, does that mean we have to yell?
It's behind your computer.
Aha.
And I have been told before that when I put my computer right in front of mine, they can't hear me very well. So
Okay.
I've sort of scooted mine out around here.
Yeah, at times I have a little trouble hearing you two, but I picked up about 98%.
Do this or some sort of a signal if I'm
Okay.
not speaking loud enough or Commissioner Reagan's not speaking. Because
Thank
we want
you.
you to be able to hear.
Thank you so much.
Else the trap door.
Yeah, if you don't like what I'm saying, right?
Okay. So I guess while we're waiting on checking of the audio, do you want to run down the list of order of your witnesses today?
Yes, I just pulled it up because I wouldn't forget it. There is one that we may have to call out of order, Dylan Decendis. He has a flight tonight, so according to kind of how fast it goes, we may have to move him up in the order. But other than that, we were going to plan on going with our witness list. It would be Kevin Dobs, Brandon Taylor, Ryan Austin, Thomas Troop, Greg Waller, Joel Muelter, did I say his? Emily Weebi. Ned Alice was excused. He was our depreciation witness, so he's not here. That order came out after we had filed our witness list. Dylan Decendis, Paul Robb, and then Joe Christian.
We have no objection to that going out of order. We understand the need to take other witnesses into their schedules, so that's no problem.
And then, Joel Malter is consulting, but not a witness.
Joe Malter he's after Greg Waller on he's an Atmos employee. He was before Emily Weebi in the list. One, two, three, four, five. He'll be number 6, it looks like, from the witnesses we filed. Sorry, he's our tax person.
So Dobbs,
Yes,
Taylor,
yes.
Christian?
Austin,
Austin.
uh-huh.
There you
Then Troop, Christian will be last.
go. Okay.
It'll be Austin, Troop, Waller, Mulcher, Weebi, Decendis, Robb, and then Christian.
Okay. And then for the Attorney General's office, Mr. Baldino will testify virtually.
He's remote, and then later this morning, Mr. Collin and Mr.
Neutral?
Future will be coming in. So I don't know exactly when, but it should be before noon, plenty of time, because they won't be called till the end.
Okay. Don't want to get into anything substantive till we're sure that feed has worked.
I think it says we're good, so I think he must have got it fixed.
We're saying yes.
Yeah, so I think it's working. Thank
He
you.
said it's fixed.
Yeah.
Okay. Then, counsel, you may call your first witness.
We call Kevin Dobbs to the stand.
Mr. Dobbs, raise your right hand to be sworn, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
Please have a seat.
Thank you.
Tell us your full name and business address.
Full name is Kevin Dobbs, and my business address is 3275 Holland Point Drive, Owensboro, Kentucky, 42303.
That's okay.
Good morning.
Morning.
What is your title with Atmos Energy?
I'm president of the Kentucky Mid-States Division.
Okay. And did you cause testimony and responses to data requests to be filed in the record of this proceeding?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any additions or corrections to make to any of those documents?
No, ma'am.
If I were to ask you those same questions today, would your responses be the same?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it your desire and intent to incorporate those into the record of this proceeding today?
Yes, ma'am.
The witness is available for cross.
Chair, we have no questions.
Counsel? Sir?
Morning, Mr. Dobbs.
Morning.
Can you tell me who here today from Atmos would be best qualified to testify about the R&D rider?
That'd be Mr. Taylor.
And how about the annual review mechanism?
That'd be Mr. Taylor as well.
No more questions, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Rickens, any questions?
No, I don't.
Give me just a second, I thought it might be a little longer before I was looking. I noted in your testimony that you said that residential bills have been steady since 2007.
Yes,
What do
ma'am.
you mean by steady? They haven't raised at all?
The average
or-
bill, they've gone up and down a little bit, but the average has been about $65 since 2007. We're projecting that to remain the same to about 2027.
Regardless of the outcome?
Well,
of
the
this?
gas costs could change some of that, but yeah, the outcome of this case, if we got everything we asked for, we would still be the lowest cost provider in the state of Kentucky.
And so that doesn't even vary with gas costs, or has
The
it?
gas costs would vary with that, but projections are gas costs will remain relatively flat as well.
And I know you talked about how you had some options for paying bills,
Yes, ma'am.
e-bill option, online payment. Credit card payments now accepted for non-residential,
Yes, ma'am.
Google Pay, Apple Pay, PayPal,
Correct.
and even commercial customers can also use those methods.
Yes, as of late last year, that was a new change for us. About
Are-
80% of our customers pay with credit card.
That's what I was about to say, like, are you noticing that people use them?
Yeah, it's increasing substantially.
Has it been any substantial cost to the company?
I don't think it's substantial cost versus the benefits. I mean, it's, we're just taking advantage of the technology that's out there and, trying to help our customers out in any way they can.
Were you able to set up all of those options without hiring a tech consultant?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. These are some options that customers are asking for, as I understand in other cases, and I'm just curious, like, how much of a pain it was to set them up, and it wasn't?
Subject to check, but I'm not aware of any issues with that once we got to, working with our billing system. I guess the only issue initially was on the commercial account. We worked that out because that just started last year where the others were prior to that.
And then there's text messages that are being sent out for outage notifications and such?
Yes, ma'am, and we rolled that out in 2021. We try to get contact information in our SAP billing system for our customers, whether it's an email address, a phone number that's accurate, and then rolled it out in 21. And just basically, it's just a status. If we do have an outage, which doesn't happen often, it's just a chance for us to be able to communicate quicker and better with our customers via text, via emails. Of course, we put everything on the website as well. And then we'll put that information in the press releases too, as we have situations occur.
And then you have this Salesforce field service.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
a new software that you're using.
Yeah, we rolled it out in Kentucky in late June, and really, Click is our current dispatch software, and we're moving to Salesforce as a service. And what that does, it provides information to our technicians out in the field quicker. It's more information on the customer, and in turn, they can put information into the system and get it back to our main billing system. And one of the biggest improvements for us would be it's a caution tag process, where if we find something in the home, our technicians are inside, find something that's code related. We already have kind of a state-of-the-art caution tag process, but this just enhances it more. We'll take pictures of the situation, and we'll put it in the system, and then the customers will get an email explaining what their issue could be, and we have an approval list of plumbers where they can, if they want, they can contact the plumber to make the repairs.
And that's for all your work orders and service calls
Yes,
and
ma'am.
things. And it's mobile based, so they can.
They can do that on their cell.
With their-
Our technician can do it via a cell phone or on their laptop in their trucks.
Okay.
And that's the Salesforce app, did
Yes,
you say?
ma'am.
Okay.
And in your testimony, it said it was launching spring of 2025. I assume by now it's launching or
Well,
launched.
it's launched throughout the enterprise. In Kentucky, it's launching next month, in the next month.
Okay. And is that something that was started at Atmos corporate, and now applies to Kentucky, or you started it in Kentucky
And
first?
we started it, we're in the Mid-Tex division, which is Texas. We rolled that out last fall, and now we're in the process of rolling out to the rest of the divisions throughout the enterprise, KMD being one of those.
Are you noticing an effect on late charges or, the fact that people can pay in so many different ways? Is it helping?
Well, I think it's changed the way we approach our dunning process. Now we're looking more, in the past, we used to look at just the dollar amount that was past due and roll a truck on certain dollar amounts. Now we look more at paying habits and understanding what customer we typically won't roll a truck until they're 60 days past due.
Roll a truck means that disconnect?
Yes, ma'am. We're trying to work as best we can with our customers. We have payment options and partial payments, and of course, we help them find additional funds and LIHEAP programs and sharing the warmth and things like that.
Okay. Ensuring we want that, is that a gas-specific?
Our donation
assistance
sharing
program?
worth is about $800,000 a year.
That's the shareholder program, sharing.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And have you noticed a difference in your average time for responding to issues and service calls based on using the mobile app?
Well, I think we've had a mobile app for years now in the dispatch. This is just replacing it. It's more, there's more information that the tech can see and the tech can share. As far as our response on emergencies, we track that. Typically, say as soon as possible, we're typically less than 45 minutes on emergencies as far as emergency response. Most of the time, it's much less than that. Some of our areas it's a little bit more of a drive to get there. But we have really good response time.
I know there's been discussion in Washington about the LIHEAP program going away. If that is not funded and it does go away, do you have precautions for that, or have you thought about what you might do in that situation?
I can't speak to, we're concerned about it as
Yeah.
well. I know we have folks in Washington, as probably all utilities do, in the industry as well, trying to understand that better, what we're hearing versus what may happen, but it's significant dollars. And I know in the Trump administration, the first time, I think that was suggested then, it didn't happen, so there's a lot of efforts in DC to try to help with that, from all utilities, not just gas
Mhm.
utilities. I don't have specific dollars with me, we could provide that.
Okay, if we ask for that in a follow-up, what the impact would be if it did go away?
I think we could provide that.
Okay.
Close to-
Thank you.
Okay. Redirect?
I have one question. You just had the discussion about the LIHEAP program, and you mentioned you're sharing the warmth program. That is separate from LIHEAP, is that correct? And that's Atmos shareholder dollars that get contributed.
Correct.
And do you know the amount of shareholder dollars that was contributed last year for that program?
It's about $800,000.
And so that would continue even if the LIHEAP program went away?
That doesn't have anything to do with the LIHEAP.
Nothing further?
Anything further from anyone? Would you call Mr. Dobbs your lead witness for the purpose of hanging out all, for the whole hearing?
Yeah, I've already warned him that he would be here for the entire hearing, that he would not get excused, so.
Get comfortable, sir. Yeah, thank you. You may step down, though.
Thank you.
All right. Just in case we have questions that other people can't answer. All right. Call your next witness, please.
We call Brandon Taylor.
Good morning, Mr. Taylor. Raise your right hand to be sworn, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and business address, please.
It's Brandon Taylor. Business address is 810 Crescent Center Drive, Franklin, Tennessee, 37067.
Counsel?
Good morning. And what is your title with Atmos Energy?
My title's Vice President, Rates and Regulatory Affairs for the Kentucky Mid-States Division.
And did you cause testimony and responses today to request to be filed in the record of this proceeding?
I did.
Do you have any additions or corrections to make to any of those documents?
I don't.
If I were to ask you those same questions today, would your responses be the same?
Yes, they did.
And is it your desire and intent to incorporate those into the record of this proceeding?
Yes.
The witness is available for cross.
Mr. Cook?
No questions?
All right. Staff?
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Taylor.
Good morning.
I'd like to talk a little bit about the R&D rider. Is that a topic that you know more about than anyone else here from Atmos?
I think I can give some background on it as well.
I understand that in one form or another, the R&D rider's been around at least since the 90s. I'm going to guess that you were not involved with Atmos in the 90s, but
Not in the 90s.
can you tell me what you know about the history of the R&D rider and how Atmos came to have that rider?
So the background that I know is that originally, I believe the R&D rider came about from our 1999 case as a product of a settlement agreement. And it was really based on the commission's desire to, it was from a neighborhood resolution to promote promote development and research. And so it came out from there, and we had the R&D rider from the 99 case, and then our 2017 case, the amount of the R&D rider was increased to the current rate that it is today, and it's been at that level since then.
Can you explain how the amount was determined in the 2017 case?
I'll have to go back and look at testimony, but I believe it was the amount from that case was from testimony in that case was from the former interstate pipeline charges, and it was to mimic basically the amount pretty close to what Columbia's R&D rider contribution amount is at this time. So they were about 300,000, and I believe in 2017 the amount was approximately 274,000 that amount was designed to be around in that case.
Can you explain to me how specifically that money is spent? Obviously, I'm not looking for a line item of all the things it pays for, but who does the money go to?
The money goes to the GTI, the Gas Technology Institute, and I think basically I think we provided the information in staff 1-08, and we provide yearly updates to the commission as part of the 99 case as well as the 2017 case, and where those funds are allocated, both the projects that GTI does, and they have two separate tracks. So it's the OTD, kind of the operations technology development side, as well as the UTD, the utilization technology development. So it's more kind of in-use appliances. And so the money is allocated among those two tracks. And the company does have representatives within GTI to kind of promote, I think, which projects are most applicable and to its different states, for instance, Kentucky, and what makes sense for our customers there would be most beneficial. And so I know those projects were listed within 1-08 as to far as which projects are funded.
So is 2017 the last time Atmos provided something to the commission about exactly what the money was going to?
We provide yearly updates to the commission.
Okay.
Per the R&D rider tariff and per the 2017 order.
Are those being provided into the record in the 2017 case or outside of a case?
They're provided to the email inbox of the executive director.
Can you give me an idea of the type of projects that are funded?
Well, the different projects that are funded, they are listed in 1-08. I do know one project which we utilize now, and Witness Austin can speak about, is our Locust View technology. And that's kind of enabled, was research and development coming out of GTI, and that's enabled the company to move out of paper records and to digitize its assets.
Do some of those projects involve improving safety for customers?
Again, I would go back to Locust View as a prime example, and Witness Austin can speak to that.
As far as the decision to pay for this through a rider, is the idea that the customers benefit more from this than Atmos does, so the cost should be on the customers?
That was the idea, is that the rider benefits the health and safety of Kentucky customers, and that was the statement of the commission in 2017, and it's also the signal that the commission wanted to send. They support research and development. And so that was noted by the commission in 2017, as well as a 2004 case of Delta, and all the way back to the 99 settlements between both Atmos coming out of the neighborhood resolution in 97.
There was federal funding for this at some point, correct?
I believe so, but I don't have the background knowledge on it.
I'm going to characterize the AG's witness testimony as stating that they believe that the cost of these benefits would be picked up by suppliers if the R&D rider were not renewed. What, can you comment for me on your response to that?
I'm sorry, can you reframe it?
Sure. So the AG witness testimony, and I want to say Mr. Collins, but I could be mistaken about that, indicated that they didn't think that the R&D rider was necessary because the costs that the rider covers would be picked up by suppliers if the rider didn't exist.
I can't speak for the AG's witness himself, but I would note the testimony provided by the AG in this case on the R&D rider was the exact same testimony provided by the AG in our 2017 case, and the commission ruled in favor of the R&D rider for the multiple reasons it laid out in that case.
Well, let's assume for a second that the rider doesn't get renewed. Would you expect market forces to result in suppliers of new technology in gas distribution and transmission to be borne by those contractors and then passed on to the customers?
I don't know if I can speak for the market forces. I do know if it wasn't renewed, it would go against the signals that the commission has sent since 2004 and 2017, and that NARUC has signaled to commission utilities in support of research and development, of which R&D rider is one of those.
That's all I have.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Couple of questions. I'm looking at your testimony lines 18, 19, and 20, talking about that the industrial customers are the driving force behind the economic development. Are those customers considered T4 in your application?
They would be considered both T3 and T4, so both interruptible or firm transportation. Most of the large industrial customers are transportation customers.
Okay, and they'll be, in your application, they would be the ones with the largest increase if these rates were to be granted, 46.6% increase in their rates?
That's correct, on the T4 side.
But as the economic development grows in that area, these costs aren't passed to the residential customers, is that correct?
No, the costs are not passed to residential customers. It's based upon the different rate classes. So no, they would not be passed to the residential customers.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
That NARIC resolution you mentioned, Mr. Taylor, was that directly in support of an R&D rider or just generally asking commissions to encourage research and development?
Subject to check, I believe it was in general support of research and development, and the R&D rider at the time was the commission, the Kentucky Commission's way of an affirmative statement in support of that resolution.
Anything further? Redirect?
No redirect?
All right. Any reason why Mr. Taylor couldn't be excused? Excuse me, so thank you.
Lucky. Within an hour.
Call your next witness, please.
We call Ryan Austin to stand.
Mr. Austin, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Have a seat, please. Tell us your full name and your business address.
The full name is Timothy Ryan Austin. I work out of the Owensboro, Kentucky office. It's 3275 Highland Point Drive, Owensboro, Kentucky, 42303.
Good morning.
Hello.
And what is your title with Atmos Energy?
I am Vice President of Technical Services for the Kentucky Mid-States Division.
And did you cause testimony and responses today or request to be filed on the record of this proceeding?
I did, yes.
Do you have any additions or corrections to make to any of those documents?
I have two minor corrections, and they are on Exhibit TRA 6 and TRA 7, and it's just the header. It's kind of immaterial, but if you print this out, you would notice that it says FY '24, and those should be FY '25 and FY '26 respectively. I don't know that you would see them in the file, but if you printed them, it would show up that way.
Other than those two corrections you just made, do you have any other additions or corrections to
No,
make?
ma'am.
If I were to ask you those same questions today, would your responses be the same?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it your desire and intent to incorporate those into the record of this proceeding today?
It is.
The witness is available for cross.
Mr. Cook?
No questions.
Staff?
Morning, Mr. Austin.
Good morning.
I'd like to talk a little bit about bare steel replacement through the PRP program. Can you give me a status update on the replacement of bare steel in Atmos' system?
Yes, sir. So the program we filed in 2009, replacement started around 2011. We have currently, I think we're projecting about 3 years remaining of bare steel. There's about 63 miles-ish at the end of 24 is about 63 miles remaining of bare steel pipe. And I would clarify that our bare steel program in Kentucky, it is for bare pipe, but it also includes poorly coated, painted, and then mill wrap pipe with bare joints. So if you reference DOT reports, the number is different. It's just because of what's included in the program.
You said it would be done in 3 years. Based on what rate of spending?
So we're proposing, in our case, to lift the caps to be able to go ahead and increase the time frame to get the work done. And I think we've provided estimates of about $48 million a year for the remaining 3 years to be able to complete the remaining projects.
And unfortunately, I can't do the math in my head, but if the cap were not lifted, what would be the end date?
The time frame, roughly 2030.
Now, it's my understanding that the Adelaide pipe that Atmos wants to work on replacing right now, it's being replaced on a case-by-case basis, is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
And can you tell me what the standard is for replacing that on a case-by-case basis?
So the way we look at our replacement programs is through a kind of a risk-based system. We've got our distribution integrity management plan. We'll refer to that as GIMP. You'll see that in there. Then we have a risk tool that was developed by Magnolia River that we use. It's called At Risk. And then we also take into account any subject matter expert feedback from the field. And so we look at each of these things as we prepare our budgets each year to identify what are our most risky projects that need to be prioritized. The majority of the time, bare steel is going to come out towards the high end, but every now and then we'll see projects that whether it's history of leaks or some damages that we know about, or just feedback from a local office that says, hey, we've had a few leaks over the last year, we've had a few things that we see we'd like to replace this project. We take those, and that's how we kind of prioritize that work. So generally, you're going to see bare steel as a higher priority, but occasionally there is a Adelaide project that would rank up higher on that list.
And would age of the pipe be another factor that would be
It
considered?
is, and that's in our DIM model as well as our at-risk tool. The older the pipe is, it gets different factors assigned to it. And as we replace, the majority of the time, what we're seeing is that pre-1973 pipe that has kind of the worst characteristics of the brittle cracking. We see that typically making that priority. So if we were looking at how we would prioritize our replacements, it's mainly gonna be pre-73 and unknown date of installation first, and then the pre-83 after that.
Do cost factors come into play at all in that decision-making process?
Not necessarily with which projects. We're looking at our overall budget, but it's really based on risk, location, and what we, kind of how we prioritize that.
I guess the scenario I'm thinking of would be a situation where Adelaide pipe mixed with bare steel, interspersed, connected, and if you were going to be digging up bare steel pipe, it would be cheaper to dig up the Adelaide as well. Is that a situation that comes up?
It is, and historically, I've been involved with PRP for several years in different roles, but historically, what we would have done is all that pipe would have been a PRP replacement. And so we would have tackled all that pipe and gone ahead and done that Adelaide section, or maybe even an old coated steel section that was a short piece of main with that project under the PRP. 2017, they came back and said, hey, we want you to cap, we're gonna put a cap on your spending, and we want you to tackle, just bare steel pipe. And so then what we did is those segments of pipe that might be in that project, it's still advantageous to replace them while you're there. So you would take that pipe and we would do it as a separate project underneath of our non-PRP spend, and still do it as one project with two projects within that project. So that it is, I guess it is the most economical way to install at the time.
So Atmos wants to start replacing, basically change its PRP spending so that instead of replacement of Adelaide on a case-by-case basis, to be permitted to replace any and all Adelaide pipe under the PRP plan. Is that correct?
We would like to increase that spending to give us flexibility to move those projects around as needed throughout the year, to replace them, as risks come up. It's an industry identified material, just like bare steel, just like cast iron was before that. So we're looking for availability to replace that as needed. Still looking at our DIM, at our risk model, and our subject matter experts to help identify the right priority, but opening that up to be able to do all that work as needed. We're not really looking for anything that anyone else doesn't have. We just want to be able to spend invest our money in our system in the right place at the right time.
I guess what I'm trying to understand is if you have the ability to replace riskier Adelaide pipe that's riskier than bare steel, which is usually considered riskier, why would Atmos want to potentially replace the Adelaide before the bare steel, when the bare steel project still has at least 3 years to go before it's going to be completely replaced?
Because from time to time, there are sections of Adelaide that do pop up as higher risk, or that could be seen as we see this as a section that we don't need to wait on, we need to go ahead and do.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just saying, but under the current PRP allowance, you're already able to do that, aren't you?
So for Adelaide, my understanding is we submit the projects and then get commission approval prior to doing that. In order to do that in a timely manner, there's the process that you have to go through, right? So we file all of our PRP projects in August, and we should have a answer from the commission by October to know which projects we can do. We're currently still waiting on the order from October for the fiscal 25 work, and we've got 4 months left in the year. So if I'm looking at it from my perspective, which is not rates, it's just risk and replacement of pipe, I know that I need to replace, I've got a section that I need to replace, and I don't need to wait 8 months before I find out if we can replace it or not.
So you're not necessarily asking to put Adelaide ahead of Bear Steel, like all Adelaide ahead of Bear Steel. You're trying to clear the way so that you can potentially do it after the Bear Steel, or just have more of a blanket ability to replace Adelaide on a case-by-case basis. Is that what I'm understanding?
It's to provide clarity for us. It's hard to decide and predict which project might go, and as you go through the year, you know, in a lot of our projects, we've submitted of what's in there, but things come up throughout the year that you need to replace a section, or you see something that's causing you risk or concern, and we want to go ahead and be able to do that project as we see, you know, as we deem necessary. So it's not necessarily to escalate everything to now. It's really providing flexibility to be able to do the work when we need to do it without having to bring every project listed to the commission. Now, those would be brought on our regular filing that we do every year in August with the PRP program. So you still have review of the projects and the dollars associated prior to the work, once the order is issued.
I do want to be clear, though, there's nothing preventing you from replacing Adelaide as a non-PRP expenditure, correct?
That is correct, and we have done some projects that way. The majority of the time, we've looked at our PRP program as being able to replace industry-identified materials, industry-identified materials. And so that's naturally the place where these pipes should be replaced. But yes, as the PRP got a cap, then we moved some of those projects to the non-PRP. A few years ago, we tackled low-pressure systems coming out of Merrimack Valley. That was a risk that we saw, that we wanted to be out of the low-pressure business. And so we took the majority of our non-PRP budget for several years in a row and replaced pipe under that budget. If it wasn't Bear Steel. If it was Bear Steel, we still used it in the Bear Steel program as the commission ordered. The challenge with that is in 2018, that program was capped as well. And so you saw a shift in dollars, but those dollars were really still system integrity, system replacement work that moved over to the non-PRP side, which then became capped. And then that's where we end up with the struggle of being able to complete the work that we have to do, that is risk related, but then also to keep up with our highway relocation projects and anything that comes up that we don't plan for, that we still have to pay for. And then Kentucky has been a hot market the last several years for growth. We've seen it in EV batteries. We've seen it in all the distilling industries that are coming to town, bringing jobs, and they want an investment. And as we look at these, they're good projects. They're projects that we should be able to invest in. But with the ties from 2018, it says your projects have to be temp or DIMP, transmission integrity management or distribution integrity management. You can do work outside of the caps if they meet those things. Highway relocation doesn't meet those requirements. Extending to a new distillery, it doesn't meet those requirements. So it just leaves so many questions on our part of when something meets, when it doesn't, and how can we fully operate and execute our budget with those questions still in place.
Based on what you just described, and when you mentioned flexibility earlier, is part of that just the lead time for something that's already approved, that you just basically have to file something regarding the Adelaide and the PRP versus an entire CPCN case being filed and having a longer lead time for that?
Apologize, I don't know that I understand exactly what you're asking there. I know, from my understanding of CPCN, they're larger projects, and a lot of these are small projects that add up. It's not necessarily a big, like a $15 million project. It might be $1 million investment in Springfield, Kentucky, and it might be $500,000 in Hopkinsville, Kentucky. We've got these projects, but none of those alone would be what I understand the CPCN to do. But I might not be answering your question.
I think you did, thank you.
Okay, all right.
You mentioned Adelaide was I forget the term you used, industry.
Industry identified material, yes.
Thank you. And I'm aware of the bulletins that have been issued, but there is nothing put in place at this time that requires Adelaide to be replaced within a certain time frame. Correct?
No, there's nothing required. The bulletins, as you mentioned, they've been, really they started over 20 years ago. And we haven't seen a lot of recent news on that, but I think that's probably because their position hasn't changed. The pipe hasn't got less risky. The challenge with Adelaide is that there's no remediation for it. It's replacement. So every time you go in and you work on the pipe, if you have a leak, you're going in and the issue of the brittle cracking, that's from rock impingement on a pipe that pushes down on it that creates that stress. But it's also from when you squeeze the pipe. And what you do when you're doing a main extension or a leak repair, you're going to dig up the pipe and you're going to have to squeeze both sides of it in order to stop the flow of gas to put in a section. Well, so you fixed one leak, but then you've created two potential more leak points as you make that repair. So the longer it's in the ground, the more potential for leaks there is. And Adelaide, it's not like bare steel that comes with corrosion. So we do leak surveys every year. That's something, as we've moved up our bare steel program in 2011, we survey that annually. The requirements, I think, are 3 years, but we've escalated that just to make sure that we're operating a safe system and we know where our leaks are. We can take that data and we can trend and figure out, hey, this is our next priority of replacement. The challenge with Adelaide is you have, there's no corrosion. So what you have is just failures. And so you can't really predict where your next failure is going to be because you don't have those corrosion things that pop up. So it's kind of a whole replacement for Adelaide. And if you look at it, we've got about 200 miles of Adelaide in the Kentucky system. So out of 4,400-ish miles we've got, I mean, it's a 0.5% of our system. It's not a great amount, but it's something that we see as priority and that we want to tackle sooner than later.
How much of that has been replaced so far?
We went through an effort back over the last 7 to 10 years to really identify that. Prior to that time frame, I don't know how much pipe was in there, but over the last several years, I think we've replaced, I don't know, maybe 10 miles or so.
And do you know how much you've spent on replacing Adelaide so far?
I could find that out. I don't have that with me, but if you'd like, I could get that information.
I apologize if this is already in the record, but is there a cost estimate for how much it would cost to replace all the Adelaide?
I don't think we have provided that mainly because of, you look at time frame. So pipe is more expensive to replace 3 years from now than it is today. That's the same thing we've seen with bare steel, and even over the periods of time, it's increased more significantly than I think most people would have anticipated.
Do you have a time frame you would expect this to be completed in if there were no cap?
If you were asking me, I would, if I was just looking at it from a risk perspective with the amount we've got, that's reasonable for our contractors and our cities to maintain, I could see that done in a 7 to 10 year time frame. But like I say, each year you would look at the projects and see which projects come up for risk. But that seems comfortable to me with what I know about the system at this time. Things always change and you get new information as you go, but I feel like, that would be somewhere in the 30 mile a year range, and I think that's very doable in our system.
What would you expect the time frame to be if the cap were not raised and you were required to complete the bare steel first?
Personally, I would escalate that more than waiting, because you're waiting till if the cap were not lifted, we would be 2030 before we could start replacing it under the PRP. Now, it's highly likely we would start replacing that under our non-PRP as projects arise. and we see the risk. But our goal isn't to wait for failure and repair. Our goal is to be proactive and replace pipe before it fails.
How do you think that Atmos's replacement of bare steel in that way compares to industry standard? I'm just trying to compare Atmos to other utilities in general.
I can't speak exactly. I know different parts of the country, pipe was installed at different times. And so you go to the northeast and a lot of your pipe is much older. They're still dealing with cast iron, which we got rid of cast iron several years ago. We started bare steel in 2010, 11 timeframe. And so we're almost done with bare steel, but I know there's a lot of other industries that still have bare steel. I also know that there's a lot that have removed all their bare steel, all their cast iron, and all their outlay. So while we're not in the lead, we're not in the back either. We just want to be systematic and make the right decisions for our customers.
Before Atmos started replacing bare steel, what pipe was a priority to replace?
So I started in 2009 as a new engineer, and when I started, I think they had already removed all the cast iron from the Kentucky system. So I know that was some. I also know that in that time frame, replacement wasn't throughout the industry. It really wasn't as big of a priority as it seems to be today. After 2010, there was a big push in the industry to know your system, to have fully traceable, verifiable, and complete records of your system. And I see the whole industry change really after that San Bruno incident to really target and escalate replacements of systems that are aging. Our bare steel, we had pipe that was, so I think some of the easements I saw originally were 1929 easements, and so the pipe was installed in 1930. The majority of that pipe is gone. We still have a little bit that we're still waiting to replace. But that's pushing 100 years old. And so then you're thinking about infrastructure replacement for the long term. And these are just industry identified materials. There's a lot of pipe from the 50s and 60s that's starting to age. And we're not even tackling that yet. But at some point, I think we've got to get to a position where we're systematically looking at all the pipe in our system and how we replace it, to keep it safe, to keep it reliable for the needs of our customers and our communities.
So the oldest pipeline in your system is 100 years old?
Not quite yet, but there is a section of a Fruit Hill to Upton line that we have scheduled to replace that is early 30s pipe. The majority of our bare steel range from that early 30s to early 50s time frame. So I think 54 was roughly the time frame where they started switching to mill wrap. But what you see in our system, and if you look at our bare steel numbers, some of that mill wrap pipe on the original from the 50s, they didn't tape the joints, or they didn't seal the joints, coat the joints, whatever. So that essentially became bare pipe. It was new technology at the time, and they thought they were doing good by putting mill wrap on it, but you left the joints off, and so essentially you've got the same potential for corrosion, just in 40-foot increments instead of generalized throughout the pipe.
I think that's probably a good lead in to talking about the pipeline modernization rider, but I want to give the commissioners a chance to ask any questions about the PRP first.
Go right ahead. And
Okay, all right. Thank you.
I'll do them all at once.
Okay, so my first question, and let me know if this is a question better asked to somebody who deals more with riders. Why do you need a separate rider for pipeline modernization separate from the PRP plan?
I can kind of tell you my thoughts on that as we look at it. Our PRP is for replacing of aged infrastructure, industry-identified materials. As you mentioned, there's not a deadline of time frame of when that needs to be replaced. It's on the operator to determine what's reasonable and what's the right time to replace that. The PM rider is focused on a PHMSA directive that came out of Mega Rule 1, and we're narrowly scoping this to be our 192.624 pipe. It was MALP reconfirmation. So this is transmission lines, which are typically larger diameter, higher pressure lines that operate at a higher percent of SMICE, specified minimum yield strength. So I don't know the best way to explain that, but it's larger transmission lines that move gas from one place to the other, not as much distribution pipe that takes it to the customers. And so 192.624 requires replacement of pipe that doesn't have test records or material records that fall within that transmission category. 50% of that pipe has to be replaced by 2028. That's a PHMSA mandate. We can't do anything about that. The remainder has to be complete by 2035. So what I see as the reason to have the rider is to lay all the projects out before you and say, here's the projects we have to do, and we know the time frame that we have to do them. And those, I've included those, I think it was in TRA 5, my attachment, it's got those listed. And as part of this case, we've got about $2.5 million in 25 and about $6 million in 26 of projects that need to be replaced. And then as we scope these remaining projects out, we'll provide estimates each year for the work that's upcoming to be able to review prior to installation of that work. So the difference to me is it's a federally mandated project that has to be completed. And PRP is looking at all of our infrastructure that needs to be replaced.
Now, is this mega rule requirement, are you referring to replacing pipes that are not piggable? Is that?
The majority of our pipes in Kentucky are not piggable. They were put in prior to that technology. A lot of ours are in the 6 to 8 to 12 inch range. And as these lines were put in, they served customers off these with farm taps as well. So yeah, they can't be pigged. You don't, a lot of them are 50s pipe, but we have some that are I think I've got the years in there, but 70s, 80s, there's some others that are in there where you don't have full records on. But the way our supply works to our towns, it's not feasible to take these lines out of service either. Because one of the things was you could take them out of service and retest them, but that doesn't work when you're supplying the whole city of Paducah on a line that goes through the middle of town. Because you can get in there and then you pressure test it and you find that you've got issues, and then you've got bigger issues. So yeah, replacement for what we see is really the piece that fits, it fits the need of our system, but it's also the most advantageous to our customers and our system for the long term. It's not just patching a problem right now, it's fixing it for that 100-year design life in the future.
I think I've had discussions with our current commissioners about the PIG, but would you mind just explaining a little bit how the PIG works?
Okay.
I love the PIG. I just saw one in my backyard. I thought it was the neatest thing I've ever seen.
It is different. So it's an industry term. What they call a PIG is it's a tool that they send through the pipe. And it's pushed typically by gas pressure, sometimes with air if you can take the gas off the pipe. And there's new technology that they're ironically called smart pigs, but they can pick up corrosion cells on the pipe. They can pick up cracks and leaks. A lot of these are typically ran on your higher diameter interstate transmission lines. Most of our lines are shorter, smaller diameter, they have taps on them. And when you have taps, some of the old ways where they did taps is you weld a piece on top of the pipe, you run a cutter down in the pipe, and then there's a piece sticking out in the bottom of that pipe where that cutter went in to supply the tap. Well, then you can't physically run the tool or pig through the pipeline because there's all these pieces in there. The other thing that you get is they're fairly long, and so you have to have smooth bend radiuses to be able to, for that pipe to, it feels really weird talking with my hands, I'm sorry. To flow through the pipe, and to get those. And we don't have the records on some of our older pipes, so they might have short fittings that are back to back that wouldn't allow that pig to go through there. And so the majority of our lines in Kentucky are not piggable. Anything new that we install that is larger diameter, high pressure, we're putting in the right radius, the right diameter fitting so that we could pig that in the future if needed. Is that
That makes sense.
helpful?
Mhm.
Okay.
Not piggable.
Not
Some of
piggable.
them are not piggable.
Yeah. Moving them from not piggable to piggable.
We work our staff long hours and they're pretty deprived of sunlight and things like that. That's the coolest thing Mr. Collier has ever
Yeah,
seen.
it says a lot about my life, so.
And if I had to talk without my hands, it's the same as
Okay.
just gagging me. I have to talk with my hands as well, so it won't come through very well in the transcript maybe, but it's great for the video. Mr. Collier?
My understanding from other cases is that the mega rule you talked about, you have 3 options, and you've talked about 2 of them, I believe. One would be shutting down the line, doing pressure testing, and potentially bringing in liquid natural gas so that people won't have an extended outage. That's one option, right? Which would have the additional cost of, if it's an older pipe, which it probably is if you're doing that kind of testing, there will be problems that you will have to find and fix, or you will find through the pressure
You'll find through
testing
the
and
process,
fix.
correct.
The other you mentioned obviously is replacing the pipe with new pipe that can be pigged. My understanding is a third option that involves retrofitting pipe so it can be pigged. Is that an option that you've looked at?
We have looked at it briefly, but, the line I'll talk about that stands out to me is the Paducah line. And you see that's in our out years. That's
The 20,000
feet. If you skip on down, it's that whole, it's several sections of that line. It changes between 6 and 8 inch. It was put in, I believe, late 50s, early 60s. Time frame. Yeah, late 50s, early 60s. It's when a lot of that line was put in. So not knowing what was put in at the time, you would be going to a lot of expense without knowing that you're going to really better the system. You could potentially do the engineering. I think you're talking about maybe some of the engineering analysis and running the pipe. There's a tool that you can go in on pipe and try to tell the makeup or the grade of that pipe. But what you don't know is, without uncovering every foot of that pipe, if you have any other pieces that might have got put in that weren't part of that original order, you don't know what's in the ground. So you've got 20, 30 miles of a pipeline, and it doesn't seem like the most feasible way to invest in that. And honestly, by the time you did that, price probably is not a lot different than replacing the pipe.
Is the idea with this rider that the tariff would explain what you could replace under that rider and eliminate the need for a CPCN to be filed in order to replace the pipeline that you think PHMSA requires you to by, you said 100% by 2035, right?
It has to be complete by 2035, that is correct. As far as tariff and CPCN, that's probably a little outside of my knowledge. I don't know maybe Mr. Taylor or might be the right person to ask about that portion. I apologize.
And we may have to recall him, but just based on the best of your understanding, what does Atmos want the writer to include as far as things that can be paid for by this writer?
Currently, to me, it's narrow scope, 192, 624. It's pipe that has been identified by PHMSA to be replaced. And so to me, our need over the next several years is this this type of pipe. In the future, could that look differently? I guess, but I would think that would be brought to the commission for approval if something, if they were to come out with the LDAR rule is pending. There's nothing in there that to me stands out to replace pipe, but if there is something that came up, I think we would bring that to the commission and ask for, for something to be looked at that time as well. But right now, what we've put in here is kind of our target. There can be some slight changes based on class location, because this is, the rules that are in there. There are pipes, as population density could change over time, that might pull into 624. But as we know it right now, this is kind of what our need is.
So this rider would specifically cover replacement of non-piggable pipes.
Really, it's not even all non-piggable pipes. We've got a lot of pipes that aren't piggable that don't fall under this 192, 624. We're really looking for what PHMSA has required.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt, but what non-piggable pipes do not need to be replaced?
We've got pipes that were installed in the 70s, 80s that don't fall under the categories of this, that we have test records on them, but they're not piggable. So we use the other options in transmission integrity management programs, or TIMP programs, to be able to survey those. There's like ACVG, DCVG, different interval surveys that you can do above ground that looks at the outside, not the inside of the pipe. So this is a pretty narrow scope.
Thank you for differentiating that for me. So how much pipe do you believe would need to be replaced under this rider?
Currently, we've identified about 20 miles of pipe is what we have. I think we've already tackled 1.5 miles to 2 miles of it. And the remainder, the roughly 18 miles, is between now and 2035.
And I apologize if this is already in the record, but is there an estimated cost for replacement?
I provided the estimated cost for the current years. The challenge with the out years, as I was referring to the Paducah line, where that line was installed in 1950 is probably not where we're going to install it today when it goes back. There's been development around there. There's been, it goes right by the hospital. There's several things in there of where we would probably want to replace this in a different, we might not be able to get the easements through there. So the challenge with providing an estimate on these large scale projects, it's not just replacing distribution main in town. You might go to the other side of the road, but it really doesn't affect the cost much. Here, we're gonna have to look at the whole system and identify the right way to replace it. And it takes time, and you need a good scope. And once we have a scope, once we've got to that point, then we can provide those estimates as we go. So that's where, looking at it from the engineer side, is being able to provide those on an annual basis with the scope of work for approval, say in that August timeframe for approval by October. That would give the commission the ability to see what we're doing, review it, before the work takes place. Is this water or coffee?
Water. I'll give you a minute.
Thank you.
Mr. Austin, is it Atmos's position that the testing done with the pig should be included as part of this rider?
That's not my anticipation, no. Our goal is to replace the pipe. Then that would fall under our regular TIM program, Transmission Integrity Management, that we would run on our schedule. And that then becomes an O&M expense that's not part of this capital replacement.
To your knowledge, are there any other PHMSA requirements that you would expect to be part of the tariff for this rider?
Not at this time, no. There's a lot of requirements that come out over the last 3 to 4 years, but this is the one that really we see is the one where we need some support on.
Would you mind to take a look at Exhibit TRA-5 to your testimony? It's
Okay. I've got it, it's kind of small, I might need to look at a bigger copy, but I might be able to see it on this. Okay, this is these are the projects that are identified? Yes.
yeah, chart with, yellow
Yes.
header. The column that says proposed MAOP reconfirmation method, can you explain what that column means?
Yeah, that's what you were referring to earlier. How are you gonna reconfirm the MLP? Are you gonna do it with a pressure test? Are you gonna do it with engineering study of going through and finding the materials? Or are you gonna do it with replacement? And there are a few sections where we could, where we have the good, significant records, or it's newer pipe, we feel good about it. Or it's really, some of these sections, I think this one here in Hallsville in 2027, that's a short section of pipe that we can isolate, that we can take out of service and pressure test. And so that section we're doing a pressure test on. The majority of the others are pipe replacements. There is one section in Bowling Green that we're looking at a pressure reduction. It's running at I think an 814 pound maximum allowable operating pressure. Where that pipe is in our system, we really don't have the availability to even supply 1,814 pounds on it, so we're looking at reducing the pressure on that one to be more in line with the system, which would make it fall outside of the 624 range. So where it benefits the system and where it's doable to still supply the needs of our customers, we do those. But when it needs to be replaced, those are the ones that we've identified as pipe replacement.
Now, I thought you said a minute ago, I just want to verify this, that you would anticipate, and please correct me if I'm wrong about this, that you would anticipate for each of these projects providing information to the commission about those under the PM rider?
Yes, and this is outside of kind of my expertise we've included these first, the 25 and 26 in this, but then the rider would be after this, is my understanding, and that's when we would provide those
Okay,
at that time.
So for the projects on this list, would you expect to be filing CPCNs for those? Or would you be arguing that they were ordinary course of business replacements?
I don't know that there's any that might fit the CPCN, but if there are, we would file those. But the goal is to show you what we have and what we've identified on the front end with the rider to be able to replace those.
Did Atmos determine the cost of pressure testing for each one of these future projects?
No, we have not looked at how you would break that out and pressure test it, mainly for the reasons I described earlier, of just the unknowns that are in the ground with the pipe on some of these sections, and the age of the material itself. And then some of these you look at the size, 6 inch if we're replacing it today. That's currently meeting the needs of Paducah, but as it grows, it's gonna need a bigger pipe most likely. So that 8 inch, as we replace it, it could go back with a 12 inch. We want a right size. It's always the best investment to put the right size pipe in when you need it at the time, and not plan, and we're not talking excessive, we're talking about the right size, looking at the future growth for the area, and putting that in as we replace.
So I understand with the pressure testing or I called it retrofitting, I don't remember if you had your own term for that, but the uncertainty behind those is not knowing how many problems there will be when you test the line or retrofit it, and what it will cost to fix those problems. But would you be able to provide cost estimates for the pressure testing, for the liquid natural gas, or the retrofitting?
If you requested it, we could. It would take some time and effort and a, pretty good engineering design plan of how that would be executed. It'd be a significant ask, but if you ask, we could do it. I believe that ultimately, even after we looked at that, it would not be the right choice. But it's information we can provide if necessary.
And you said that the record already includes the estimated cost for replacement
Of these first 2 years of projects that are included on this sheet here.
and beyond 2 years?
Those we would provide every year prior to the work, similar to the way the PRP rider currently works.
So does, I think you said there were 20 miles? How many
There's-
miles does this chart include?
It was roughly 20 miles. I apologize, I don't have a total on the bottom here, and we
I
can
guess-
provide that information to you if you'd
Sure.
like.
I guess my question is, do you foresee this rider as just for the purpose of replacing that 20 miles under PHMSA, and then would then go away unless PHMSA had a new requirement that,
Yeah, unless
You thought
PHMSA
she'd
had
apply.
something else that came out, then yes. And our target for this rider is really the replacement of 624 pipe.
and, all right, so we'll ask in the post-hearing data request for the total
Okay.
estimated cost of the
Thank you.
20 miles.
That'll be good.
Who would be the best person to ask questions about capital expenditures other than the temp and dimp items?
As far as in the budget in my exhibit 5 and 6, or 6 and 7,
I mean, for any capital expenditures.
most likely me, but once you ask the question, if I see it's not me, I can refer you to the right person. I'll talk more about pipe systems and that type of work.
I recall there was a discussion in rebuttal testimony, and I'm afraid I can't remember whose it was, but there was a discussion about economic development benefits from the PM and PRP riders. Can you explain how there's an economic development benefit for that?
Yeah, without exactly what you're referring to,
You-
I don't know. I mean, I
you-
could talk,
you're-
but I don't know that that's the right thing to do, because I don't want to focus on I don't want to go where you're not, I want to answer what you're asking.
And if you didn't provide any information on that, I will ask somebody else.
Okay.
That's all I have.
No.
Okay. Well, I have a number of questions. Mostly centered around the cap.
Okay.
And if somebody else is better, of course, please let me know. So Atmos is asking to remove the cap.
Yes.
Current cap is at 30 million.
It is 30 million on PRP. It was 28 2 years ago. I believe it was 2 years ago. Maybe last year, they extended that. They increased it $2 million. So it's 30 million now. The cap on the non-PRP capital work is a rolling 5-year average of projects. I think when it came in, it was like 2014 to 2019. It's roughly, if you're just round numbers, it's roughly around that 29 to 30 million as well for the non-PRP cap.
We instituted in 2018.
2017 on PRP, 2018 on
Okay.
non-PRP, yes.
Were you with Atmos at that time?
I was, yes.
So I wasn't around in this world
Yeah.
at that time. What has changed?
Are you asking kind of why the caps were in place versus what's different today?
Right.
Okay. Might be a long answer if I
It's
get
okay.
off track.
It's okay, we got time.
Bring me back in, okay, but, so in some of the data requests from 2017, the commission was seeing, they asked for a 5-year look at our proposed run rate. So we provided 5 years' worth of projected, spend on the PRP to meet that initial time frame of 15 years. The commission saw that, and what I believe is they saw that and thought that seemed excessive for that period of time, more than they were comfortable with. And so they said, let's extend your time frame and lower your spend per year. And so some of my explanation, as I was talking with staff, was about how we used to execute projects. So the initial PRP was set up in the application from 2009, and we identified a section of pipe that had to be replaced. Over time, through our efforts in our looking back through our system and knowing and verifying your records, we identified those sections that I talked about that were mill wrap with bare joints. And so the scope changed, and it went to, that was additional 100 miles of pipe in the early 50s that went on top of the original mileage that was filed. Also, back in 15, we had some other projects that they were aging infrastructure projects, but they were also projects where we needed additional capacity to serve. One of them was up here in Shelbyville to serve from our Aiken Road Station to supply Lawrenceburg and the growing area out that way. So we asked the commission for, I don't know if you call it advice or what, but we said, we've got this project we need to do, where should we do this project? They recommended at that point that be put into our pipe replacement program.
How did you ask the PSC? Is this through collaboration with the Division of Inspections, or is this through a case, or?
I'll have to find out for sure, and I wasn't involved in that meeting,
Okay.
but as I've read through it, it seemed almost like an informal conference or something, but again,
Okay.
maybe some of the later witnesses can
Okay.
talk more about that were involved directly at that point.
Mhm.
But, so we had all these scope changes that increased that. They approved, they said these should go in these two big projects should go into that. Well, in order to meet our 15-year time frame, what you saw was our costs going up. And so with that, I think that's where that initial cap came from of, hey, this seems excessive, but we were looking back at the initial estimates and initial mileage, but there was a significant scope change that changed all that. So that's where the PRP cap got put in place. Then as we looked at our non-PRP, some of those projects then that were replacements that we would have done under our PRP, those sections, I believe that somebody asked about that were, if you're doing a pipe replacement, you've got an outlay section within your bare steel, would you replace it too? The answer prior to 17 was yes, we would put it in together After that, we moved that work. We still did the work because it was the right thing to do at the time to replace the pipe while we're in there. It's, you know, you're working with city streets, paving, you're doing it as most efficient as you can. So we took that work and we did it under our non-PRP budget. And then that escalated the non-PRP budget, which in turn saw commission. The review was, hey, you're just moving spending around, but it was really planned spending for replacement projects. And maybe we didn't do a good job clarifying what that looked like at the time. So that's where the two caps came in place. We've continued to replace pipe and do what we can, but we're getting to a point today where the required work ahead of us won't let us meet the requirements in place with the caps that we have currently. There's no way to do all this PHMSA required pipe under our current caps, PRP or non-PRP.
And I read, I believe it was in your testimony, that the cap amount had remained static since 2017 and 2018 levels, except for, I guess, the $2 million increase last year?
I think it was
2 years,
last year,
23?
but
Okay.
it's been within the last few
23,
years.
I think. Okay. So costs have increased.
Costs have increased
Are-
significantly.
So are you saying that the amount hasn't increased at all, or it hasn't increased for, like it hasn't increased at all for inflation?
So what you're seeing is our cost of our projects have increased with inflation, but the cost of the caps has been static. So every year, we're able to do less pipe replacement with the money that's in place.
It is a set cash
Just-
cap.
It's a
It
set
doesn't-
amount
It
of
doesn't
$30
vary
million.
for inflation.
And we have gone in and applied for, with the outlay, a few projects to exceed that from time to time. And some years they've been approved, some years they haven't. And I've provided the same data on both projects, so it really leaves that uncertainty in my mind of when we can and when we can't.
Okay. I'm gonna do the more big picture questions first and then get back into the more nitpicky ones. I looked at Secretary Knowles' letter that he submitted, generally supportive of, without specifically saying so, removing the caps or expanding the caps, to support flexibility, for economic development. Describe for me the economic development, I guess, overall atmosphere in Atmos's territory area.
So we're seeing a lot of industrial, large developments move into our service territory. We've had, I think I mentioned some of my testimony, Hopkinsville, Bowling Green, very large, substantial customers that are coming to the areas, the distilleries in Springfield and some of our other properties that we serve. Some of those are very good projects where it's advantageous for Atmos to invest in those projects, to be able to serve that customer, to bring in revenue. But our challenge has been with the caps that those investments, it's hard to meet those in when we need to do all this other safety replacement work. And so being able to invest in those has been a challenge. And we've heard in the past that these are soft caps. You know, it's on the non-PRP side, it's really not a hard cap, it's a soft cap. But I can't find a way to justify the investment with an industry that comes in to meet under our distribution integrity management plan or our transmission integrity plan. And so that was the justification. If you're gonna exceed the cap, these are the two things that you have to prove. And highway relocation, these investments with our industrial customers, those can't be proved with that, which leaves us in a position where a lot of times we can't invest in the project. And I can't say whether they land in our service territory because of our investment or not. But I do know that a lot of times they might be in another area in Kentucky and they say, well, if we go up here, it's not gonna cost us anything. But if we're in your area, we have to pay for everything. And we're not here to finance their business, but we're here to make a smart investment that's advantageous to our system and our customers.
So when a new economic development project is being considered in your territory area, you and other infrastructure, roads,
Municipalities.
water, et
yes,
cetera, are consulted.
We are.
What are you doing now to be able to comply with those flexibility requirements for these field-ready sites? Like, you haven't turned anyone down, I guess, I'm assuming.
We haven't turned anyone away from the area that we know about.
And you're
but we
required
have-
to serve, just a
we're-
matter of when, I guess, you can get
It's
to.
when and how, and we're required to serve, but sometimes the investment is 100% on them. So we've been proactive with talking with economic development, and we've identified sites where, hey, these are sites where we have this kind of capacity, here's sites where we need capacity. And a lot of times, when the industrial customers come in, they don't always fall to where it's best for gas. It might be best for the property that they can purchase. And so we have to extend our services to them.
I don't remember if it was in your rebuttal or if it was in one of the Attorney General's witnesses, but they were talking about how PHMSA doesn't currently have a deadline for replacing the Adelaide pipe.
That
They're
is,
recommending it, but it's not necessarily required.
right.
Okay. And this is a little bit off subject, because all of the economic development projects are, those are separate from the ones you're required to do through PHMSA or Mega Rural.
Yes,
Okay.
typically. Now, if I could expand on that a little bit, sometimes as we replace this pipe, we know that it's in a section that's gonna serve an industrial park. And so as we replace this pipe through our PRP, and it even said in our original filing in 2009 that, you know, we're gonna design the system to the right size for the future. So if we know that we've got a section of bare steel, or most times it's not Adelaide, but bare steel, we're gonna put the right size pipe in there to serve the customer, serve the industrial park or the city's needs, you know, when that is. So there could be some where you get a little bit of benefit to the economic development side, but a lot of the time, the bare steel and these are within our system and not, the big customers
expansion.
are kind of outside, you know, they're on the outside of town, they're not right in the middle of town most times.
Do you have a cap for the PRP spending, pipeline replacement, and then you also have the non-PRP cap?
Yeah.
And the non-PRP spending is where this economic development stuff comes in.
It is. And that's also where all of our day-to-day work has to come in. So we pay our employees, we do our leak surveys when we're repairing leaks. The leak surveys is on them, but the repairs are capital. The customer house lines that we have to run for new customers. All the other work comes out of that $30 million cap. And by the time you take in all of our functional work and all the other, you know, we're left with sometimes $7 to $10 million to do all of our work we've got for the year outside of PRP and our normal just operating run rate.
You'd like to remove the cap altogether. Assuming we couldn't remove the cap altogether, what are some guardrails that we might consider? Some reporting requirements, or what could we institute to still have oversight and still have some parameters in lieu of a cap? What are some suggestions?
So PRP or outside of PRP or either?
We can do one at a time, or
Okay,
or you can just.
we'll talk about PRP first, 'cause I'm most familiar
Okay.
with what that would look like. So, to me, that would be us bringing projects in and showing those projects in August when we apply for the year, so that you could review the projects before they're executed. Now, if there's a cap on there or not a cap, you know, we would say, hey, this year we see that there's $42 million worth of projects that we need to do, and here's the list of projects, here's the scope of projects, and then we would have approval. The key to that approval is timely, to have it in October, so that we can execute our fiscal year, which is October 1st through September 30th. PRP now currently allows, you know, we know that the bare steel is approved, so we start that work to get it done with our PRP. The challenge on the non-PRP side would be the approval process to know that it's okay to do those type of works. The other thing is, and the economic development side, if there was something that allowed for those outside of the normal, just the normal day-to-day work that we're doing. And I don't know if I'm,
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm the right one to answer that, or I'm trying,
So
but I
case
don't.
by case,
Case-by-case basis,
but also the annual filing,
yes.
and the interveners could participate. Is $42 million a random number that you threw out, or?
It
a
is, just, I
suggestion
know
for
currently
a
we're 30,
raised
but if
cap?
it's just a number that I came up with.
And I'm jumping around here a little bit, but so you do a DIMP and a TIMP to sort of create your own plan for distribution, integrity management, and transmission integrity management. Does someone have to approve your DIMP and your TIMP?
So we do get audited by the safety side of commissions, and they,
Okay.
I think last year was our DIM audit, and they, they
Okay.
approved our plan, everything was well. And I guess I wanna be clear, our DIM and TIMP were put in place as something that, to help justify the work. But they're integrity management plans that just look at our overall system and how we operate. The majority of the stuff we do on a day-to-day basis falls under our DIM plan. I think the thought was you need to be able to justify it under that plan, which we can. It's not, the DIM and the TIMP isn't necessarily a replacement program. We use the factors that come out of that for risk to help identify what projects we want to replace.
Gotcha. So that is not necessarily the spending plan, that's
Yeah,
just the.
that's just an
okay.
integrity management plan that we run on our whole system.
Okay.
Every year, we're always meeting, it's part of that knowing your system and being able to make sure that all of our employees, they know what's there, and they're confident in taking care of the system. It's really about knowing your system.
So once it's approved, though, it becomes your written procedure and you're required to comply with it?
Yes, once our DIM, we've put our DIM plan in our, in our procedures. So yes, our written DIM plan is what we're required to comply with. And that's what we're inspected on through the state commission.
Okay. And as far as what's left that still needs to be replaced, this handwriting of mine, really something, I have the handwriting of a 10-year-old boy. So you have 14 miles of pre-1970 pipe that needs replaced. 5.9 miles of that is older than 1955.
That is probably on the MAOP reconfirmation.
Yes, yes, that's the
PM
mega
rider.
rule for
That
the
sounds-
maximum.
That sounds correct on
Okay.
that. Of the Bear Steel, there is 63 miles remaining,
Okay,
and of the Adelaide, we have right at 200 miles. of
and I
Adelaide.
think that's where I was being, was really confused. So some of it is mega rule compliance, the maximum operating pressure.
Yeah.
And then separate from that, there's 63 more miles.
That's just in our PRP program.
Okay,
That was identified pipe in our program that is scheduled to be replaced.
okay.
And I apologize for all the different, I've talked to a lot of different things, so I apologize if I've been confusing.
I have been getting educated by our safety compliance program, and one of these days they'll teach me the things I need to know, and they are trying hard, but it is all very confusing. So, in your testimony, you talked about how you collaborate with the PSC's Pipeline Safety Division. What does that collaboration look like? Is it just constant reporting and feedback?
So every year we're audited on our systems. We
The
go.
audit, okay.
Yeah, so they audit us. But anytime that we have something that occurs on our system, we reach out to the staff and we share. Like if we have a damaged line, we always call and talk with, you know, Melissa and her team. We let them know what's going on. And, you know, something comes up, we have a question on that we're unsure, we ask. And a lot of times they will reach out to us as well and ask for our opinion on things.
Okay. So you're supposed to prioritize replacing the Adelaide pipe in high consequence areas. Areas of high
Not exactly.
consequence? No?
So high consequence area is a term that is assigned to transmission pipelines that operate over 20% specified minimum yield drink. Adelaide is a distribution pipeline, so it's a plastic type
Okay.
material.
So
And
we're
it's
talking about tint versus dent now.
Dent versus
And
dent.
Adelaide is more dent.
Adelaide is gonna be on your
Okay.
dent plan, and it's also in your residential system mostly. And so HCA's come into account with our transmission lines. So your reference to HCA is under pipeline modernization, and that pipe
That's the
is-
PM rider.
That's towards
that
PM
you're
rider,
asking.
yes.
Okay. Got you. Thank you for clearing that up for me. Have you identified the areas of high consequence in your Kentucky service area?
Yes, and that's a requirement by PHMSA, that we continuously monitor our HCA's, high consequence areas. And then beyond high consequence areas, you've got class locations. So class 1, class 2, class 3, class 4, and that's kind of a population density around your system. But the HCA comes into account on the transmission side.
Okay. I think that may be all of my questions. Follow up by anyone else?
I have a question.
Yeah, Mr. Clark.
Regarding replacement of bare steel, Adelaide, and under PHMSA, are those old pipelines being removed or are they being abandoned?
The majority are being abandoned in place. Occasionally, if it's where we need to, we will remove a line. Anytime we abandon a line, our procedure is called that we seal the ends, we cap the line, so it doesn't become a carrier for other things to migrate through. So if it's in downtown areas, a lot of times the pipe will stay in the ground, just so that we're not tearing up a lot of stuff that doesn't have to be messed up when we seal it to prevent that.
Usually abandoning and sealing is gonna be cheaper than digging the thing up and
Much more.
getting rid of it.
Yes, I know there's some, if you've got big transmission lines across country, sometimes they will dig that up for salvage, but typically it's, in town, it's almost always left in place.
Is there an ongoing O&M cost associated with abandonment?
No, once it's sealed, once it's abandoned and then the pipe is sealed off, it still shows on our current records through our GIS, mapping system that there is something there, but there's no maintenance to that pipe. It's a retired asset at that point.
That's all.
Redirect?
Can we ask for a small break before we redirect? He's been up there for a few minutes, and we can confer for just, if we can take a 10-minute break, that would be helpful, I think.
Despite the presence of a trapdoor, not my prisoners can have a break. We want to do 10 minutes? Is
Yes,
that okay,
please.
everyone? We are back on the record in case number 2024-00276, electronic application of Atmos Energy Corporation for an adjustment of rates, approval of tariff revisions, and other general relief. And I believe we're about to do redirect. Ms.
Yes.
Johnston. Council.
We've had a lot of discussion today with the multiple parties about the caps that we have in place for Atmos.
Yes,
And that's two separate caps, correct, that you're talking about?
it is. The PRP caps that were put in place in 2017, and then the non-PRP caps that were put in place in 2018.
And to your knowledge, is there any other LDC in Kentucky that has these caps in place?
None to my knowledge.
And that's for both PRP and non-PRP?
That's for, yeah, that's for any caps.
All right. And you were discussing, I believe it was with Chair Hatton, about economic development in the state and the caps issue. And I
Yes.
believe you stated that, sometimes there could be a project that is looking in Atmos's territory, but could also be, looking at other parts of Kentucky. And I believe your testimony, correct me if I'm wrong, was, they could go over there, they'll tell us, we can go there and just pay 100%, but if we stay here, we have to pay some for it. And that could be in the service territory of another regulated LDC in Kentucky, correct?
Yes, that's what I was referring to. We've got other, every town in Kentucky is competing for these jobs, and, we want our customers to have the same, be treated the same way as customers in a bigger city or closer to a larger, utility that isn't capped, that prevents them from investing in these projects.
And how do these caps affect, you can take them one at a time, you can do PRP and then non-PRP. How do these kind of affect the decisions that you have to make on an annual basis on what projects can be completed or what has to be pushed to another year?
Yeah, so on PRP, we've got, not sure who to look at, sorry. But we've got let's look in the middle. We've got our projects in PRP that are identified. We know we've got 63 miles of bare steel left. And we know we can do so many of those a year, but as things pop up throughout the year, if something, say a project comes up based on leaks that we need to complete, but we've already spent 75% of our money for the year, that creates a challenge to be able to complete the project that we know needs to be done. Now, on the other side of that, say the non-PRP budget is capped around $30 million. We could be, early in the year, we could have an economic development project. We think, yes, we can invest in this, and then in March, we find out that there's a highway relocation that got funded that no one anticipated, and then we don't have money to move our gas line for the highway project because the caps, and that's where the uncertainty from my position comes in, of just not being able to jump through all the hoops that I have to hit and still meet our budget at the end of the year, because the highway project or the economic development project, I can't justify through our TIM or DIM, which is the requirements of the non-PRP cap, exceeding the cap. You have to be able to justify it by those two things. And so that's kind of where that challenge comes in, from our part.
And I'm gonna stick with the uncertainty piece you just said, and I may jump back to the caps in a second. But you talked earlier about Attaway, and it's on a case-by-case basis with the commission right now, is that correct? And that there is some uncertainty around that.
There is, and the reason I said that, and I think I brought it up earlier, I might not have, I've talked a lot, so. We'll have projects. A few years ago, we identified a few projects in the town of Cadiz, Kentucky, and that system was put in all about the same time. It's a fairly rocky area, so the backfill, when this pipe was put in, early 70s, was probably not to the standards we would put it in today, and so we identified a few projects, we submitted them for approval, and we got approval for those, and the next year submitted the same information, the same, what I had on how they came out on risk, and it was the next block over, and those projects weren't approved. And so that's where I struggle to have that clarity to know which projects we were gonna be approved to do and which ones we're not gonna be approved to do. Looking at it from my position is I identify risk, and I rank projects, and that's how we do our work. And so there's just that clarity that's kind of a challenge for our group.
Okay, and that was, I think a year apart in your PRP when you kind of submitted those, and it was same town, same type of pipe, same stuff, one street over, one got approved, one got denied.
Yeah, and the other challenge with that as well, like we know our bare steel is gonna be, we know we've got so much money to spend each year, but when we submit a project, say that outlay, we don't know if it's gonna be approved, and so then when we don't get our order until May, that leaves us 4 months of the year to execute on work that sometimes takes 6 to 8 months to complete. And so that becomes, another challenge of the caps.
And we'll talk about that on the process that you do for the PRP.
Okay.
You file those in, the way your tariff is set up, you file, on or before August 1st to get approval of those projects. You file what projects you're wanting to do in that fiscal year.
Yes, very similar to what you would see in here, a list of projects, the footages, the years, all the just general information for the scope, along with the costs for the year. And those are submitted in August.
And then the way the tariff is set up is that you would have an order approval by October 1st. Is that correct?
It is, and that aligns with our fiscal year. That's kind of why we come up with the October 1st. And I think I mentioned that before as well. Our fiscal year is October 1st through September 30th. So the thought in that, and I don't know how it was originally set up or where that time frame came from, but the goal of that was to be able to give us ability to do those projects that have been reviewed and approved by the commission in a timely manner to execute on the entire scope of work that we've provided.
And then when you were asked about, the PM rider and what that process may look like, it is Atmos's intention is that would be done the same way as the PRP. You would file those projects ahead of time for approval. It would have the scope, the cost, everything would be in there with the commission to review and approve, just as you do for your PRP.
Yes, yes.
And you would be willing to make, continue to make those annual filings in the PRP program with or without the caps?
And if there's questions, we're always willing to answer questions about our projects, because, everything we're doing is projects that need to be replaced. I mean, it's work that's slated to be done, it's the right projects, it's high-risk projects. I know we say it a lot, but we're a safety company, and our goal is to provide a safe, reliable system to our customers.
And would Atmos be willing to provide whatever information the commission may need on that, do informal conferences, whatever you may need to do to make sure that they understand the scope and the costs and stuff of the projects that you're trying to implement?
Yes.
I want to talk a little bit about the economic development. So far, has Atmos been able to kind of maneuver with the caps, with economic development and your projects and all of the things that's going on?
Maneuver is probably a good word, because you can't really plan, so when they come in, you have to adjust things. So there might be projects that we had planned to do, or that we saw a need to do that get pushed until October, until our next budget year comes around, so that we have the capital available to do those. Now, that's not ever gonna be a safety or reliability project. We're always gonna tackle, because if we see a system that needs to be replaced, we're always gonna replace the risky pipe. But there's other things in our budget that, if it has to move a few months, it might be a priority, but if it has to move a few months, that's what we have to do. And depending on timing, that's where all that uncertainty comes from. But I'm looking for clarity from my perspective.
And so we won't say it's, not been a problem yet, but you are kind of here being proactive before it becomes a real issue due to the increase in cost, the increase in economic development inquiries, just different things. Is that correct?
It is, and we're seeing these other projects, these PHMSA requirements that do have to be completed, and we know that with our caps, we cannot complete those. Even what's required, and that takes out all of our, even our tariff-based, customers that we add in our systems. There's enough work in these to overrun our full capital budget.
And when you just, talked about the stuff from the mega rule, when you know, there is a deadline that MAOP reconfirmation has to be complete.
Yeah,
And that's 50% by 28, and then 100% by 35.
2035, yes.
PHMSA hasn't given any other mandates. I mean, I know you got the question if it had ever been done for out-of-way, but they also didn't give a time frame when bare steel, cast iron, anything else had to be out of the ground, correct?
No, those were advisories and things they put out, but as a prudent operator, you know, we want to operate a safe system, and that's what, we're always going to be proactive on those things. Because, again, our goal is not to wait for failure to replace pipe. We see the need, we know what's in the system, we evaluate the risk, and we're proactive at providing a safe system that's reliable for our customers.
And then I want to go back to the PRP caps for just a second. I didn't ask you this question as we were going through it. If the caps had not been put in place on PRP, would you be finished with your bare steel removal?
Yes,
And the caps have kind of made that spread out now to where that won't be complete until 28 if you get an increase in the caps, but it would be even longer than that if you don't get an increase in the caps.
we're estimating 2030 at the current cap rates and current market costs.
And so 2028 would be if caps are removed.
If caps are removed, then we can escalate our spend over the next 3 years. And it can't all be done in 1 year, because we have a few projects like the Fruit Hill to Elkton that I mentioned earlier. It's 14 miles cross-country. We're starting to do planning on that job now, but there's other, you know, it takes time to run 14 miles of pipeline cross-country, permitting and all the other things that have to be done with that, so.
And to your knowledge on the PM rider, is that similar to what's been approved for another LDC in Kentucky, the same type of rider?
From my knowledge, it is. I'm not great details with theirs, but I do understand that there has been another kind of a PM type rider to address PHMSA requirements.
And again, you're narrowly tailoring that to just be the projects that were provided in your attachment TRA-5.
Yes, I mean, we're trying to make it as, you know, provide as much information as we can up front. And I realize I can't, until the scope is complete, I can't provide estimates through 2035, but I can identify the projects that we have and the pipe that we know has to be replaced, and provide each year before we would get into the work, a look at the scope and the budgets and the costs for that work each year.
I have nothing further.
Anything further?
I have a question. Where in the replacement for PHMSA, did you say that is transmission lines, and so that's in the 10, and not the 10?
Yes, that's correct. For this 624 reconfirmation, it's pipelines that are classified as transmission, above 20% SMICE, that are in Class 3, can't remember the exact fully requirements of that, but yes.
There's no ranking of that replacement as against Adelaide or bare steel?
No.
Because one's distribution and one's transmission.
That is correct. And there's not a time frame associated, again, with the bare steel and the outlay replacements, but there is a hard deadline on the 624 pipe that we're putting the PM rider together for.
That's it.
Any reason why this witness couldn't be excused? Excuse Mr. Rustin. Counsel, we call your next witness.
We would like to recall Brandon Taylor. He's the only witness that would be able to answer some of the questions that staff had for Mr. Alston. So if the commission would allow us, we would go ahead and recall him and let staff ask those questions.
We discussed that in the break, and I'd like
Okay.
to do that if we could.
No objection, Mr. Cook.
No objection.
All right. Welcome back. Remind you, you're still under oath.
Mr. Rhodes, if you can hear me.
We're just gonna go right ahead and cross.
What's that?
We're gonna go right ahead into cross. Okay, that's that? Okay.
All right, Mr. Taylor, I don't know if you can, are you able to see the screen?
I do, and I have it in front of me as
Okay.
well. Yep.
Great. Is this a copy of the PM writer that Atmos provided in this case?
It is.
Okay. Do you know who drafted this language?
This language came from a combination of myself and our regulatory team, and it's modeled off of our existing PRP rider, as well as the language that's in Duke Energy's approved PM rider that they have in Kentucky as well for mega roll compliance, PHMSA compliance.
Paragraph 2, with the heading rate, first sentence says, customers shall be assessed an adjustment to their applicable rate schedule to enable the company to recover costs associated with compliance with regulations promulgated by PHMSA as approved by the Kentucky Public Service Commission. What do you foresee as the approval mechanism for the commission?
Can you repeat that? I mean, can you repeat the question one more time?
So, sure. What do you foresee as the approval mechanism for the commission? When Chair Hatton was talking to Mr. Austin, I believe she had asked, you know, would you be providing information and when, I think was the question. So what do you foresee under this
Yes.
tariff as, or what language would you want to add to clarify what that?
So right now, the PM rider would be structured almost exactly as our PRP rider, where we had filed it in August for approval on or by October 1st. The individual projects are for the PM rider itself. It's narrowly tailored to the 192-624 projects for MAP reconfirmation, as Mr. Austin just described. But you would have the project and the project details, the associated costs that come with those, along with testimony describing those projects that are within it. And it would go through the normal regulatory process similar to the PRP rider, is the proposal right now.
And when you make filings under the current PRP plan, how do those differ from what's required for a CPCN filing?
You know, on the CPCN filing, I'm not familiar with all the aspects of it, but with the PRP rider, that is what the regulatory process is in place right now for those projects and for the industry identified materials, and that's the proposal right now for the PM rider and the identified materials under the mega roll for MAOP reconfirmation. Now, if the staff or the commissioners thought that a CPCN was required for a certain project or a conversation is needed, we're definitely happy to accommodate that request for additional information or provide the commission what it's looking for. I think this is our proposal right now, mimicked after the PRP rider with the PM rider for those industry identified materials by PHMSA under the mega roll.
And so I'm much more familiar with CPCN cases than PRP cases. Of course, there are far fewer PRP cases. In the PRP case, in the CPCN cases, you have established need and lack of wasteful duplication, not waste of lackful duplication. Does Atmos get asked questions about reasonable alternatives and cost in a PRP case generally?
I think for a PRP case, I mean, it is subject to any data request from the commission. The AG has the opportunity to intervene and ask questions, and they have done so in the past. They haven't done so quite as recently, but again, with the PRP cases and the PM rider, they are narrowly tailored for industry identified materials. For PRP, it's currently bare steel and Adelaide on a case-by-case basis, and for the pipeline modernization rider, it's for 192-624 MAOP reconfirmation projects that are all listed within Ryan Austin's exhibit TRA5. So, you know, the projects for those years or for the PM rider, it's probably only one or two projects. would be listed within the application, testimony would be provided on it, it'd be subject to discovery, it'd be subject to intervention by the AG, or, we're also available for any other information that the commission may require. But the work is required by PHMSA for us to do.
If the commission were to decide to be more specific with regards to the description of the work that can be done under this PM rider, for example, if it were to identify the specific PHMSA mega rule that Mr. Austin referred to, would that prevent you from recovering for anything that he discussed being included?
If the commission were to, are you asking basically if the commission were to more narrowly define the rate in section 2 of the PM rider?
Correct.
I think that's definitely an option, and that's one we're open to as well. I mean, all we're asking for in this case with the PM rider is to meet the 192-624 MAOP reconfirmation projects that are listed in Ryan Austin's exhibits for TRA 5. Now, I believe a similar process played out, so Duke Energy has a approval in 2021, 190 for their pipeline modernization mechanism, and it is narrowly tailored for their AM07 line, and so that would probably be a similar result here with the 192-624 projects for Atmos.
So would your expectation be that unless there were additional new PHMSA requirements that you requested to add to this, that this rider would be removed once Atmos is fully in compliance with the PHMSA mega rule?
That is the expectation now, is that the riders for those projects, as we've discussed, and would sunset after those. Now, if an additional requirement were to come up under the mega rule, it would require commission approval to do so.
Has there been any discussion at Atmos that you've been involved in about the effect of Trump administration PHMSA changes?
That's probably a better question for witness Austin for the effects on PHMSA. But what I do know is that for this rider and for the MAOP reconfirmation under 192-624, that is work that has to be done by 2028 and 2035.
Can you explain to me why the work that's, it's so 50% by 2028 and 100% by 2035, did I get that right? What is the justification for having accelerated recovery of that on the same or similar level as the PRP?
So the justification is, in the past, the commission has stated the purpose of a capital rider, as we're seeking here, is for specific sections of pipe with known issues such as bare steel, or they're subject to PHMSA directives, which is the case here for 192-624 projects. And there's prior precedent from the commission in the approvals of, for instance, the Duke PM mechanism for exactly what's under here, like specific sections of pipe under PHMSA directives. So, and I would note, I think in that order as well, the commission noted a rider was appropriate in that case as well, because not only for the PHMSA directives, but a majority of the expenses lie outside of the test year of this case. And so the test year of this case goes through March of 26, but as we just discussed, this work goes 50% to 2028 and 2035. And so with the rider, all parties are able to see every year the projects that are submitted for approval, the justifications for it, conversations that may need to happen. The AG has the opportunity to intervene and ask questions and be part of that conversation as well. And that's why we believe the rider is appropriate.
And that would be on an ongoing basis, proposed to be August, that you provide those specific justifications.
Yes, every year we provide the specific projects and the justifications for it. So similar to Duke Energy and similar to the PRP.
That's all I have, Chair.
Anyone else have questions for this witness? I'm gonna stop excusing them. Did we need to recall Mr. Austin too for that one question, staff, or?
I don't think so. It can be asked in the post-hearing request. Let me see.
Okay, you're excused again.
Thank you, Chair.
Better run. Call your next witness, please.
And we're gonna kind of call out of order and go ahead and get Dylan Decendis on the stand and off maybe before you leave.
Okay. And my intention is to maybe get to much around 12:30, depending on how the timing works. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and your work address.
Sure. My name is Dylan William Decendis. I'm a partner at Scott Madden, and my address is 1820 West Chapel Avenue, Suite 300 in Cherry Hill, New Jersey, 08003.
Okay, counsel.
Mr. Decendis, did you cause testimony and responses to data requests to be filed into the record in this proceeding?
Yes.
Do you have any additions or corrections that have to do with any of those responses or testimony?
Yes, I have one minor correction. On page 4 of my testimony on table 2, it is the second to last row. It says indicated range of common equity cost rates after adjustment. And what I need to do is strike 10.12% and replace it with 10.00%. That is consistent with the rest of my testimony on page 5. That concludes my corrections.
Other than those corrections that you just mentioned, if I were to ask you all of the same questions today that are in your testimony and the data responses, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Is it your desire and intent to incorporate those responses and testimony into the record today?
Yes.
Witness is available for cross.
Mr. Phipps.
No questions, Chair.
Staff.
I had a couple of questions on John West, I believe we met earlier. Can you explain why you added an unregulated proxy?
Yeah, sure. And I explained it a little bit on page 41 of my direct testimony. And basically, why I do that is because what we're looking for and what regulation is a substitute for competition. And if I could find non-regulated companies that are similar in total risk to the utility proxy group, I would be able to make a measurement of the cost of capital for the subject utility. And the way that I do that is by taking measures of systematic risk, which is betas, which is market risk, and then the standard error of the regression, which measures non-market risk. And together, market risk and non-market risk equal total risk. And if I have measures, similar measures of market risk and non-market risk for the utility companies and non-price regulated companies, you then can compare their required cost of equity for those.
Well, would you agree that that unregulated industries typically deal with different aspects than regulated industries with regard to price competition?
Yes, I agree with you.
And what about demand fluctuations?
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I guess there's a way to I guess look at that. So the two examples that you came up with were business risks, right? And there's another equation for total risk. You got business risk plus financial risk equals total risk, right? But you can't replace, say, market risk with business risk, because they're not the same thing. There's the interchangeable nature. There isn't you can't substitute business risk for market risk or non-market risk with business risk. It's kind of confusing, but I'm trying to say that because business risks are different doesn't mean that the total risks are not the same or similar.
Well, with greater risks, greater market risks, doesn't that justify higher expected returns?
You're asking a higher business risk for companies, all else equal?
Yes.
Yes.
And then with regard to regulated industries, obviously they operate under a monopoly,
They do.
stable cash flows.
Yes, again, these are business risks, not market risk or the way that I select my proxy group. But yes, I agree.
And lower risks that shouldn't work as far as a lower return on equity.
Can you
Well,
say that again?
The lower risks, shouldn't that lower the return on equity? Shouldn't that be reflected in the return on equity?
Compare, I guess, if we're talking about all else equal, yes, but if we're talking about lower business risks in combination with the financial risk, what I'm trying to do with the selection of the non-regulated group is to find similar total risk. So you're looking at one side of the equation where you're not looking at financial risks, or you're not looking at other market risk or non-market factors that would influence the risk and the required return. I think in a response to a data request from staff, I think we put together several measures of total risks, one being the safety ranking for value line, the second one being the coefficient of variation of net profit, and then the third one was the annualized volatility of their stock prices. And all three measurements showed that the non-regulated proxy group and the utility proxy group were similar in those measures, and all of those measures equate, or they're all measure total risks. And I guess I'll point out that Mr. Baldino also considers safety ranking as a measure of total risk in his testimony.
Did he agree with using an unregulated industry as a proxy group?
No, he did not.
Do you agree that there are capital structure differences between regulated and unregulated industry?
Generally, yes.
What about differences in cost recovery?
I agree with that.
In other words, regulated industry can always come in and ask for an increase in rate, but obviously unregulated industry cannot do that.
That's right. Generally, the non-regulated proxy groups that I pick, and I guess I'll turn to a couple. Just bear with me. If you take a look at Schedule DWD 5, page 2. I'm going to my direct testimony, even though it'd be page 3 actually on DWD-5. You'll see that a lot of these, like Alphabet, which is Google, Altria Group, which is cigarettes, Apple, AutoZone, Brown-Forman, you know, a lot of these are consumer staples and may have market, not as much market power as utility companies, but they are staples and do have relatively inelastic type demand.
another difference might be regulated industries serve essential services, is that right?
Yes, but ask a smoker to stop smoking. We'll talk about essential.
It might be good for people to stop.
Yeah.
Did you make a downward adjustment with regard to the non-price proxy group, regulated proxy group?
I did not, and I think I responded to this, but I'll respond to it now. Since the non-regulated proxy group, I deemed to be similar in total risk to the utility proxy group, there isn't really a need to adjust it because they're similar in risk. So if I take the adjustments from the proxy group, the utility proxy group, it would be the same type of adjustments there.
Let me switch gears and talk about two of your peer companies, Delta and Columbia. Are you aware of what the commission, or what's been adopted as far as the return on equity for Columbia Gas? I'm referring to 2024-0092.
Can you point to where you're talking
Sure,
about testimony?
actually, I've got it.
Yes, watch for the trapdoor.
Thank you.
Is this already in the record?
It is, Your Honor. Well,
So
I don't know,
mark it as an exhibit, or-
I don't know if this is, this decision is in the record. Or this
If we
order.
incorporate the case, or-
No, I don't believe it's in the record.
I'm gonna call it staff one. If you move to, admit it, I'll entertain objections.
If you could turn to, I believe it was on page 5.
I guess before you get started, would you want to move to
Oh,
admit
I move
this
to admit.
staff exhibit 1?
All
If anyone has
Any
any objections.
objections?
No
No,
objection.
it's a commission order, it
It's
looks
our
like in
order.
another case.
So admit it.
All right, if you could flip to page 5,
Yes, sir.
and at the top of the page, you can see what Columbia was looking for as far as return on equity.
Yes.
Is that similar to what you're looking for?
This is my direct. This is my rebuttal. It's similar, but not the same.
What were you looking for?
So if you're looking at Exhibit DWD1R, my range of ROEs applicable to the company are from 10.43% to 11.94%. So a little bit higher on the on the top end and a little bit lower on the bottom end.
And if you could flip to page 41, this matter resulted in a settlement. And can you see what the recommendation is with regard to the settlement as far as the return on equity?
Yes, but since it's a settlement, I'm sure it's a culmination of an agreement and a package, so I don't know whether or not that's a market-based number or not.
Let me ask you about flotation costs.
Sure.
Typically, flotation costs are not a factor in the ROE, is that correct?
Not a factor, meaning what?
Meaning that it's not a measure about the effectiveness of the company's use of shareholders' equity to generate profit.
No, it's one of the, it's an adjustment because the models themselves assume no friction costs or no transaction costs. So you have to bring that back into the cost of equity. So, the reason why you have to bring it back in the cost of equity is because if there were no transaction costs, those dollars would be then put into rate base and would have an opportunity to earn on and of those dollar amounts. And it's similar to what you do for debt. Debt, you have flotation costs, and those are rarely, if ever, litigated, but they are always accepted. So it's just the other side of the coin. It's the cost to float the debt, cost to float the equity. Generally, it is always accepted for debt, and it's not accepted here in equity, even though it should be based on financial theory not having it included in those models.
Not accepted here being Kentucky.
In Kentucky, yeah, there are other places like Ohio and Florida that do make specific flotation cost adjustments.
That's all I have.
Thank you.
Just a couple questions. You talked about market risk and business risk not being interchangeable.
Yes.
Can you elaborate just a little bit on that?
Yeah, I'm going to try as best as I
Okay.
can. So there are two definitions of total risk. The first one is market risk and non-market risk. So that's basically beta and then everything else. So beta is market risk, and then non-market risk is measured by the standard error, the regression of beta, which falls out of how you calculate the beta. And those two, so market plus non-market equals total. The second definition is business risk plus financial risk. So business risk is basically the operations of the business, if it's a monopoly or not, if it has price controls or not, if it, whatever that is, that's your business risk. Your financial risk is your leverage, basically, your chance of default. Those, you can't say then take, even though if you had an equation, you'd have business risk plus financial risk equals market risk plus non-market risk, right? So if you just had a regular equation, you can't move market risk and put it in place of business risk.
Okay.
Because they don't measure the same thing. Some of it's picked up in beta, sometimes it's not.
Okay.
So that's kind of, does that?
Yes, that helps, thank
Okay.
you. This was filed in 2024, and you updated your numbers?
Yes.
January 25. Based on the regulatory environment today with the new administration, do you think your risk assessment is the same? or greater?
I'm in the midst of, I do a bunch of cases. They haven't changed all that much since the changing of the administration yet, right? Now, it's, our update was at the end of January. Now it's the beginning of May. Obviously, there's a fair amount of tumult when it comes to the Liberation Day policies and all of that stuff. That would be reflected in some of the beta, because it would be, you'd be using high volatility, and it may or may not be the movement in the utility stock prices might be moving with or against the market overall. So that may play into it, but it's not measurable yet. The interest rates have dropped, then went up, then went down, then went back up. So if you're looking at interest rates, they haven't changed that much since our update, and betas and things like that. Now I think there has been increased uncertainty, but there hasn't been enough to kind of move me off any type of recommendation.
Would supply chain issues be a factor going forward?
I don't think so, just based on all the supply chain issues we've had, right? So there's a lot of that already baked into the market data. I think nothing will be as bad as what it was in 2020.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Just to follow up a little bit on Commissioner Regan's question. So although there has been some ups and downs in the last, let's say, 100 days, we always expect up and downs, and they've gone up about as much as they've gone down.
Yeah,
And back and like it's a seesaw, but like we might be tilting further than we're used to, but we always tilt, and it's even back out. We think.
I guess the easy way to go about it is if we're looking at the market moves, right? So if we just look at market measures from the beginning of April to now, market's only down 3%. From Liberation Day to now, it's only 3% down, which is surprising based on all the media hoopla. Interest rates haven't changed a lot. The volatility of those interest rates and VIX has shown a lot of volatility, but a lot of that stuff, at least VIX, is a short-term. It's a short-term measure of risk. It's not the long-term cost of capital, which what we're looking at here. But yeah, I mean, interest rates haven't changed all that much. They're still mid-4s, mid to high 4s. Even though there's movement, it creates uncertainty, which does increase risk, but it does not, I don't think it's anything to worry about yet. You never know. They just keep on kicking the can down the road with the tariffs. If there's a follow-through on tariffs or some sort of trade deal looming, I mean, I think Trump's meeting with the Canadian Prime Minister today. Who knows what's happening behind those closed doors? There could be a breakthrough, there could be a break up. You just don't know. So stay tuned, I guess.
Okay. So then back to the flotation costs that we don't tend to use here.
Yep.
You said they're used in places like Florida and Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
I know a little about Ohio's regulatory structure. It's much different than Kentucky's. I'm not super familiar with Florida.
Okay.
Is that a reason? Are things looked at differently? Like Ohio's almost completely deregulated. I don't know. Is that a reason?
I don't think so. It's more, so the staff generally allows for an adder for issuance and other costs. So it's a catch-all there. In Florida, they actually approved and accepted the way that I do it in this case here. which is just an adjustment to using the DCF method. I think it's just that they know that it's a cost. They know that it's used in debt and not challenged in debt, and it should be in equity. It's just the balancing of the scales. Sometimes there are some concerns from parties that say, well, it's not issued in the test year or something along those lines. Atmos, they have an at-the-market kind of equity and equity issuance mechanism, so they're continually issuing equity, so that costs, if that's a concern to the commission, those costs of flotation are ongoing.
Is the use of flotation cost generally accepted in other jurisdictions in which Atmos operates? I don't know if they're in Ohio and Florida.
They're not. Texas, no. Texas, no. And then a lot of the ones, that's the most recent one I was in,
Gotcha.
Texas. Virginia, I think, is based on whether or not there's a current test year type thing, but I don't know for sure. But yeah, the flotation costs are generally not accepted in their operating
But your argument is that
jurisdictions.
they should be
They
because
should
we
be.
accept the debt.
Yeah, they should be. It's more what the costs are and what they should be used for, and that those costs are lost for basically the ongoing nature of the business going forward. So it should be recovered, and it is recovered in debt, so there's no reason why it shouldn't be recovered in equity.
Follows. Redirect? All right. Any reason why this witness couldn't be excused? You're excused, Mr.
You've
DeSantis.
got the flight, right?
I do. Back to
Hopefully
Philadelphia.
not into Newark.
No,
Okay.
but the Philadelphia air traffic controllers take care of Newark now, so
Oh,
we'll see.
good luck.
Thanks,
Safe travels.
guys.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
We could do another short witness, or we could do lunch. What's, do we have a short?
Thomas Troop, I don't know if you would have a lot of questions or not.
We have no questions, so
Okay,
staff.
let's try that. Please raise your right hand to be sworn, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat and tell us your business address.
My business address is 5420 LBJ Freeway, 1600 Lincoln Center, Dallas, Texas, 75240.
Okay, Counsel, you may ask.
And I don't know if you stated your name. Can you state your name, please?
Thomas L. Troop,
And what is your title with Atmos Energy?
Senior Rate Analyst.
And did you cause testimony or data request responses to be filed in the record of this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any additions or corrections to make to any of those?
No, I don't.
If I were to ask you those same questions today, would your responses be the same?
Yes.
And is it your desire and intent to incorporate those into the record of this proceeding today?
Yes.
The witness is available for cross.
Mr. Cook,
No questions.
staff.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon by 2 minutes, Mr. Troop.
Good afternoon.
On page 12 of your direct testimony, you indicated commercial customer growth of 50 customers per year, but net zero residential customer growth. Can you explain why you would expect continued commercial growth without continued residential growth?
That was just based on looking at the 10-year trends of commercial and residential, and in particular, the last 3 years, there's been a lot of noise in the residential with COVID happening and such, that it's pretty much zero net growth. I mean, we are adding customers, but losing customers as well. That's all I have.
Okay. Commissioner Reader?
don't.
Okay, well. Don't think I do either. Thought I had a sneeze coming on, but I did not. I'm okay. Any redirect?
No?
Okay, any follow-up from anyone? Okay, any reason why this witness couldn't be excused? Okay, Mr. Troop, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Excused. All right, let's go ahead and do our lunch then, I guess.
Okay, sorry to say, our next witness is Greg Waller, so he may have more questions than.
We do have questions
Okay.
for him.
All right, let's do lunch until 1:15,
Okay.
and then we'll pick back up with applicants' witnesses. We are back on the record in case number 2024-00276. And counsel for applicant, if you would like to call your next witness.
Call Greg Waller. Greg Waller, sorry.
If it's open, sure, thanks. All right, Mr. Waller, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please be seated. Tell us your full name and your business address, please.
My name is Gregory K. Waller. My business address is 5420 LBJ Freeway, Dallas, Texas, 75240.
Okay, counsel.
Thank you. And Mr. Waller, what is your title with Atmos?
Director of Rates and Regulatory Affairs.
And did you provide written testimony and responses to data requests in this proceeding?
I did.
And do you have any revisions, amendments, edits, or anything to that direct testimony or data responses?
I do not.
And is it in your intention to adopt those responses and direct testimony into the record of the proceeding today?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Waller's available for trial.
Okay, Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Waller.
Good afternoon.
How are you today?
Good. How are you?
Doing good, thank you. In your rebuttal, you accepted two of the Attorney General's adjustments, isn't that correct?
For which section of revenue requirement?
The filing error, does that ring a bell?
So are you talking about the ones that were specifically within operating income?
I believe that's correct.
Yes, okay,
And I think you referenced it at your rebuttal at page 12.
yes.
And then there was, do you remember the adjustment for the composite allocation factor update?
Yes,
And you accepted that one too?
we did, yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make that clear. And in your rebuttal, you also modified the Attorney General's adjustment for ad valorem tax expense, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Atmos's rebuttal position for the ad valorem expense now stands, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, 9.890 million. Is that correct?
It is with one caveat. As I mentioned in my testimony, that included a 500,000 adjustment for the uncertainty, legislative uncertainty around the so-called marathon case.
Yes.
That was still unresolved at the time I wrote the testimony. It has since been resolved, and so, as I mentioned in my testimony, that $500,000 adjustment's no longer needed now that that's been resolved.
Okay. And was that resolved as a result of new legislation that was passed in this legislative session?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay. At this time, Chair, I'd like to pass out a copy of HB 775, and I'll wait until the witness has the copy before I ask any other questions.
Okay. How would you like this handed out? I have 11 copies, one that I can give to you.
And Commissioner Regan, and then one for staff, or two for staff if you have enough.
I wasn't sure since Candace isn't here.
Yeah. It's already marked AG1.
Yeah, if we could mark that AG1. I believe that's probably the only exhibit we'll have.
Okay.
Need to be handed out.
No, that's. Okay, do you have in front of you a copy of that?
I do.
Okay, all right, and let's see. So this bill, let's go through it. There's a couple of sections I just wanted to bring to your attention. Could you turn to section 4 of the bill?
Can you direct me to a page number that appears to
I
be?
believe it's, page, yeah, page 3.
Okay.
Okay, and do you see where the date restrictions for 2024 and 2025 have been removed?
Yes.
Okay, and same for the next section, section 5, it's the same change that the legislature made.
I'm not seeing, I may be missing it, but I don't see where section 5 starts.
So there wasn't a copy machine there.
I think that might be missing a page as well.
Oh. Okay,
What page number are you looking at? What page number are you looking for?
I'm looking for section 5.
It says on page 9.
Oh, I see it now, yes.
Ah.
It is like,
Yeah, it's a long, 4 was longer than what I thought.
yes.
Yeah, and so, do you see there in paren 1, paren B, where they crossed out the date restriction?
Yes.
Okay. I want to backtrack a little bit because you jumped ahead of me, so I need to lay a little bit of foundation here. Let's go to your rebuttal testimony, exhibit GKW R2.
Do you, copy that?
Take your time. I know it takes a while to pull these things up.
You said the rebuttal exhibit 2?
R2
Yeah,
is the
GKW
tax bill.
R2.
On the copy I have, Heather, it's attached to his rebuttal testimony, it just kind of keeps going.
Yeah, that's what I have as well. I'm just trying to find the page number. This isn't difficult.
It's after this.
163 of 198 on the PDF, does that look right?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. That basically, it's an estimate, right?
From discussions with our tax department, I understood this to be the actual most recent bill that they received from the Department of Revenue.
Does it, at the top though, does it say estimate?
Can you point me specifically to the word estimate?
Where's this?
I'm trying to pull it up too, because the state-provided computer is not responding the way it should be. So,
It's described in my testimony as the state tax bill received from the Department of Revenue on February 18th, 25.
Okay, and the amount that Atmos ends up paying isn't necessarily going to be what's in that notice, correct?
So for the specifics, I would, I guess, encourage you to perhaps follow up with our company witness, Joel Moulter, but based on discussions with the tax department that was the input into my testimony, this was an actual tax bill that defined the amount due for the period in question. And in fact, this has got at the end of the bill, it's got an actual voucher attached to it.
In addition to that, your exhibit there, do you have any other supporting documentation for the amount of ad valorem taxes that the Department of Revenue says is due?
Right, so, and again, maybe the part where you were referring to as an estimate is the fact that we took this bill, which again is an actual bill for just over $1 million, $1,075,000. That's the bill that's due to the state. Our tax department then took that number and used the effective rate implied by that bill to calculate what they believe will be owed in local taxes. And this bill, in fact, says
Right.
That local property taxes will be billed separately by local jurisdictions. So they use the effective tax rate implied by this to calculate what will be owed in total, this plus the local assessment.
I understand, and that's what my next question is going to be. Good anticipation. In your, back to the rebuttal exhibit 3, do you have any support for the numerical values in the column that says tax rate per $100?
I do not, other than what's on the page, which is a snapshot of an Excel spreadsheet that was provided to me by them, but there's no backup besides what's on the page here.
Okay, thank you. And then, do you have any support for the total sum of $752.2 million for state taxes under the column notice to value?
No, it's simply, like I said, it's a calculation that they did based on that effective tax rate that's calculated here.
Okay. And still in that same exhibit, there's a horizontal row that is entitled Local Taxes, correct?
Yes.
And there's a column also entitled Tax Rate per $100 applicable to the local taxes, correct?
Right, they calculated the tax, that effective tax rate based on the two numbers above it, if I'm not mistaken, the tax bill here and the assessment of value, the $752 million you just referenced.
Okay. Do you have any other support for those numerical values?
No, I do not.
Okay. Let's switch over to another rebuttal exhibit, GKWR2, which I'll wait till you're there before I ask a question.
I think the tax bill was R2, was it not?
That's the tax bill.
It's the
That's the one
Department of Revenue.
That's the one we were just looking at, was R2, GKWR2.
I didn't hear what he said.
I'm sorry.
It's the one you were just looking at, that tax bill?
Yes. Okay,
Is it
right.
the same one?
Yeah, R2, correct. I want to make sure. That's the Department of Revenue estimate, right?
Again, as I said before, this exhibit GKWR2 is an actual tax bill from the Department of Revenue, not an estimate.
This is an original determination of the bill owed to just the Department of Revenue, correct?
Correct.
And I just want to make clear that you don't have any support for the values represented in that document.
I do not in front of me. Again, witness Moulter may be able to expand upon the statement of value, the noticed value of $752 million. It does not appear on this tax bill, but I believe there is perhaps some documentation that shows that. It's just not stated on this tax bill.
Okay, thank you. And then, can you turn in your rebuttal to page 13 and just let me know when you're there?
I'm there.
Okay. And do you see table GKWR3?
Yes.
Okay. And it says estimated 2024 Kentucky state and local taxes, correct?
Correct.
So isn't it true that that table, GKWR3, takes the original determination of the bill owed solely to the Kentucky Department of Revenue and estimates the taxes as of the end of calendar year 2024 for all state and local taxes?
Right. This is the table we were referring to a few minutes ago, where they take the actual bill from the Department of Revenue and use that to calculate an effective tax rate, and use that effective tax rate to calculate what they expect to owe for the local taxes. It's my understanding that the local taxes come from obviously a variety of taxing authorities, and the timing of such can be, fairly varied when those tax bills come in. But having this document that defines the piece from the state historically has been, I understand, very informative as to defining what's going to be owed from the local authorities. And so this is the best information we have at the time that this testimony was written, the best information we have to determine what that the tax that ultimately will be owed for that time period is. And so
Okay.
that's why we used it, why I used it as the starting point for the forecast methodology that I used to calculate ad valorem for the future test period.
So if I understand then, it reflects taxes to be paid and expensed during calendar year 2025, correct?
Taxes to be paid. Just splitting hairs a little bit, but when you say expensed, we expense things on the income statement. It's an accrual that we make on the income statement for estimated taxes, but that's not how we built we didn't use that accrual specifically to build the forecast in this case.
Okay, thank you. Now, Atmos, I'm sure, and correct me if I'm wrong, always tries to reduce the original determination downwards, correct?
The typical process in Kentucky is you get an initial value that is often higher than the company believes to be fair.
Right.
And then through a series of negotiations that, again, Mr. Multi can probably elaborate on further, it's common that, that number is negotiated down to a lower number. But
And that's the prudent thing to do, right?
Agreed, yes. But I want to point out that this is the result of, I think, some of those negotiations. This is very much closer to the final number. This is far from the first number that we got for this particular year.
Okay. How successful has Atmos been in these tax reduction efforts in recent years?
I'd probably, again, refer that to Mr. Moulter, but the last 2 or 3 years, maybe 4 years, have been notably uncertain because of that marathon legislation, and so there were a lot of moving parts, if you will, that required the conservative approach to what was expensed on the income statement. So, yeah, but again, a lot of that certainty has worked itself out. And I'll point out too that I think we're gonna talk, you're likely to talk later about the tax rider that we have proposed here. This is exactly the kind of uncertainty that tax rider is intended to address. Is if that tax rider ultimately is approved, then, you know, it takes a lot of the guesswork out of this discussion that we're having going forward.
Okay. Now, you acknowledged earlier that the $500,000 adjustment that you made before the passage of HB 775, no one knew that was gonna pass, and then later in time it came out. So I just wanted to make sure the record is clear that that $500,000 adjustment that you made before the passage of the bill, that's no longer appropriate, correct?
Correct, which leaves our effective forecast to be $9,389,824.
Okay. I'd like to talk a little.
Yeah, but that's the actual. We used all the information that we just talked about as the first input into the methodology that we have always used to forecast ad valorem, and then added that 500,000 to it. If you take that 500,000 back off, you end up with the 9389.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to talk a little bit about the valuation methodology change that you mentioned. So that's been obviated by the passage of the bill, right?
That's my understanding, yeah.
Okay. Let's see. And could you, in that copy of the bill you have, could you turn to the very last page?
The last page, 82?
I believe that is it, right? And do you see there in section 40, it says that the bill essentially became law without the governor's signature March 27 of 2025?
Yes.
Okay. Move up just one to section 39 on the same page. And do you see where it's sections 4 and 5 of this act shall apply retroactively to property assessed on or after December 31, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And that retroactive application, that means that the 2023 tax year ad valorem taxes assessed on January 1 of 2023 would also be impacted by the lower taxes, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay.
But again, that's reflected in adjustments we've made to our books and records to account for this change. So the process is to accrue expense based on the best knowledge we have available at the time. And we accrue the expense on the income statement, that it gets put on the balance sheet, and then the tax department actually pays bills from the balance sheet. They adjust that balance sheet account accordingly when new information comes in. And so we've made adjustments that you can see in our books and records to account for the most updated information that we have.
Okay. Have you quantified what those savings would mean to the Kentucky division?
I have not, but again, it's would be irrelevant in the forecast of what we're trying to do for the forward-looking test year in this case, because those are historical amounts, and again, we've adjusted the expense accordingly.
Well, and you mentioned in your rebuttal on page 14 that the change in methodology that you were anticipating coming amounts to approximately $2 million per year, correct?
That's right.
Okay. Wouldn't the company get a refund of approximately $2 million applicable to tax year 2023 based on what you said in the rebuttal?
So again, I think the question's probably best directed for Mr. Moulter, but I believe that the company only very recently reconciled the actual payment due with Kentucky or ended the negotiation with the state for several prior years fairly recently. So those years that you're talking about were still very much in question until pretty recently.
Okay. I think I will ask in a post-hearing data request for a quantification of that value. And if you need to hand it off to Mr. Moulter or work on it together, that's fine.
Sure.
Just whoever needs to address that.
Okay.
Okay. So, the amortization of rate case expenses in your filing that's before us today is based on a 3-year period, correct?
Correct.
Okay. If the customers are entitled to have that $2 million be refunded to them, in essence, for the 23 tax year, could that not be handled then through that amortization?
I think it would be two separate issues. We would certainly argue that they would be handled separately. And again, another great example would be a good use for that tax rider that we have proposed would be captured in there. However, I'll reiterate, the way we have negotiated and paid our property taxes, I don't believe that I believe the $2 million potential refund you're referring to, theoretical refund you're referring to, is not there. But if it was proven to be so, then the tax rider that we have proposed would capture that.
So that's the only way to do it, you think?
It would, I think, be definitely the easiest way to handle it, for sure. I would do that rather than combining it with something that was a completely different subject.
Okay, ad valorem costs are based on a January 1 valuation date, are they not?
My understanding, it's a calendar year, yes.
And the costs are applicable to the entirety of that year, correct?
Again, a lot of these questions are probably best directed at Mr. Moulter.
Do you know if the plant added during the last 3 months of the test year in 2026 would not affect taxes until 2027?
I understand that there's a timing difference, and again, we're trying to match the test year with the costs that are included in the test year. So we think it's appropriate to try to define or forecast the ad valorem expense that's associated with the plant that we're going to be putting in place in that same time period. The time differences that you're referring to between when the expenses are incurred and when they're actually paid would be captured, I believe, in our cash working capital adjustment.
And the test year runs through March 31 of 2026, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it correct that the Kentucky Department of Revenue utilizes the unit value method to calculate the assessed value of the company's property?
Yeah, again, questions that detailed, I'll defer to Mr. Moulter.
Okay. And if you know this, would you agree that the Department of Revenue has historically relied 100% on the net operating income component of the overall unit value analysis?
I'll defer that question as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'd like to switch now to payroll expenses. You state in your rebuttal the budgeted capitalization rate for Kentucky direct employees for fiscal year 25 is 56.9% as compared with the 59.7% actual capitalization rate for fiscal year '24. Is correct?
Correct.
And you state that $538,225 of the increase in payroll expenses in the test year relates to a higher actual capitalization rate for Kentucky direct employees of 59.7% in 2024, compared to a lower rate budgeted for the test year of 56.9%. Isn't that right?
Yes, that's, I think I said it slightly the other way around, but yes, I think the answer is the same.
Okay. Could you pull up your Schedule G2 that was filed with the Atmos application on September 27, and just let me know when you're there. I'm sure this will take a minute to find.
You referred to the one, I believe, in our original filing. I have right in front of me the one that was attached to my rebuttal testimony. Is that? I believe they should be the same.
I believe it should be the first that was filed on with the application on September 27.
Okay, well, pull that one up. It's, section NFR. It's an NFR where there's a linked model.
Schedule G.
Yep.
Oh, that's schedule. There you go.
Okay.
Okay, just one second. This schedule summarizes payroll activity for Kentucky employees, correct?
It does.
Can you look down to lines 16 through 17?
Yep.
And the description there is ratio of O&M labor dollars to total labor dollars, correct?
Yes.
A percentage figure then is provided for each year 2019 through 2023, and then in separate columns for the base period and the forecast period, right, off to the right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see where in 2019 the percentage is 41.306%?
Yes.
And for 2020 it's 39.520%?
Yes.
And for 2021, 40.789%?
Yes.
And 2022, 42.405%?
Yes.
And 23, 41.716%?
Yes.
And the base period is 40.107%, correct?
That's correct.
And the forecasted period also comes in at 40.107, correct?
Right.
Okay. Given that the O&M ratio for this time frame fell within the range of approximately 40 to 42%, doesn't this mean that correspondingly the capitalization ratio for this same time frame was actually between 58% to 60%?
So I need to clarify a couple of things on here. For the historical actual numbers that we went through 2019 through 2023, those would imply capitalization rates, to your point, in the say, let's call it high 50%, 58, 59% range. For the base period and forecasted period, the number that's reported on this this particular schedule requires a little bit of adjustment, and it's because when we do our O&M forecast, this is a bit of a lengthy explanation, so when we do our O&M forecast, we base that on our O&M budget, and we budget by expense type. We don't budget by FERC account. We have to record all of our costs, of course, by FERC account being a regulated utility. But we don't budget that way. We budget by things that we can control. So labor, benefits, rent, utilities, outside services. We refer to those as expense types or sub-accounts. That's how we build our budget. we're required as part of, putting on a rate case to convert, present those numbers in a FERC account form. And so the process that we use, and have always used to convert that O&M budget to a FERC account presentation, has caused a discrepancy in the way we define, or at least the way we calculate for the purposes of this particular schedule, the cap rate. It led to simply a misstatement of the actual cap rate. If you look at trace it back through the O&M budget, our actual O&M budget, which again, the O&M expense that we budgeted is what is ultimately reflected in our application here. That O&M budget, and total labor budget reflect the numbers that are in my rebuttal testimony, and that's why they're lower than the roughly 60% capitalization rate that's reflected on this particular schedule.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought you said that it requires some adjustment. Does that mean you need to do an updated Schedule G?
It's a presentation only. It doesn't, it in no way affects the amount of the revenue deficiency that we've applied for. It's a presentation for this schedule that requires adjustment to get it back to what is our actual O&M and labor budget.
You said it was a presentation. Could you explain about what that
In other
means?
words, the budgeted cap rate for Kentucky direct employees is not really 60% as reflected on this schedule. That's a function of that process that we use to convert our actual budget to FERC accounts. So yes, we need to update the presentation of the schedule. It doesn't require an update to the actual amount of the revenue requirement or cost of service that we've applied for.
So you're saying it has no impact on the amount of the revenue request?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, now at page 10 of your rebuttal, you state that the company has hired a total of 9 new employees as of the beginning of FY25, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us the head count for the Kentucky division at the end of FY24?
I do not have that number directly in front of me. The Kentucky direct number is approximately 190, but I don't have that number directly in front of me.
Okay. I will ask you a post-hearing data request for that and for each month thereafter, after the end of FY24. Do you know when these positions were added?
I don't know specifically when they were added. I do know that they were in place at the beginning of our fiscal 25, which was October, so sometime before October 1st of 24.
Are these employees still with the company?
As far as I am aware, yes.
Okay. Are there other vacancies now?
I'm unaware. It's likely, but I'm unaware of any specifics.
In my post-hearing data request, I will ask that too as another subpart. Can you turn to your response to the Attorney General's data request 2-2? Just let me know when you're there.
Okay.
Okay, and do you see where in subpart B you state that as of September 30 of 2024, there were 9 Kentucky division positions vacant? Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And then could you turn to your response to the Attorney General's data request 1-75? I'll wait till you're there.
I have the response. I don't have the attachment directly in front of me, but can pull it up if we need to.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I wanted to refer to, attachment 1. Could you show that? Thank you.
175.
Thank you. And on that attachment 1, on the 3rd page, under Division 009, this is the Kentucky division, correct?
It is.
Okay. This shows that the employee counts in the Kentucky division have remained relatively flat since the end of 2022 through the end of fiscal year 2024, and increased by a few during 2024. Is that correct?
Could you state that question again?
Sure. So the employee counts have remained relatively flat since the end of 2022 through the end of fiscal year 24, correct?
I would agree with that characterization, yes.
And then increased by a few during 2024, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So 9 employees were added at the beginning of FY '25, which started on October 1st of '24, correct?
Correct.
I should say calendar year 2024. And when added to the September 2024 head count, that yields a new total of 187 employees, correct?
That's right.
That's quite a bit higher than it has been over the past 3 or 4 years, correct?
Yes, and that's why we talked about it in the rebuttal testimony. I documented it there. We documented it in a supplemental data response. Those 9 new positions include 7 positions that were hired to bring the line locating function further in-house, depending less on contractors whose costs were going up quite a bit. Also, 2 compliance techs were hired for the total of 9, and there was a corresponding reduction in the fiscal '25 budget. I believe it was $600,000 reduction to outside services to account for these hires.
Can you tell me how those figures were developed?
They were developed as part of our normal budget cycle and vetted through the division financial leadership up through the division.
Are they in the record anywhere?
Pardon me?
Are they in the record anywhere, to your knowledge?
In my rebuttal testimony, they're in the record, unless I misunderstood the question.
Yeah, I was just asking how the figures were developed.
Oh, yeah.
The 600,000.
Through our normal budgeting process, which is documented, the process itself is documented in my direct testimony, but our budgeting process, involves a rigorous approach to defining what costs we need to run the division effectively and efficiently. That includes, obviously, budgeting individual salaries, individual headcounts. All that's done in the division finance department and runs up through division leadership for approval every year.
And do you have any separate support for that? For instance, an Excel sheet, any work papers, calculations?
It's an aggregate in the record in our O&M forecast. If you look at our O&M forecast relied upon, that is linked to the model. That's the basis of our budget and therefore the basis of our forward-looking test year expense number.
Okay, I think I'll ask you in a post-hearing data request to identify specifically where that is in the record.
Okay.
I know it will take a while to find it too, so. All right, Chair, with that, that's all the questions I have.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Staff.
Yes, I'm Ben Bellamy, attorney for the commission here. And I did have some follow-up questions on what the Attorney General was speaking about. So I'm going to jump around a little bit, I apologize. I guess, could you just refer back, and I'm looking at the exhibit to your rebuttal testimony, GKWR1, which I believe is just the updated revenue model, is that correct?
That's correct.
I just wanted to kind of clarify what you were explaining a minute ago. On G2, you indicated that the percentage there, I'm looking at the forecasted percentage of total ratio of O&M to total labor dollars, and you've got 40% there for the forecasted period. Could you just kind of expand a little bit on what you're talking about, like that number, based on how you do the budget, doesn't represent the actual number, and
Right.
how that is reflected through into the rates?
So, if you go back into, there's a specific file, it's one of the primary relied upons in our, work papers that we provided with the initial application. It's the data request that requires work papers from all the witnesses. There's a file in there that is the basis for the O&M forecast in this case. And, that O&M, forecast starts with our fiscal '25 budget. And then is, because again, we're required to do so, we have to convert that '25 budget, which is done at a cost element level. We have to convert that to FERC account. And the way we convert that to FERC account, for the purposes of presentation only, is to, look at recent history. We look at the 6 months of actuals that are in the base period of our expenses, and we see for each expense type, how did those expense types get recorded to particular FERC accounts over that 6-month actual period. And we use that ratio, that set of ratios, if you will, to apply to the budget to calculate basically how much we're gonna, of each of the budget categories, we're gonna apply to particular FERC accounts, again, for presentation only.
So, for the budgeted labor expense, would all of that have ended up here on G2, or could it have ended up in other places?
Well, and so, yeah, so that's, to take that a step further, so we developed the 6 months worth of history of how each expense type hit each particular FERC account, sub-account combination. We then apply that to our budget and present it in FERC account format. Because of the way that those costs get recorded through history, it can cause some distortion in the way that we report a few things when we try to sort of go back and look at expense types. And so in this case, that's what happened. The key point, however, is that what ultimately is included in revenue requirement is that fiscal '25 budget. So the amount of budgeted labor expense that we have in fiscal '25 is the amount of budgeted labor expense that's in the revenue requirement in the application in this case. The fact that it distorted, if you will, the calculation of that one particular cap rate on that one particular schedule doesn't impact the revenue requirement in this case. What is in the budget for expense is ultimately what is in the budget for the application.
And looking at your just rebuttal testimony on page 11, you have the company as filed labor expense of $14,070,026.
Right.
And then going back to tab G2 on the Excel sheet, where would that 14 million, assuming that 14 million were in here, where would it be on this tab G2?
The 14 million is the sum of the 3 entities of labor, so it's the Kentucky direct labor, plus the division general office labor, plus the shared services allocated labor. The numbers, all of the numbers on the G schedules are, Kentucky direct only. So if you were to look at the exhibit attached to my direct testimony, there's an exhibit attached to my direct testimony that compares O&M base period to test period O&M by cost category. You'll see those 3 components. and Kentucky Direct, General Office, and Shared Services. And you'll see the Kentucky Direct numbers that are match what's on the G schedules here. But the 14 million in my rebuttal is for the sum of the three parts.
When you were talking about, in your direct testimony, you mentioned, and I thought you were talking about Kentucky Direct, so you got, I think you indicated in your rebuttal that the actual capitalization rate for fiscal year 2024 for Kentucky Direct employees was 59.7, whereas the budget amount was 56.1. But I think you said, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you, I think, indicated that, or recommended that it would be more reasonable to use the 2024 budget amount, which would be 56.9%. And I think you stated the budget reflects the best information available at the time. It's prepared. Individual cost center owners have the best knowledge of their systems. Budget individual labor capitalization rates based on anticipated needs. If the 14 million, I guess first question, the 14 million, you said it's kind of a composite of the various divisions, and then you're referring to the capitalization rate for Kentucky Direct employees. Would the capitalization rate for the different divisions be different, both budgeted and actual?
It is different. I will say that history would tell me that the variance is usually much less on those divisions, the shared services and the division general office. The variance is typically variance to budget. It does not vary very much. And so we didn't include it as in the reconciliation. The reconciliation that I did on page 11 of my rebuttal, GKWR2, that reconciliation starts with Mr. Futrall's total labor, and he presented it as total labor. The three components that I then used to reconcile his to our forecast are specific to Kentucky Direct employees, and that's simply because they were the primary reconciling items. There were not as many, not any material reconciling items in the other two entities.
The looking back here at tab G2 of the revenue model, and I'm looking at the one that was filed with your rebuttal, and those percentages that the Attorney General's attorney referred to, it looks like that for the historical years, which I think you said were actual numbers, is that correct, through 2023?
Yes.
It does look like, as you acknowledged, that the expense portion is, roughly around 39 to 40, low 40%, which would mean the capitalization portion is 58, 59%. Have you looked back at, to look at the variance between the budgeted amounts for Kentucky Direct employees in those years as compared to the actual amounts in those years to see, how accurate the budgeted capitalization rates have been?
I have not done that as it relates specifically to capital rates, capitalization rates. However, in my direct testimony, there is a chart that lists total O&M variance, and again, the evidence there shows that we're typically within 1 or 2% on a total variance basis. So that's total O&M, not specific to cap rates, but that's what we have in the record.
I guess just a poster and data request for those years of 2019 through 2023. I was just going to ask for, looking at these capitalization rates and going back compared to the budget amount and looking at the variance.
Okay.
Would that be acceptable?
Sure.
Thank you. Would increases in capital spending affect the capitalization rate for Kentucky Direct employees?
They can. We have a finite amount of company labor, so to the extent the capital budget needs to significantly increase for some of the very large projects that Mr. Austin testified to this morning. Most of that's gonna be done by contract employees anyway, so, see, kind of on the margin, the capital work that our internal employees would do, that could vary as the capital budget goes up, but most of the significant capital work, like, again, like the things we talked about this morning, are contracted employees anyway.
And you're, by significant, are you referring to the items in the PB, or pipeline replacement rider, or the items in the pipeline modernization rider?
Subject to check, I believe, in both cases, that's gonna be primarily contractor work as opposed to internal labor.
Do you have any idea, obviously you're proposing removing various caps on, capital projects. Do you have any idea whether, the 2025 budgeted capitalization amount reflected that an expected increase in the capital budget associated with that, or were they reflecting a capital budget consistent with past years?
They would have, again, would have reflected the best information that our finance group had at the time that they put that budget together. So, I can't verify that, as I sit here now, but I, again, based on my previous answer, that I think most of that work is done by contractors, I doubt, that would have impacted their budget of capitalization on most internal employees anyway.
When you talked about the budget amount, you indicated that the budget included a reduction in the contract employees for those positions that you were kind of bringing in-house. I think you said $600,000. Is that accurate?
It's, if you allow me, I have it in, it is on page 10 of my testimony, 600,000 rebuttal testimony.
And I wasn't really concerned as much about the number, more so that the budget, the 2025 budget included that reduction. Is that accurate?
It does, yes.
And that was because you were, and I guess they were intending on retaining employees, I guess either, was it all 9 of these or just 7 of the 9?
7 of the 9 were specific to line locating efforts. The other 2 were compliance techs. So I do not know if the compliance techs, if there's an offset to contract labor, it would be certainly most of that offset in the contract labor would be related to those line locators.
Okay. And the 14 million or so that was in the budgeted labor expense, I think you indicated that's based on the 2025 budget too. Would the 2025 budget have included those, I guess, those 9 employees?
Yes.
In the budgeted amount?
Yes.
Okay.
And again, that's why it was part of the reconciliation that we, that I did on page 11 of my rebuttal testimony.
For all the employees that were included in the budget amount, though, it was assumed that they would work, I guess, be at full employment with respect to all of those employees. Is that accurate?
Yes, they were budgeted as if they were in place as of October 1st, which was true of the 9 additional employees we just talked about. The vacancies that Mr. Cook and I were discussing a little earlier, there is an offset in the budget for that as well. It's a $204,000 offset that we use to account for some level of attrition for vacancies.
Okay, so other than that 204,000, there's no other accounting for attrition in the forecasted budget?
That's accurate.
Okay. And that was my follow-up question, really, was, let's see here. And perhaps I missed it, and this was asked about because I am referring to AG22C, which I think they referred to as well. I think, let me see, I'm looking at your response to the AG's request 22C, stated, for the test period, which is based on the company's fiscal year 2025 budget, a credit to labor expense of 408, or 408,000 was budgeted in division 91, the Division of General Office to account for attrition, approximately half of which was allocated to Kentucky. I guess first thing, and I apologize if I was answered earlier, but how was that budgeted attrition rate calculated?
Again, that would be part of the normal budget process, so that would fall back upon the finance department in the division to determine that number.
And was that Division 91 only? Like the
Yes.
attrition rate for Division 91 only?
And this is a budgeting convention, so they budgeted that 408,000 in Division 91, which again is the general office. That then gets allocated to the 3 states that general office is responsible for, Kentucky, Tennessee, Virginia. And so that's where the last parenthetical of that response, Kentucky is almost exactly 50% of the Kentucky Mid-States Division. And so effectively, half of that $408,000 credit is applied to the Kentucky operation.
I guess my question is, are there employees at the Division 91 level who are actual employees of Division 91 and then their salaries or a portion thereof is then allocated to Kentucky?
Yes.
And is that 408,000 intended to reflect attrition rates for those employees of Division 91 as opposed to employees of Division 91 and employees of Division 9, which I think that's Kentucky?
That's Kentucky, right? No, yes, the 408 would be to account for attrition throughout the division.
Division 91?
Throughout the operating division, Kentucky Mid-States Operating Division, so the general office and the 3 operating states.
Okay.
The whole operating division.
And do you have any idea what percentage that would reflect of the total, I guess, labor expense for Division 91, including, all the operating divisions?
And again, just I want to make sure I'm clear on this. The budget is in Division 91, not because it's related to Division 91. It's simply a convenient place to put it, a budgeting convention, a convenient place to put it, because that's where the finance department cost center is. So it's intended to cover the 3 operating states. They just, put it in one place because they don't know exactly, which state may or may not experience the attrition. But because we are reliant on the budget for the forecast, I can say definitively that the $204,000 is applied directly to Kentucky, the Kentucky operation.
So if 200,000, of roughly 14.
It would be of roughly 7 million. The Kentucky direct number, I think, is closer to 7 million.
Do you have any idea what relation that is to the, I guess, ongoing kind of attrition rate for Division 9?
Well, again, there was evidence that at the end of fiscal '24, we had 9 empty positions. Again, we were endeavoring to fill those positions as quickly as possible, but at that point in time, we had 9 empty positions that we were trying to fill, and then that again would be relevant to the total of roughly 180 or 90 employees.
Thank you. Question about the ad valorem taxes. And I won't ask about the 500,000, but I was just curious, looking at, I think it's work paper, is it WC, or WPC? I apologize, let me pull it up here for you. I'm looking again at your revenue model, and I'll use your rebuttal revenue model just for ease. Okay, I'm looking at CP, or WPC 23F, which I think you referred to in your rebuttal testimony. And I know that you were asked some questions about this earlier, but I just wanted to kind of follow up. You calculate, the ad valorem rate, based on the taxes that you paid and your ending base period
I
gross plan.
apologize, can I, let me,
Oh,
let
yeah,
me
go ahead,
get
I
there
apologize.
first.
Sorry, I should have asked you.
You're fine. Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
You ready?
Hmm?
I guess you first have the ad valorem taxes, which is the state taxes and I guess an estimate of the local taxes. You remove the PRP, the amount of ad valorem taxes in PRP, you get a rate. You take that, divide it by the ending base period gross plan, is that correct? And you get a rate.
Yes. That's right.
I guess kind of two questions. Number one, when did the base period end?
December 31st, 24.
Okay. So, I guess all of that gross plan is in service at the beginning of 2025, and is the 2025 taxes based on the percentage, or based on the value of the plant at the end of the year, when that amount is assessed?
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, those kind of specific timing questions on taxes paid, I'm gonna respectfully defer to Mr. Moulter, but
Okay.
Again, we do our best to align the incurrence of costs with, what ultimately is going to be the revenues that are associated with those costs. And so here we use the base period 2024, that $9,424,000 is the number that's discussed in my rebuttal that we discussed with Mr. Cook earlier. That's the best information we have as to what ad valorem is going to be or is for the assets in place in calendar 24. We're attempting to, estimate as best we can what is the ad valorem expense that is going to be associated with the assets in place at March 31st of 26. And that's what this methodology, which is very consistent with what we've done in every case in the past, is intended to do. The timing of when those taxes actually get paid for the assets for that time period is something that's fairly complicated, given the number of different taxing entities that we have. But that timing difference is captured in our cash working capital adjustment that's sponsored by Mr. Christian, who will testify later today.
I guess, and maybe this is for Mr. Moulter, but if you practice accrual accounting, would the bill you're getting in January 2025, is that to cover your taxes in 2025?
So the short answer is yes. The expense accrual is obviously estimated to match the expense with the time that it's incurred. So they book that accrual monthly, and they put that cash, if you will, on the balance sheet, and then they pay the actual tax bills from the balance sheet account. So over time, they're using the best information that they have available to determine what that accrual needs to be. So ultimately, they have enough cash on the balance sheet to be able to pay those bills when those bills become due. So they adjust that accrual, that expense accrual, at a minimum once a year, more often when relevant new information comes up, like a settlement of a negotiation year or the tax law change, for example. And so they'll adjust that accrual as necessary. That is what actually hits our income statement. What we're doing here is effectively saying we're not going to pay attention to the accrual that is in the historical numbers. We are trying to estimate as best as we can. We believe we've done that. What is the amount of tax expense that's going to be paid that's caused by the assets that are in the ground, if you will, as of March 31st, 26.
So as far as whether or not, you know, it's appropriate to use the gross balance at the end of the forecasted period, that's a question that would be for Mr. Moulter.
So your question, should it be ending versus average? Is that the ultimate question?
Ending or average, or, you know, maybe it's a matter of how the tax is applied. You know, is it applied to the monthly balance, which may indicate an average, or is it applied to, you know, the ending balance? So would that be something more for Mr. Moulter?
No, that's probably more for me, and I'll just say that this is the methodology we've always, always have used. You could potentially make an argument, given, again, the size of the numbers involved and the relatively small effective tax rate, it's not going to be a material difference. But this is the methodology that's been approved by the commission multiple times in the past.
Other question I had, you used the, when you subtracted the amount that's in the PRP, going back, on here at line 13, the 940 million, is that removing the amounts, both the 940 and the 990, the ending base period amount and the ending forecasted, is that removing plant associated with the pipeline replacement rider?
Yes.
I guess the follow-up question to that is, why use the PRP amount from case 2023 as opposed to a more recent PRP amount?
So we removed the amount from 2023 that's currently being recovered. In that case, and we've of course continued to file PRPs, and so the amounts that are relevant to those assets are the amount of ad valorem taxes still being recovered through that mechanism. So this removes the amount for 2023. The assets are not included in this, the PRP assets are not included in this application, and therefore the way this is calculated, the ad valorem expense associated with those assets are not in this application, because we anticipate continuing to recover that through the PRP process.
And the 2023 PRP would basically cover PRP plant additions that are expected to occur through September of 2024.
Yes.
I had a question just about the American Gas Association. I was looking at page 18 and line 15 of your rebuttal testimony.
You said page 18, lines.
Starting on line 15, kind of the response to this question, really.
Okay.
If you want to take a second.
Okay.
I guess you refer to the, I guess the American Gas Association's testimony to FERC, and you indicated it contains accounts to record portions of the industry association dues paid by the regulated entities as either operating or non-operating nature. And then that kind of block quote then explains the operating versus non-operating. So I guess, how do you, and I've read the definition here, so I'm not really asking the definition. I understand there's like two definitions. One would be something that the AGA would say should be included and recovered in rates, and then another shouldn't. How do you determine, or how does the AGA determine, and maybe provide to you all, what portion goes into which bucket?
Right, so it's the document that this is referencing is attached to my testimony as an exhibit, and I summarized the process here, but that document goes into fairly detailed description of how they define what is lobbying. So I guess, for starters, we endeavor to put the lobbying expense in non-operating, what we, in layman's terms, call below the line, above the line, below the line. So it's the lobbying piece of their activities that should be recorded below the line and not recovered in rates. And they go into a lot of detail about the process that they use to define lobbying activities, account for those lobbying activities. They go into detail about how they the reporting requirements associated with doing that process, the audit that they go through to ensure that amount is isolated correctly. And so so based on that, we rely on that process to determine for our work which amount we're going to put above the line and below the line. And they
So do you just use the percentage, like if they determine that like 10% of our expense goes to lobbying, do you then just take 10% of your all's dues and subtract that for rate making purposes? Or do they send you a literal bill that breaks it out and shows what portions are allocated where?
They send us a total bill, and that bill, at the bottom of it says it's below 10%. I don't recall the number, but it's below 10% is associated with lobbying. And so then we make the adjustment on one of our so-called F schedules. It's in the revenue requirement model where we make that adjustment to remove that whatever percentage they quote on their bill to us is the percentage of their dues that we remove from revenue requirement. And again, that's consistent with the way we have done this in, well, it's the way we filed it in every case that I've been a part of in Kentucky, and it's the way the revenue requirement was reflected in every case with the exception of our most recent 2021 case.
With respect to the Chamber of Commerce, the process wasn't mentioned. Is there a similar process for the Chamber of Commerce, or are you all doing that yourselves, or how is that looking?
I cannot vouch for the rigor of the process that they use to determine their number. Like we have evidence from the AGA that explains, like I said, in a lot of detail how they go about their process. The Chamber of Commerce, I don't have that level of knowledge. However, the invoice that they give us is similar. It's a single invoice with a number at the bottom that says the following amount is attributable to lobbying activities, and so the process we go from there is the exact same.
What does the Chamber of Commerce do other than lobbying? You kind of explained it a little.
Yeah, I explained it a little. There, if you read, their vision is quoted here. The Kentucky Chamber of Commerce is a major catalyst, consensus builder, and advocate for a thriving economic climate in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. So, they generally support economic development in the state of Kentucky, specifically. We hope in our service territory, brings jobs to the area, brings industry to the area. Any load that is for us that comes on when we get a new industry in our service territory, the revenues that are generated by that industry not only create jobs for the local community, but also work to every dollar we would get from them in revenue is a dollar that we do not have to collect from a residential customer or any other type of customer. So
I definitely understand that economic development is a good thing can be a good thing for all customers. But I guess as far as how they go about, is it promoting policies that, they think would support growth, or is there actual initiatives that you're aware of to actually, attract customers, beyond policy efforts?
I not directly involved, so I can't comment specifically on their activities, but I know that our division leadership clearly view it as a benefit. And again, I think there's evidence that it's contributed to economic development here in the state, and that's, you know, not only good for the community, but also good for the rest of our customers.
Now, I may have missed this in the record, I apologize, but do you have both bills for the AGA and the Chamber of Commerce that you'd be able to submit as a post-hearing data request? Unless it's in the record already.
I don't believe they're in the record. Would be happy to supply those in a data request.
Thank you. There was a question when we were talking about the return on equity about flotation costs. And, you know, my understanding is that can include, you know, a number of things, but it might include attorney's fees, you know, associated with issuing securities, and other associated costs. If Atmos has retained attorneys to engage in, you know, the offering of securities or other, you know, third-party contractors that might assist in the offering of securities, would those costs appear on the operation and maintenance expense for one of the divisions?
It would definitely not be on an individual division unless we were somehow doing something on behalf of an individual division, which I can't think of an example of that.
And I mean all the way up at the corporate level.
Yeah. They would be borne at the corporate level for sure. I don't know if they would be, I mean, I believe they're going to be accounted for once and only once. So to the extent that they show up in O&M, we would recover them as O&M. To the extent they show up as a cost of issuing the equity, they would be embedded in that calculation. We're definitely not, you know, recovering them twice. So I can't speak to the specific accounting, but I know they would only be in one place or the other.
So you don't know for sure if they are in the O&M at this point?
I don't, as I said today, no.
Okay. I think I am done. Let me just double check this. Actually, I did have a question about the tax writer. I don't know if it's you or Malter would be better. You mentioned things that would be good for the tax writer. And I guess I was a little unclear on what would be included in the tax writer, because obviously taxes can mean a lot of things. You know, is it primarily, we're talking about ad valorem taxes, or would it be any tax expense that could be incurred? And I guess if that's the case, you know, I would assume you'd need some sort of base number and base rates, and then something to adjust off of, you know, for the writer to be calculated in a logical way. And it wasn't really clear to me how you all were proposing to do that. Could you maybe expand on that?
Sure. So there's various sections of that. As you pointed out, there's 2 or 3 different sections. I don't have it in front of me, but the 2 or 3 different sections, I'll point to 2 of them that are most notable from my standpoint, which is a federal or state tax rate change. So again, not talking about ad valorem here, we're talking about an income tax rate change. Think about, for example, the Tax Cut and Jobs Act of 2017, the federal rate changed. This is intended to more quickly reflect that tax rate change in our rates. If you recall, back in 2018, when that law went into effect, every state kind of handled it a little differently, but it was, in most cases, it involved having, you know, either a general rate case or a set of specific cases to deal with that particular item. This tariff, if we got it in place, would handle that much more seamlessly and reflect the change in our rates more timely. The other piece is the corporate alternative minimum tax, which is a brand new tax law that we anticipate experiencing in the not too distant future. And so again, it allows, would allow the company to reflect the cost of that tax in its rates without having to come in for a general rate case.
And would the ad, well, you mentioned obviously the ad valorem tax, would that be a third part of it?
Yeah, that would be like more of a specific, again, if there was, for example, the law, we were just talking about the marathon law, any sort of major change in legislation like that would impact the amount we're gonna pay. So we would typically, I don't know if it's spelled out in this case, in the tariff, but the calculation of the alternative minimum tax is spelled out in the tariff. In the case of like an ad valorem, it would, to your point, have to be, here's what we anticipate the cost going forward versus what's reflected in rates today, and we could, the difference in the tariff.
And that's what I was kind of, because obviously if you have a rider, and I know there was some, comment on things, tagging along with the rider. If you have a specific criteria laid out and that's what is going to be applied, it can be reviewed more quickly. If you have a complicated tax issue, that's kind of ill-defined, it can kind of potentially become more of a quagmire.
And that's why I mentioned the example of the income tax rate change. That's something very specific, very precise in our revenue requirement models. It's basically a single number in the revenue requirement model that can easily be toggled on and off, and we can easily calculate the impact of, again, for example, 35% down to 21% that we did in 2018. It's a very specific number that can easily be calculated. Here's our cost of service with and without that tax law change. You can calculate the difference and run it through that rider instead of having to file a general rate case to accommodate it.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, Commissioner. My questions are about the lobbying, and I think we've answered that, and I'm still trying to get my head around how you convert the O&M to the FERC, but I'll not ask you any more questions about that. I'll maybe get a tutorial. So, thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have any questions.
Thank you.
Redirect.
No.
Okay, follow up for anyone else? Any recap? Okay, how about we let Mr. Waller be excused and then take a quick break? Yeah? Okay, let's do 15 minutes. I'll see everyone back at 3. We are back on the record in case number 2024-276. And applicant, call your next witness.
Who would call Mr. Moulter, please? John Moulter.
Hello, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes,
Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and your business address.
my name is Joel Moulter. My business address is 5430 LBJ Freeway, Dallas, Texas.
Okay, counsel.
Thank you. And Mr. Moulter, what is your position at Atmos?
My position is Vice President of Tax.
And did you provide any testimony or responses to data requests in this proceeding?
Yes.
And do you have any revisions, amendments, edits, or anything like that to your previously filed testimony or data responses?
No.
Okay. And is it your intention to have those data responses and your direct testimony incorporated into the record of the proceeding today?
Yes.
Thank you. And he's available for cross-examination.
Okay, Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Moulton.
Good afternoon.
There's just a few questions for you. Were you in the hearing room when I was asking questions about Mr. Waller, and he referred some questions to you?
I was.
Okay, thank you. There in front of you, I believe you have, oh, by the way, Chair, before I get to you, I'd like to move to admit AG Hearing Exhibit 1.
And that was that bill?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody have an objection to that?
No.
Let it be admitted.
Thank you, Chair. There in front of you, you have the copy of the bill, HB 775, became law in March. You probably also heard about the retroactive provision going back to 2023, correct?
2024, correct.
You said 2024?
Yeah.
Okay. How is that? That's 1 year, correct? But it's a 2-year look back, isn't that correct?
Yeah, 24 and 25.
Let's see.
The last page.
Assessed on or after December 31, 2022. You see that on the last page of the bill under section 39.
Okay, yes, I see that.
Okay, thank you. How successful has Atmos been in the past with tax cost reduction efforts?
Successful, and the team that supports ad valorem taxes at Atmos Energy very diligently works to mitigate the amount of tax bills associated with property tax and tax costs. I think this is actually a really good example, this particular bill, because the director that oversees income tax ad valorem at Atmos Energy was very instrumental in working to get this language into a bill that was ultimately passed.
Okay, I understand. Probably the 30,000 foot level result of that bill, if my understanding is correct, you correct me if I'm wrong, is that ad valorem taxes do not apply to gas pipelines. Is that correct?
That's not correct. They apply. Maybe I'll go back to kind of the marathon's like case and outcome at a very high level. It's just a distinguishment of the type of property. So real property, which is property that is within kind of the ground or land, is two types of property, real property and then personal property, tangible objects that you can pick up and move around. Both types of property are subject to ad valorem taxes, but they're taxed at a different rate. And so what the marathon case pertained to is the classification of property. And so prior to the marathon case, the pipelines that Atmos had within the ground were taxed as real property, and that received a more favorable tax rate than personal property. The marathon case kind of changed that distinguishment, increased taxes, all things considered, to Atmos Energy, reclassifying property to a more higher cost category.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't quite pick up what you just said in the last sentence. Could you repeat that again?
So what the marathon case did was change the classification in the state's mind, before any of the legislative changes, to change the classification of the Atmos pipeline that's underground from real property to tangible personal property, which would increase the amount of ad valorem tax. Because that category of property had a higher tax rate applied to it than the real property category.
Chair, could I have just one moment, please? Was not the effect of the bill to reduce taxes from tangible to real property?
What I was referring to is that up until what the Marathon court decision did,
Yeah,
then the legislation came along to say, no, let's go back to definitions clearly under statute that preserve the historic classification of
okay.
property.
And with this look-back period then, would you not agree that, as Mr. Waller mentioned in his rebuttal testimony, that he mentioned the $2 million figure? Is that not a reduction in the total tax liability then?
Yes, so I guess what I was trying to say is, absent the legislation that came after the Marathon case,
Yeah,
property taxes would have gone up as a
Okay.
result of the Marathon case. Legislation came along, kind of, in essence, reversed the outcome of Marathon as it relates to ag percentage.
okay,
And that reduces taxes or prevents an increase that the Marathon case would have otherwise
okay,
caused.
thank you for that. And then, aren't the ratepayers entitled to have that amount of ad valorem expense reduced by $2 million?
The ratepayers are, they should receive the benefit of the reduction as a result of the legislation.
Okay,
To quantify it, I think maybe you could ask your question a little bit more specifically as to a time period. But yes, absolutely, the ratepayers should get the benefit of the reduction to ad valorem as a result of the legislative change.
okay. I think I will ask you then, I think I mentioned I was gonna ask it, either you or prior witness, but I think what I'll do, I'll just ask for a quantification of the amount, and would you agree that it is appropriate to, that it could be appropriate to refund that through the 3-year amortization?
So there has been no reduction to date that would be like refundable. And what I mean by that is up through 2024, the result of this legislation has already been incorporated in the results.
Okay,
So if the amount that is proposed in our rate filing that Mr. Waller talked to, that had that inclusion of maybe 500,000, I think was the number that maybe we were talking about, that is incrementally related to
I
this
think
change.
2 separate
Then
figures.
that piece, certainly, however its outcome in this rate filing, could be something that could be subject to refund if it's included to begin with.
Okay. So then would it be appropriate to reduce the revenue requirement by that $2 million?
No, it wouldn't be, because everything through the 24 tax year that I think was the basis for Mr. Waller's calculation of ad valorem in this case, is already reflecting the lower the lower ad valorem taxes as a result of the legislation.
Well, how and when would ratepayers see this benefit?
They will see the benefit for this test year if the incremental amount that is included in our rate filing as it relates to the legislative change is not included. And then they will see the benefit ongoing every year going forward, so long as this legislation remains in effect.
Okay.
And I would also add, they are seeing the benefit by way of the baseline that Mr. Waller's calculation uses it reflects the lower ad valorem taxes as a result of the legislation. So they are seeing, the other way to say it, the ad valorem that is in this filing does not include any incremental costs associated with the outcome of the marathon case. It is all indicating, it's all in line with the final legislation.
Ad valorem cost, question was referred to, are based on a January 1 valuation date, isn't that correct? And that's applicable to the entirety of that tax year, correct?
Correct.
So the plant added during the last 3 months of the test year in 2026 would not affect taxes until 2027, isn't that correct?
They would not impact the accrual of taxes until 2027.
Okay, thank you. And isn't it correct, to your knowledge, that the Kentucky Department of Revenue utilizes the unit value method to calculate the assessed value of the company's property?
I don't know that. I don't want to, I can't speak to the specifics of that.
Are you familiar at all with any kind of method that the Department of Revenue utilizes?
No.
Okay. So I could ask you this, but I think I know the answer, but just to make sure, would you agree that the Department of Revenue has historically relied 100% on the net operating income component of the overall unit value analysis? You don't know that? Okay. Chair, I believe that's all the questions I have.
Staff?
We got a few questions. Just to build off what you were speaking of, you don't know how, the bill that was attached to Mr. Waller's testimony for the property taxes, you don't know how the Department of Revenue calculates the value to which they apply that rate?
No, I don't.
Okay. Could you refer to your response to, or Atmos's response to staff's third request? I think it's question 4, attachment 2, which I think you were responsible for.
Okay. I might need some time to locate.
Yes, that's fine. I believe you produced it both as an Excel sheet and as a PDF attachment.
There's 3, 4. Say request 3, 4.
Yeah.
Three, 4, attachment 1 or attachment 2?
I was starting with attachment 2, but I did have questions about attachment 1 too.
Oh, no, it
Oh, go ahead.
hasn't popped up yet. Okay. Okay, 3, 4, attachment 2. I'm not.
Okay. Could you just explain what this is reflecting? Just generally speaking.
Generally, this is an income statement. So the financial statement of income, so what it's showing is all of the operating revenues, kind of at the top of the page, less operating expenses, to get to a net income number.
And it's for fiscal year 2024, 2023, and 2022, is that correct?
That's correct.
With I think one was a partial number that you all had provided before for 2024.
Yeah, a year to date through June. Yeah, correct.
Where did you get the information for each of these income statement, or all the numbers you include in the income statement for each year? Where did you get the information to kind of build these out?
Where do I get them? From our financial reporting system from our accounting team and finance area.
Do you, was this for just Division,
It's just Division.
Division 9?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
And that's Atmos, Kentucky.
Atmos, Kentucky is, yeah, Division 9. Yeah.
Does it include expenses that are allocated down from other divisions to Division 9?
Yes.
Does it include, and I don't even know if there is such a number, but is there revenue that's allocated down from other divisions ever to Division 9?
I don't know if there is.
Are you able to generate these income statements for any historical year?
I believe so. I don't know, I guess I can't speak to how far back the company could go. We've had different financial reporting systems through the years, but we ought to be able to generate this for a number of years in the past, yes.
And how far do you know how far you can go back?
I don't.
I mean, do you know if you could go back 15 years, 20 years?
I would imagine we probably should be able to dig up, 15, 20 years, yeah.
Is this something, I guess I'm just kind of curious about, did it have a lot of human input to generate this, or is this kind of an output of your accounting system? You put in, you want the income statement for Division 9, and it kind of spits this out.
I don't know, I mean, me and my team are involved in the preparation of this, so I don't want to speak to the level of involvement, so I can't speak to that.
Who provided this?
The accounting finance area of our organization.
So did you go to them and request that information?
Yes.
They just provided it to you?
Correct.
Do you know if there's any work papers that reflect how these amounts are calculated?
I don't know that.
I might just ask a post-hearing request just to ask, how these are developed and kind of how far back they can go. Because it sounds like you kind of got it from a third party and wouldn't really have that information. Is that accurate?
That's right, yep.
I'll do it as a post-hearing data request. Looking to staff's third request, question for attachment 1. Did you play a role, or I'll let you pull it up, just let me know when you've got it.
Okay.
Do you recognize this spreadsheet?
Yes.
Did you play a role in preparing this spreadsheet?
Yes.
And at the top, I'm looking at the first tab, KY Fed, NOL sum, and Excel line 5, Division 9. Those pre-tax income numbers came from the previous attachment that we were referring to. Is that accurate?
I believe they did. Yes.
And this spreadsheet, I guess generally it reflects Atmos calculation of increases and decreases in the NOLC ADIT asset in fiscal years 2022 through 2024. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And fiscal year 2024 ends September 30th of 2024. Is that correct?
Correct.
And Atmos test year in this case begins March. Atmos's test year begins April 1st of 2025, I believe. Is that correct?
That's correct.
would you, does Atmos have the revenue, or does Atmos's revenue model account for increases and decreases in the NOL ADIT asset between September 2024 and March of 2025?
The revenue model being the revenue model filed in this case?
Yeah, the revenue requirement model, yes,
Yes.
I apologize.
Could you ask it one more time?
Does it account, does the revenue requirement model account for increases and decreases in the NOL ADIT asset from September 24th through the end of March 2025, which is the day before the test year begins?
Yes, okay. There is no change in the asset NOL ADIT during that period. But I wouldn't say we necessarily didn't account for it. What we don't know is we don't have a forecast on a Kentucky divisional level for that period of time. And what we have historically seen is we are in a period of time where we are incurring both what we're seeing in actual results are either losses or slight amounts of income. And so we didn't have a measurement to say whether that asset NOL ADIT would grow during those months or decrease. And so a no change was a reasonable estimate for us.
When you first produced this document, I think you produced a partial year for 2024, which is reflected there in column G. So it was fiscal year 2024, that's which began October 2023, and you did it through June 30th of 2024.
Mm-hmm.
Would you be able to provide, as a poster and guide request, similar information for the period from September, for the period beginning October 1st of 2024 and ending March 31st of 2025, sort of the bridge period in which no change is reflected?
Yes, that could be fine.
Okay, I'll ask that as a poster and guide request. Would calculating the change for that period, which would be, I think, a 6-month period, so it's just part of the year, you'd have part of the revenue, part of the expenses, and I guess part of the change in the ADIT. Would that affect the reasonableness of the calculation in your mind, having just part of a year?
No, it should reflect 6 months of activity.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't any, timing with revenue versus expenses that might affect it in your mind. But it sounds like you don't think there would be.
No.
Okay. If there was a decrease in the ADIT or increase during that period, if there was an increase or decrease in the NOL ADIT asset during that period, could that just be reflected in the revenue model as essentially a change in the beginning balance of the rate base to show the rate effect?
So you're asking, could the balance be rolled forward to
Yeah.
reflect more actual results
Yeah,
beyond the base period that we have in this filing?
Yeah, we have, through the AG's testimony, and I think some of your all's testimony and rebuttal, essentially, the number reflecting attachment 1 that was filed, and included numbers through September of 2024. Obviously, we don't have the increase and decrease in the NOL ADIT asset from October 1st through March 31st of 2025. If you filed as a poster and guide request, something reflecting that change, whether it's an increase or decrease, let's say it's a decrease in the NOL ADIT asset, could we reflect that in the revenue requirement simply by reflecting that as a decrease at the beginning in the rate base? That's then flowed through, throughout the whole.
I don't know, we can provide the number, and maybe I'll just refer to another witness in the case who knows holistically the amounts that go into our cost of service revenue requirement model to answer whether that's something that is reasonable and appropriate to.
I can do that as a poster to kind of add on to it. I'm looking at, again, at the first tab on that attachment one, and for fiscal year 2022, Excel line 19, you have sort of the beginning balance of 28 million, or approximately. You have the A next to it. And that's the NOL ADIT asset balance as of September 30th of 2021, correct?
That's correct.
Do you know if that number includes the deferred tax asset associated with the loss arising from Winter Storm Uri that was excluded in Atmos's last rate case?
This number excludes any impact of the winter storm area.
Okay, I thought it did, I was just making sure. Was that number calculated based on a 21% federal tax rate, or was it calculated based on a composite state and federal rate?
That is a federal 21%.
Just purely 21%?
Yes.
Do you know if there's a work paper in the record showing the calculation of that amount?
Yes, I mean, I believe there is.
I might ask for a post-hearing request to point that out, and if it's not in there, you all can just provide it. As reflected in attachment one, you calculated the federal taxable income or loss from the book tax differences based on changes in ADIT in each fiscal year associated with those book tax timing difference. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. For what period does Atmos maintain records of those book tax timing differences and ADIT balances? How far back can you go?
I do think we can go back probably at least 15 years, and then there's some system changes, and I haven't pressed to see just exactly how far back we can go. But
Do you know when Atmos, when there was a change in the tax code in December of 2017, when you calculated, the excess amount, there was, I guess, a question as to how you would flow that back to customers, and you could use one method if you had certain tax information, and you could use another method. I think the reverse South Georgia method was if you had the tax information, and then there was another method if you didn't have that tax information.
yeah,
Do you know what method Atmos used?
Yes. Reverse South Georgia is a method if we don't have
Okay.
the books and
I
records.
apologize, I reversed
Yeah,
it.
no worries. And then the alternative method is referred to as ARAM.
Okay.
Average rate assumption method, yes.
So, do you know which method Atmos used?
Atmos is using the reverse South Georgia.
Okay, okay. I know, did you review, or I know you did because you responded to it, but the AG's witness kind of indicated that, starting with the allocated amount based on a percentage and moving forward, with the Kentucky-specific method would be unreasonable, and that we should go back, all the way back to a period in which, Atmos had no net operating loss carry forward and calculate the state-specific increases and decreases. Do you know the most recent period at which Atmos, as a broader corporate company, had no net operating loss?
I believe, and so we do have tax returns or something that we can get our hands on. So I think the NOL goes back to either 2007 or 2008 for the company. So like that would be the first year we had a NOL that had to be carried forward because we had more tax deductions than income.
Did the kind of larger losses for Atmos, the broader company, did they begin with the change in the tax code that allowed 100% bonus depreciation?
Well, I don't recall the specific years when we had more and more deductions. I know bonus depreciation itself, in any form, when it first was enacted, was 2001 as 50%.
Okay.
And then kind of a number of times, reenacted over the years. There was a year of 100%. I think that was 2011 maybe. Other years of 50%. That provision particularly was a big driver of NOLs,
But you all were in a net operating loss position before that, or you had net operating loss carry forward, I guess, going back to around 2008.
yeah, but that bonus depreciation came in around 2001. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would there be anything that would, you know, and I guess maybe, I might have to ask just a poster and data request as to, you know, how far back you have the ADIT information, you know, along with the income statement information. But assuming you had that information for, you know, back to 2008, would there be any impediment to, you know, calculating the losses and income as compared to the changes in the ADIT back to that period when there was no net operating loss carry forward?
So let me maybe try to rephrase the question. So
Yeah.
The activity that we did in this attachment, 3-4, attachment 1, for the years 2022, 23, and 24, would there be impediment to replicate that for the years back to 2008? Is that essentially what you're asking?
Yes.
Yeah. The impediment would be, you know, the effort, endeavor to locate the balances and have the information in the records, to prepare that calculation in the same format as this for what would be another 18 years or so. And, you know, I guess what I would also maybe caveat is you know, the accuracy of the information as we go back further and further and further, and the time necessary to do that kind of an analysis, the time it costs necessarily to do that analysis, but it can be done, but.
But you'd have to check if you had the income statement information and then how far back the ADIT information goes. And as you go back, potentially, the validity of the records might, you know, come more into question.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll add, so, you know, the methodology that the company has used for computing NOL ADIT for the Kentucky jurisdiction in our cases has been one where we have looked at the losses that the Atmos Energy Corporation has incurred, and I'll say the Atmos Energy as a consolidated group. We have separated any of the taxable income or losses that relate to non-regulated affiliates, taking them off the table, if you will, and looked at the utility operations NOL. And what we have done is allocated that utility operation NOL to the various jurisdictions in which we file rate cases based on jurisdictional composite allocation factors. And that has been a reasonable approach to, as a proxy for what the Kentucky divisional operation NOL would be. And it's been used, we utilize that same approach across all of our regulatory jurisdictions, our other 8 regulatory jurisdictions, which makes it also consistent with those. And the commission has indicated that you know, could be a reasonable calculation, right, if the allocation factors are in line. It has, to this, up until the 2021 filing, has been kind of the accepted approach for a reasonable allocation. And then in 2021, you know, based on kind of the more specific order to provide a schedule after that order of the, you know, more detailed breakdown of a Kentucky divisional calculation, did we prepare this attachment and file it in this case?
Thank you. I believe I'm almost finished. I was looking again at Atmos's responses to staff's third request for information. I apologize, I need to pull up the correct one really quickly. looking at Atmos's response to staff's third request for information, question number 6. And I'm looking at part C. I apologize, part B to that question. Reflecting the large change, I apologize. Let me know when you have it up. Parts C and D, or parts B and C as kind of like the primary drivers of the changes in the first year for Division 2 and Division 9. And I'm referring to B, which is talking about Division 2, which is the primary corporate division. And the response was the primary driver of the increases in liability balance of ADIT for Division 2 during fiscal year 22 was an increase in the net value of the interest rate agreement cash flow hedges. Could you explain what that is and how that affects the, I guess, book tax timing differences?
Yes, I can. So the company will enter into various interest rate agreements, which are essentially operating as hedges for their debt issuances, if you will. And so they'll enter into a contract, and as the value of those contracts changes, and it gets recorded on the financial statements, increase in value or down, and they get marked up or down on the income statement or balance sheet and income statement for financial reporting purposes. That is not a taxable transaction in the tax world, and so it's that increase in value that goes from the balance sheet and income statement for financial reporting purposes is disregarded. So that kind of creates the tax timing difference, if you will. And then only at the time of settlement of those contracts, when the ultimate result is known and it is either a gains recorded because they increased in value, or a loss is recorded for financial reporting purposes because they decreased in value, does that become a closed tax transaction, which would then, be either a gain or loss reported on our tax return, and that would reverse any sort of timing difference between financial reporting and taxes, and reverse any deferred taxes that may have existed.
I guess, is it normal to is the increase in that value or the decrease in the value of those, is that reflected in rates in some other way other than the deferred tax liability or assets that are associated with them?
I will refer that to another witness, maybe Joe Christian or Greg Waller in the case. I don't know the treatment of the actual underlying contractual agreement.
Okay. I did not have any other questions. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Reagan? I don't have questions either. Redirect?
I just have a couple, if we could. There's been a lot of discussion about the ad valorem taxes and how that might have changed and things like that. But the position in the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Waller, that is already the lower amount that could have been changed by this marathon case that's been discussed, or the tax bill that was enacted subsequent. So it's already the lower number.
Yes, that amount already reflects the favorableness of the legislation.
So that's already been accounted for, and there shouldn't be any recalculation needed now based on this new legislation. You all already took that into account.
Correct.
Okay. The only other question I have is, this refund that has kind of been tossed around. First of all, you all don't know if there would be a refund anyways. Like, that has not been determined in any way by Atmos or the Kentucky Treasury, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then, so even if there was a refund that might be coming back, the amortization of the rate case expenses, you can't just book those against each other, I guess, for lack of a better word. Like, it's not, you can't just say, oh, we got $2 million back, we're just gonna not worry about our rate case expense.
I'm not sure. I
Okay, that's okay. That's probably better for someone else. Thank you. And then that was all I had to follow up on. Thank you.
Any reason why this witness couldn't be excused? All right, you're excused, sir. Thank you.
Call Emily Weebi.
Okay. Hello, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please tell us your full name and state your business address.
My name is Emily B. Weebi. My business address is 5430 LBJ Freeway, Dallas, Texas, 75240.
Okay, counsel.
Ms. Weebi, what is your title with Atmos Energy?
I am the Director of Accounting Services and Financial Reporting.
Thank you. And did you cause testimony and/or responses to data requests to be filed into the record in this proceeding?
I did.
Do you have any additions or corrections that have to do with any of those responses or testimony?
I do.
If I were to ask you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Is it your desire and intent to incorporate those responses and testimony into the record today?
Yes.
Witnesses available for cross?
Okay, Mr. Cook.
No questions?
Sir.
Just a question or two. Ms. Weebi, good afternoon.
Hi.
Have any other state commissions rejected Atmos's cost allocation methodology that's being set forth in this case?
No.
And have any of the allocation results from that methodology, have any of those been rejected?
No, not that I'm aware of.
That's all I have.
But just a couple questions.
Sure.
On the shared, I'm gonna say this one, the shared services,
Uh-huh.
are those divided by percentage equally across all of your organizations, or do they differ by usage, or how you calculate those?
It depends on which cost you're speaking of within shared services. Do you have a specific one?
Cloud computing.
Cloud computing. So in its current state, yeah. So cloud computing in its current state is all within our shared service company 10, which is our main shared service entity, and then it can be within either our customer service organization or which is company 12, or our main shared service organization, which is company 2. So if it is in the customer service organization, when it is expensed, there, it's using what we call the customer factor, which is defined in our cost allocation manual. And if it's in the other side of the organization, we use our composite factor. The difference in those two is the composite factor uses percentage of PP&E, O&M, and customer count, and the customer division only uses customer count. And then it spreads evenly across all of our divisions in that manner, based on where that original cost was held. So if it was a customer service organization IT system, it would be in that customer service organization. If it was for the benefit of all shared services, it would be in the other.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank
Okay.
you. And then, can you just talk about the Railroad Commission in Texas and
Yeah.
that order?
Yeah, so 1 second, let me find it in my
I
testimony.
think it's on page 18, 19 of your testimony.
Yeah. So, yeah. So the Railroad Commission has fully authorized this cloud computing recovery in a case with CenterPoint. That's RCT docket OS 2300015513. So we have actually filed, we have 2 filings currently happening in our West Texas division and in our Mid-Tex division that is expected to receive the same treatment that CenterPoint received in that filing. I think those hearings are next week for West Texas and in June for Mid-Tex.
Okay, and that's, the accounting treatment of that has been approved, correct?
It will be approved in the filing next week is my understanding.
Okay.
I think it's settled in principle is my understanding right now.
And are you looking to do that in this case as well?
We are.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, thank you, that helps explain it.
Mm-hmm.
I have any questions? Okay. Redirect? Anything further? Okay, you may be excused.
Thank you.
And was that your final witness?
We have 2 more.
2 more. Okay. Sorry.
We have spoken with the Attorney General. I don't believe they have questions for the last 2 witnesses, Mr. Rob and Mr. Christian, so I do think we could probably move through them fairly quickly.
You're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury.
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. Please tell us your full name and business address.
Yes, my name is Paul Robb, and my business address is 5313 Portsmouth Road, Bethesda, Maryland, 20816.
Okay, counsel.
And Mr. Rob, by whom are you employed and what is your title there?
I'm self-employed, and I did not give myself a title.
And then I guess, what role did you play in this proceeding then?
I was responsible for the class cost of service analysis.
Thank you. And as the witness responsible for the class cost of service, did you cause direct testimony and responses to data requests to be filed in this matter?
I did.
And do you have any corrections, additions, or anything else like that to be made to your direct testimony or to your responses to data requests?
I have one small correction to my testimony. It appears on the last page of the testimony, page 20, line 17. There's 2 values on line 17, 2440 and 6650. The 2440 should actually be 25, and the 6650 should actually be 75. And with that, there are no other corrections to the testimony or data requests.
And noting that correction, is it your intent to have your testimony and responses to data requests be adopted into the proceeding of the proceeding today?
Yes.
Thank you, and the witness is available for cross.
Okay, Mr. Cook?
No questions.
Staff.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Rhodes, if you wouldn't mind sharing my screen if you're listening. Good afternoon, Mr. Rabb.
Good afternoon.
There we go. Up on the screen there, we've got what you submitted as Exhibit PHR2, and I'm on page 6.
Yes.
Hopefully it's on the screen over there, and it says at the top, this is the customer demand study. Is that correct?
I believe that's the one, yeah. The 2 is the customer demand, yes.
And that is followed, along with your testimony, with exhibits PHR3 and PHR4, which are demand-only studies and demand energy studies.
Correct.
Energy demand studies.
Correct.
Did Atmos utilize one of those 3 specific studies for their rate design?
Well, I believe they utilized sort of the composite of all of those studies. They looked at well, let me back up a bit. Generally, when conducting studies like these, there's a lot of judgments involved. And so you make a judgment and then you get a result. You make a different judgment, such as were made in PHR3 and PHR4, you get a different result. So the collection of all those results provides you with a range of what reasonable cost allocations would produce. It is my understanding that they used that range of results to develop their rate design and revenue requirement or revenue allocation determinations in this case. And those appear in my exhibit PHR 5 at the end, where I show the ranges and in what the various class cost of service studies show.
And who with Atmos decided what the allocation should be for rate design?
I believe that's Mr. Taylor. I was not responsible for the rate design or the revenue allocation.
Okay, let's go through this customer demand study spreadsheet, PHR 2. As I understand, a customer demand study, it attempts to break down costs between customer costs, demand costs, commodity costs, which are in the 3 columns on the right. How do you decide for each account number what percentage is allocated to which of those 3 columns?
Essentially, those columns are in this case classified based on, well, in this case it's a composite allocator classification factor. The composite classification factors, that is the determination of what is actually classification factor 5.4, appears in, I believe it would be probably page 16 of the 75, or a page near there, which is entitled Summary of Classification Factors. So if we can go there, you'll see that, yes, please keep going. I think we got to keep going again still. Maybe one more? Maybe one more. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's go the whole way to the end. I probably stuck this way at the end. So let's go to the... We're getting closer if we just keep going up. There it is.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry for the confusion.
No, that's fine.
Lot of pages in here, and I put them in different orders sometimes.
Okay, so tell me what I'm looking at here.
Yeah, anyways, to answer your question directly, what we have is, this is the generation of all of the classification factors that are used in the study. And so if you look at, on the left-hand column, there's a number 1 through, with 1 through, let's say, 10 or 15 or whatever, down through there, is listed as either an input number or as an internally generated number. If it's an input, as this top line shows, it's a customer allocation factor, it's an input. It says, okay, everything that's going to be classified as a customer, everything that's going to be classified as a customer cost, I am going to indicate with that 1, and it is going to be 100% allocated or classified as a customer cost. Similarly with demand, similarly with commodity. Storage is 50-50. We'll come back to mains. The rest of the factors below 4.0 are generated as composite factors. So what I'll do is I'll use those top 5 classification factors. I'll use those that I've decided I'm going to classify on one of those simple classification factors. I'll then sum the components that serve to match those and use those as composite classification factors. So for example, the one we were looking at, 5.4, which is a composite of PST and D plant, that sums up to these values under customer demand and commodity, and I develop my composite factor there as your cursor is showing at roughly 69%, 29%, and 2%. So that's the composite factor. The one I left out of this, and the one that separates, that distinguishes the studies that are reflected in PHR 2 through PHR 4, is this mains and services, and that's what we were originally talking about, the difference between the studies. One is customer demand, one is demand only, and one is commodity demand. And so that's what separates those studies from one another, and how you get different composite factors from the different simple mains classification scheme that we use to develop the cost allocation study.
Now, are the simple classifications, are those standard, do those come from somewhere?
I believe what you're asking me is, do I apply my judgment in the application of those? And the answer is yes. But I don't think that the judgments that I apply in the application of those are significantly different than the judgments that most other people or most other analysts in this, that perform this exercise would apply.
So when you're conducting one of these studies, what do you use as a starting point for any particular simple classification?
I look at what the cost is, incurred for. So if we take mains again, for example, my way of thinking about that is, as I described in my testimony, if I install a main, a distribution main, or I am doing two things with that. First of all, I'm providing the right to take service. I have, that's a classification factor, and it can be split up between the customer function, the fact that the customer is on the system, and his demands that he places on the system. And so logically, that makes sense to me to apply that particular classification factor. Others have different logic, as we've seen in prior cases, and they apply a different classification factor.
Okay, I'm gonna scroll back up to page 6 where we started.
Okay.
And I'm not gonna force you to go through every line. I don't think anybody here wants that. Some of it seems intuitive.
Yes.
Even to me, and some of it does not. So I'm gonna focus more on the ones that are not. As an example of something that seems somewhat intuitive, for the customer demand study, storage plant, I think it makes sense to me that that be split between demand and commodity and not have any of it attributable to customer, because storage is I don't know how you would want to, how would you
Well, I would say,
storage is a
storage
commodity in
performs two
demand?
functions on the system. The first function that it performs is to meet demands at the time of peak. You store gas and you can use it up. The second function that it performs is balancing, so that if I get swings in demand and I have to put gas away for a while, or if I get, at the other case where demand goes up, I can bring it out of storage. So it performs a very important balancing function within the system. So that is, in my mind, is more of a commodity-related function.
And from the minimum system point of view, storage is not required for the minimum system requirements of any individual or group of individuals taking service, correct?
Well, I mean, I guess what you're trying to say is it's not classified as a customer-related cost that would be associated with a system under which a customer takes no natural gas whatsoever, or has no demand. So I think the answer to your question is yes.
The next category down is distribution, and again, that one seems much more intuitive, that distribution is going to be primarily a customer cost and not a commodity cost. I know it's not a very large amount, but why is intangible plant divided up the way it is, the first category on page 6?
It's really a catch-all at that point. We don't really know how to classify it as anything. I mean, I wouldn't know where else to put it. So I just say, well, let's just assign it let's classify it as if it serves the function of satisfying the requirements of the entire system. And so that's where it goes.
I guess my question would be, why not divide it evenly 3 ways, but it seems to be mostly under customer?
It's a judgment call, and you can certainly make that judgment call. You know, I would point out that one of my reasons for providing the cost of service study in the form that I do with all of this detail is so that anyone, any party can take these classification factors and simply change it. You change that 5.4 to whatever classification you would like and observe the effect on the results. I would say that, you know, not even regardless of the value, the small size of that particular account, most of the things that you change won't have a very big impact on the results. But don't take my word for it. Take the study, plug in your own allocation or classification and or allocation factors and see what results they show and see whether you get a significantly different result. I would posit that you do not. But.
Okay, on the next page, page 7, we've got general, and it includes things like land, structures, which I am assuming is that, are those office structures? Is that what?
Yes.
39,000 is?
Yeah, they're as you characterize, they're just things we can classify as serving one of the functions of, you know, production, storage, transmission, distribution. So we've in a sense said that my philosophy reflected in this class cost of service study is I don't know where to put them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that they provide support for all of the activities of all of the functions that the utility engages in. And each of those activities will get some shared allocation of those general costs.
And just, for example, I'll use the first line item, land and land rights. How did you come up with the division across the 3 columns?
Well, that division is as a result of my choosing of the classification factor PST and D plant, which is the catch-all composite for all of the different functions that the utility is engaged in. And you can see the arithmetic of that in that classification schedule that we were at earlier.
Which, as you explained, was a composite of multiple percentages, but I guess I just don't understand where those percentages come from.
Then I wasn't clear, or I'm not able to explain it to you.
Well, so the simple ones are simple. I understand those. The other ones are composites.
Correct.
But I'm not sure I understand
All right,
what they are composites of, or what the percentages making up those composites, what the starting point is for those.
Sure, I'm sorry, then I misunderstood your question. Let's take one as an example and go through it. Let's take net plant, for example. That should be a relatively, well, that probably won't be an easy one, but I'm trying to think. Well, let's take allocated O&M expenses. I think that should probably do it, okay? I may have misspoke, but let's take 9.1 allocated O&M expenses. You see I have 18% going to customer, and 8% is going to demand, and 73% is going to commodity. All right, now let's go back to the O&M schedule, the full O&M schedule, which should appear about line, or about page 10 or so. Okay, let's see where we're at here. Let's keep going. No, I'm sorry.
I remember reviewing it before the hearing, but I think it's at the end. Here we go.
There we go. So now let's go down to the end of that. Let's go down to the end of that, okay? And keep going. All right, hold on. There's total O&M expense. Now, if my memory were better, I would say that 21,877 272 that we have classified as the portion of O&M expenses that is customer-related, that number gets transferred back to the classification factor table, as do the 10,395,048 and the 88,687,302. And assuming there are no mistakes in that calculation, that 21.9 million roughly divided by the 120,959,622, the total column, should equal the customer-related composite classification factor for all of those accounts that we have classified according to total O&M expenses. And I can go from each one of the classification factor amounts, composites, back to an element of the model and pull that number directly from the model back to that classification factor.
Is that just a complicated way of saying that you've averaged together the totals from each of these sections, O&M, plant and service, depreciation, to get the percentages that are on that last page?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're weighted averages. So you know, the amounts that are used to develop the composites are weighted averages of the costs that have already been classified according to customer demand or energy. So then I can use those to generate another composite classification factor. And the allocation factors work exactly the same way.
So I think my problem was I had things backwards. I thought that you were determining the amounts in the three columns in O&M, depreciation, plant and service, by using the percentages in that in the final table, but it's the other way around.
Not entirely, because I need something to start that process going. So I'll go through, and for each of these categories, I'll choose those that are simple classification factors. For example, I'll say, okay, that you know, all these customer-related costs, for example, you see right on that table, they're going to be customer-related. Then there's a sort of a So there is a process of it's not really an iterative process, but it's a process whereby my factors are all generated by how do I explain this? I mean, they're generated by a process where I'm going back and forth. I don't want to say iterative because it's not an iterative process, but you may more easily understand it as an iterative process where I'll put in my factors that are inputs, I calculate numbers, I get a number here, I generate a number, and I go back until I've reached an equilibrium between where there's no change between my classifications and the classification factors that are used. But you can always tell that because of course, information that's not presented here. On the far right-hand column of this, that appears in my work papers, there's a 0 going down there, which confirms that I've classified and or allocated. I've classified or allocated every one of those accounts in a way that doesn't leave anything unallocated or unclassified.
That makes sense. All right, so back to, I think one of the first questions I asked was, for any particular line item, how do you come up with a percentage? And I think you said something along the lines of whatever you choose, there's not going to be much deviation from what cost of service studies in general would show. So where does your deviation come from?
The 3 different studies that I presented in my testing. What the classification of distribution means. That drives all of the differences in any study in my view. I think we saw that in the 2012 21 case. I mean, anytime there's an alternative class cost of service study, you can trace it all back to there.
Okay, so to get from cost of service study that you provided, or studies, I should say, because there are 3 of them, to get to the rate changes that are in the tariff, somewhere between you and the tariff, somebody, and you said you thought Mr. Taylor
Yes.
determined what percentages should be used to distribute the cost between customer charges and volumetric charges, as well as between rate classes.
Yes.
Now, do these 3 studies, do they only inform the part of rate design that has to do with customer charge versus volumetric charge, or does this also inform division of rates among the different classes?
All of those.
Okay,
Both of those.
Can you, I definitely understand how it informs the customer charge versus volumetric part. Can you explain for me how it informs the customer class part of rate design?
Yeah, if you look at, if you look at Exhibit PHR 5, you'll see the the answer to your questions on PHR 5. Basically, what we're doing there is I am comparing. Let's go to page 2 of that exhibit. I've taken from my studies. Let's start at the top of that. Or yes, that's. I've calculated from my studies the minimum revenue increase indicated. And that appears in page 1 of each of the studies. What I'll do is I'll go through and I'll say, okay, I developed the class cost of service at each under each of the different methods, and then I compare that to a hypothetical distribution under which the return is equal among all classes. I think what should ultimately be the goal. Okay, that return will indicate for me what the increase should be in order to get my class cost of service, which indicates costs at present revenue levels, what they should be to get it to the revenue levels where they are equalized return across all the distributions. Okay, now, for each of my 3 studies, I have a minimum revenue increase indicated by there. That is a difference that reflects the minimum difference between the equalized return and the calculated return, and I have a maximum difference. Okay, so I want to come up with or Mr. Taylor in this case wants to come up with a revenue distribution that falls sort of in the middle of that maximum and the minimum, because that tells that indicates to him that the revenue allocation that he has chosen moves the system and moves the classes closer to an equalized rate of return across all the classes. So with that understanding, we have a minimum revenue increase indicated from my studies and a maximum, and then we have the one that he actually relied on in terms of developing his final rates. That's the average revenue increase indicated in that third column of numbers there. And, well, that's the average, and then his that he ultimately decided on. And you can see that they generally fall within those categories that there. Perhaps not always, but he has other factors that he's considering. So what I'm providing him with is a guide for where the revenue distribution should be, and he is making other judgments with respect to gradualism or customer-related charges or many other factors that he might consider when he's designing rates to come up with his proposed revenue increase. And then he comes back down to his proposed customer-related cost, which is also an important component of the study, and that's shown in the second group of numbers down there.
Thank you for that explanation. That definitely educated me I should probably stop while I'm ahead, but unfortunately I won't, I can't do that just yet.
Great.
According to the last fourth set of data requests that staff sent out, it says Atmos decided not to perform a zero-intercept method within the customer demand study. Can you explain zero-intercept method and why that wasn't performed?
Correct, yes.
I'm sorry, I should have waited till you were at that response.
Well, I'm not sure what response you're.
It was
for.
number 5 in the fourth.
Okay, yes,
So
I'm
staff's
there now.
fourth request,
Yes.
item 5. Explain for me what a zero-intercept study is.
Oh, there are two methods of generating what portion of distribution mains we're going to classify as customer-related and which portion we're going to classify as demand-related. The two common methods are the minimum system approach, which is what we applied in here, and the zero-intercept method. The zero-intercept method relies on regression techniques to regress the cost per foot of mains onto the demand carrying characteristics of the various sizes of mains that the company has on the system. And the assumption is the point at which the regression line crosses the y-axis is the level of costs that are customer related. That is, they have zero demand associated with them, so arithmetically they must come up with that as the level of customer related costs. That's what a zero-intercept method does. It generates that customer-related cost from a mathematical regression analysis.
And the response says that Atmos felt the zero-intercept study performed in this case would fail. Can you explain what that means?
There are three ways that a zero-intercept study can fail. First way it can fail is that it can say that there's no relationship or a negative relationship between the pressure and the cost. That's sort of a nonsensical result, so people throw that out. Second way it can fail, and the way it most often fails, is that the intercept is not statistically significant from a regression standpoint. So indicating that's effectively zero. And the other way it can fail is it's negative. And that, of course, is a nonsensical result. Let's take the most likely case, which I think is the result that we've generated in the past. That it is that the result is statistically insignificant. That the intercept is statistically insignificant, meaning that I can't tell you with any degree of certainty, with a defined level of certainty, I can't tell you that it's anything different than zero. Okay, what does that mean? Well, what that means is that everything that I do with respect to the zero-intercept study effectively devolves to the demand-only study. All right? And so if we were to do that, then what does the commission have to work with? The commission has two studies to work with instead of one study. So the logic being that we felt it better to provide the commission with 3 different studies showing a fairly broad range of results rather than 2 studies alone that, and the third study they could simply dismiss if they didn't approve of the method, but it wouldn't provide them any additional information to provide a zero-intercept study that failed, commonly accepted tests to determine whether its reliability.
So you said that there were 3 ways that zero-intercept method could fail, and the third reason was why in this case?
It's negative. The intercept is negative.
Gotcha. I think any other questions about rate design might require Mr. Taylor to be recalled if
And actually,
the commission
Mr.
is so
Taylor
inclined.
did not make
been discussing it, those were not Mr. Taylor's decisions, those are Mr. Troop's.
Troops.
And he is here and was not
Yes.
released, or he was released, but he is still here and would be willing to testify again.
Thank you.
So, we might need to briefly recall him then. Any other questions for, do you have questions for this witness?
I don't.
So I have this is maybe, it's definitely gonna be inartful and inelegantly asked. I'm gonna do the best I can here. So, we did cost of service studies, and, I understand how that works. You do the functionalization, the classification, the allocation, and through your study in this case, you came up with a rate of $24.40 a month residential
Yes.
and $66.50 for all non-residential.
Well, that's, there was some confusion there. I mean, I developed a range. I thought that in the course of some earlier calculations that the decision had been made to go to $24.50 and $66.50. That was changed in my final testimony to $25 and $75.
Is that, okay.
That was the correction I made
But
initially. in my
25 is for all non-residential.
That's correct.
Okay. Does that include riders?
No.
That's just the base rate?
Yes.
Okay, so to the extent that we wanted to make sure that pipeline modernization or any PRP projects that are designed to benefit economic development customers, if we wanted to make sure that those sorts of costs were allocated to the people who caused the costs and not the residents, is that done through the rider, or was that considered at all in your COSS?
I don't consider that at all.
Okay.
I think that would, you're gonna have to decide the rider.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's all I need.
Thank you.
Redirect.
We don't have any from Mr. Rob, would you like us to recall Mr. Troop now?
That was your final witness?
No, we have one more, but.
How am I not counting?
Mr. Christian has not went yet.
I am unable to count. I apologize for that. But you may be excused, Mr. Ross. Thank you so much.
And we can recall Thomas Troop if you want us to now before we call Mr. Christian, or you all.
Yeah, and Mr. Rob, based on how this has been going today, you might want to just take off running. We keep recalling people we've excused, but everybody's being a good sport about it, so.
I've enjoyed myself, Your Honor. I'll be happy to stay.
Oh, my Lord. Okay. Do you have a preference?
It would be helpful to have Mr. Troop now.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you
We'll
for
call
that.
Thomas Troop.
I should have ran.
Thank you, Ms. Concord.
You're welcome.
And then after this one, we may do a quick bathroom break and reassess. See, I don't know why we couldn't get finished today. Remind you, you're still under oath.
Yes.
For the 16th. Yeah. Mr. Regan has to go by 5:30 today due to a prior commitment, but we'll see what we can do.
Okay. And I don't have to redirect him. He's still under oath, so.
Gotcha.
Do you have anything?
Oh, no. I'm sorry,
I
I didn't know you were.
First shot.
I was waiting for her.
right,
Thank you, Mr. Collier, for chairing this hearing.
No, I did not mean to overstep my boundaries, Chair.
Not at all.
All right, Mr. Troop, we've all underestimated how important you were today, so we're glad to have you back on the stand. I assume you were not in the room, but did you hear Mr. Rabb's testimony?
That's why I came back to the
Okay,
room, yes.
all right. All right, so what I'd like to do is to get us from the cost of service study to the rate change in the tariff. So first question is there somewhere in the record, and I apologize if it's already there, is there somewhere in the record that shows what percentages were actually used by Atmos to divide the rates up between customer charge and volumetric charge?
I do not believe there's anything in the record to my knowledge.
Okay, so explain for me step by step how we got from cost of service study to the rate design.
Okay, let's see how to put this. There's quite a bit of an art to the rate design, and Mr. Rock kind of alluded to that. So what we did in the rate design was to arrive at an end result that was consistent with the cost of service study. And we have two levers basically to play with. It's the monthly base charge and the volumetric charge. And he mentioned gradualism, that's one of the considerations. If first we come up with a set of monthly charges that look reasonable, and we try to keep the percentage of revenue between the classes consistent with basically where they currently are, and the percentages between the monthly charge and the commodity charge fairly consistent with how they currently are. So once we get the first set of monthly charges in there, then we'll play with the commodity charge until we get the right amount of revenue to collect to cover the efficiency. And if a particular customer class is getting too much as a percentage versus kind of where they stand now in percentage of shares, then we go back in and adjust those again.
So somewhere there's a spreadsheet or some program that you use where changing one factor shows you a difference in how that'll bring your rates closer to the expected ROE plus revenue requirement.
There's a spreadsheet where it's done. It's not a program. It's kind of a manual, iterative process.
Okay, and so that spreadsheet is not something that's in the record?
It should be within the revenue model, which is one of the relied upon.
Are we talking about one of the spreadsheets, schedules A through?
No, it's a relied upon file that feeds into those schedules A through F or whatever it goes to.
But it has been provided?
All
Yes.
of the relied upon files were filed in a zip file
Okay,
in relation
yes,
to
I've seen that.
staff's first request for information. So there's a ton of Excel spreadsheets that are in that zip file for the relied upons.
Yeah, and in the revenue forecast file, there is a particular sheet in there with worksheet name of rate design. And it shows the
If we need
rates.
to lay eyes on it, we were gonna take a restroom break, and that might be a time to
That would
find
be
it.
fantastic.
If that would make the questioning more meaningful. Okay, let's do that. Let's try 10 minutes. Let's try to be back at 4:40. Okay, we are now back on the record in case number 2024-276. And let's see, we have Mr. Troop called to the stand and we're in cross by staff.
Thank you, Chair. Jim, if you wouldn't mind, give the screen a second to pop up our Excel spreadsheet. I think I've got to push a button. Jim, I think the battery might have died on this fella. Thank you, Jim. This is like apes trying to use tools for the first time. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Troop. We'll give it a second and see what we've got.
You want us to try to just pull it up on the
There we go.
computer thing?
All right. Okay, Mr. Truth, the first thing that we need to do is identify where we found this Excel spreadsheet for the benefit of the financial staff that will go back looking for this and may not be listening. Can you tell me where we found this spreadsheet in the record?
It should be in the folder with our relied upons or relied files. And it's the Kentucky Revenue Billing Unit Forecast, test year ending 6/30/2024.
And that was a part of the relied upon zip file that was filed. And which tab are we on?
We're on the tab called Rate Design.
Which is far
Towards the
down
right.
the list of tabs,
Yeah.
correct? Okay, thank you for that. Now, we were talking about Mr. Rab's cost of service study and how to get from that fifth exhibit that he had, which suggested how his work should be incorporated into two things: how to divide rates between volumetric charges and customer charges, and how to divide the rates up between classes. Tell me what this spreadsheet does in the process to get from that to the rates that we see in the tariffs.
Sure. If you look in column K, rows 43 through 48, that shows the percent change from current rates to proposed rates. We tried to keep those consistent between the classes. One thing we did do was try to get the discount for the interruptible commodity charge to around about 30 cents, or sorry, 0.3. Yeah, 30 cents per.
And why is that?
There was very little discount on it before, and we felt that they weren't really getting the value for being on an interruptible rate that they should have had. So we adjusted that. And that's why you see less of a percent change in that particular line.
Let me ask this: when you said this was kind of an art, and I think I'm starting to understand that a little better. is it more accurate to say that the cost of service study helps you determine how much customer charge should be? Or you determine what you think a reasonable customer charge should be, and then adjust the volumetric charge to get to the revenue requirement plus ROE?
Yeah, that's fair. We adjust the customer charges first, trying to be consistent with the class cost of service, and then we will play with the commodity charge to get the proper revenue out of it. And again, there's some mitigation and changes within the customer charge so that they don't increase too much to cause a little bit of shock. I believe we did that too. Subject to check. I think it was the commercial class. It would have had to gone up a whole lot more than what it is in here.
So that is why, as indicated in DR responses, I'm not sure if it was you or a different witness, but there was an indication that the customer charges were, the proposed customer charges would not be sufficient to cover fixed charges, or I'm sorry, fixed costs.
I'm not familiar with that particular data response.
So, but do you know that to be correct or incorrect, or you don't know?
I don't know.
Okay. Would you generally start with fixed costs for the categories that Mr. Rabb described as a way to formulate the customer cost?
We just generally start from where current rates are, and we looked at them, and the spread was fairly consistent with the class cost of service. And so then, if we keep them the same way, then we are maintaining consistency with the class cost of service.
Tell me what fairly consistent means to you.
Within reasonable range of how his study shows the spread of revenue between classes and between fixed and commodity. I mean, it's not an exact science, as
Sure.
I said, it's an art.
What percentage would be unreasonable deviation from
I
cost
don't
of
have a
service?
particular percentage.
Would 10% greater customer charge be?
I don't have a particular percent that I use.
Would 100% more?
That would probably be an issue.
Would 50% more?
Possibly.
20% more?
I'm not certain on the exact amount.
So maybe between 20 and 50% more would be too much?
Perhaps.
I don't understand what I'm looking at the spreadsheet well enough to ask a question any more specific than what else that's showing on the screen right now was used to either apportion rates between classes or between customer cost and volumetric cost per charge.
If you look in columns P and Q, it's showing the current base charge as percent of revenue and the proposed base charge as a percent of revenue, and we did not want to get those too far apart from where they currently are as well. And you can see in most cases they're pretty close, except where we did some mitigation in the customer charges so that they didn't rise too quickly.
Does Atmos have any sort of manual or other guidance or memoranda that gives any direction on how to engage in the sort of rate design that you've described?
I mean, it's done also in consultation with others in my department and such, and this was done at the direction of Mr. Taylor as well, so. But no, there's no official manual that says exactly how to do it.
I think that's all.
Okay. Commissioner Egan?
Nothing.
And I don't have anything further. Do you have redirect?
I do, a couple, I think. Do you also perform the same function for some of Atmos's other divisions in other states?
I have not in the past, but I am currently on another project for another state, yes.
And do you kind of do it the same way in all your states?
Generally, yes.
And I believe you've been at least listening in the other room to the testimony, and there's been testimony that Atmos is has the lowest residential rates in the state?
That is what I
And is that
understand, yes.
your belief as well?
That is my belief.
Nothing further?
Anything further for this one? Then excuse you again.
Okay, thank you.
All right, call your next witness.
Call Mr. Joe Christian, please.
And this is our last witness.
I wasn't even gonna say it. Please raise
Unless
your right
somebody
hand to
gets
be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Okay, please have a seat and tell us your full name and business address.
My full name is Joe T. Christian. Business address is 5420 Linden Baines Johnson Freeway, Dallas, Texas, 75240.
Gotcha. Okay. Counsel?
Thank you. Mr. Christian, what is your title with Atmos?
It is Director of Rates and Regulatory Affairs.
And did you provide testimony or responses to data requests in this matter?
Yes.
And do you have any revisions or corrections, amendments to any of your direct testimony or responses to data requests?
I do not.
And is it your intent to have those responses in your direct testimony incorporated into the record of this proceeding here today?
Yes.
And that is all I have the witnesses available for cross.
Mr. Christian?
No questions.
Yes, how you doing? I was looking at the bottom of page 6, kind of top of page 7 of your rebuttal testimony.
Yes, I'm ready.
Sure. I was looking for it myself. At that spot, you state that if the hypothetical capital structure proposed by the AG's witness were adopted, that it could increase Atmos's long-term interest rate from 4.11% to 4.56%. Is that correct?
I guess I was pointing out in the response that if you look back in 2014, when we went from a B-rated company roughly to an A-rated company, if you went back and looked at all the debt that we had issued that is outlined in Exhibit JTC R-2, and you took the day that we issued that debt as an A-rated company and compared it to what it would have been if we were still a B-rated company, that's part of what went into the math that showed the savings of $21 million that showed there at the bottom of page 6.
Okay. And the 21 million is Atmos's total.
Oh, yeah, that is corporate-wide, that's not just Kentucky
Okay.
specific, yes.
And but that's based on a change in the interest rate. I guess you look back and notice that if something similar happened here, the interest rate would change from.
If we had been, over the last little over a decade, if we'd been a triple B company and issued what is roughly 85% of our outstanding long-term debt now, then that would be, if the same thing were to happen, if we were a triple B company today and we issued the same amount of debt over the next decade, it would result in a higher overall interest rate. And if I went back and took those interest rates that, I worked with our Treasury Department to get this information out of Bloomberg.
Okay.
And I went back into the how we calculate that embedded rate of 4.11% and substituted the little bit higher rate. And also combine that in with when we had record low interest rates, and we knew we were going to be issuing debt, we were going out and locking in treasury positions so that if rates went up before we issued the debt, we would still have that lower treasury component locked in. So I looked at if we took that out, if we issued it at what B company on that same day issued debt out, or that same range of days, then overall it would come out to that 4.56% rate that's shown on line 1 of page 7 of my testimony.
So that's really more if you were a triple B company.
Yeah, if we
instead of-
had been, yes.
Okay, and I guess that calculation, the 21 million, is that what's shown in like exhibit 2 to your testimony? Your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, yeah, that's what is outlined there on exhibit 2. Is so you go back and you can see when each issuance was made. And where you see blanks down on line 11 through 15, that is all debt that was issued prior to going from an A-rated company to a B-rated company to an A-rated company. So we didn't include that in the computation.
Okay, and you, I guess line, or column F is if you were an A-rated company, and
Yeah.
then column G would be if you're a B-rated company.
Yeah, that ties back to what we actually did issue it at, and then we went out and looked at what triple B range debt was on that same date that we issued. For example, on line 3, 10/2 of 2019, 300 million, we issued at 2.602, but triple B companies that day was issuing at 2.857.
And is the 21 million in savings, is that in 1 year? Like, that's what would be saved if the interest rates, obviously the interest rates were being, they're different over a long period of time, but that has a cumulative effect. Is that the cumulative effect for 1 year?
That is the annual effect as of September, I guess as of that last note that was issued on 10/1 of 2024.
Okay, and is that based on, I guess it's just based on the overall capital structure or the capitalization? So you have X amount of debt and X amount of equity. It's not really looking at the capital structure overall and applying that to rate base. Is that accurate?
For that 21 million, that is correct. I want to say that I did take that 4.56 and plug that into our rebuttal model, and we were on page 7 a moment ago.
Is that where I was gonna ask about the 1.14 million?
Yes, that's where that came from, was taking the 4.56 and then plugging it into the model instead of the 4.11 is what produced on page 7 at line 6, the 1.14 million.
And the 1.14 million, was that, you applied it, you put it into the model, applied it to the rate base, did you keep the capital structure based on your all's proposed equity and debt share, or is that?
That is correct.
Okay. You didn't change the debt share to reflect the AG's witness proposal?
That is correct.
Okay. And if you did change the debt share to reflect the AG's witness proposal, would you?
It would be a higher.
It would be higher, because it would, instead of approximately 38% debt, it'd be approximately 48%
It'd be
debt.
something higher, yes.
So, just generally speaking, would you agree that would probably, I know this is a very general number, but let's say in the neighborhood of like 1.5 million, debt cost increase, if you had that capital structure?
I'll accept that for subject to check.
Yeah. And that's kind of, to follow up on that, that's one question that I had. So let's assume, and I know this is subject to check, and maybe I can even ask you all as a post-hearing just to, do that. Assuming it's, about 1.5 million a year in debt savings from having that, the A-rated versus the B-rated. The AG's Witness calculated that a capital structure consisting of 52.5% equity would result in about, I think it was roughly $5.4 million in savings. Does that sound accurate to you?
I don't recall, but I do think on the front of his testimony, he gave a summary of all the adjustments, and that was one of them.
And of course, they didn't predict any change in the debt rate, and I think you argued that if you're going to do that, you would have to reflect a change in the debt rate.
It would seem fair, yes.
Is that from the 4.56 or 4.11?
It'd be from 4.11 to 4.56.
I guess the question that I have, assuming you're correct that a capital structure with the 52.5% equity would result in the debt rate increasing as you propose, would it still not be overall beneficial for customers to have the lower equity share? Because by decreasing the equity, you're reducing the cost by about 5.4 million and then increasing the debt cost by about 1.5, which would net out to customers about 4 million in savings.
I agree that just a short-term view, just focused on raising this case, that if we didn't consider anything else, that it does result mathematically in a lower number. But as we put forth in this case and our previous couple of cases, you know, as we're financing our company, we're not just looking at one, I guess, financing in isolation, but we know as we started down this journey over a decade ago that we're going to be spending more in investing in our operations to meet the safety regulations and requirements that Witness Austin talked about on the stand this morning. And so taking a long-term view of it, knowing that we are going to need to access capital markets on an annual basis and on a much more frequent basis, because prior to 2014, we weren't issuing long-term debt every year or raising equity through the ATM that was discussed earlier today on a, I want to say throughout the year basis. And in order to be able to have that access to fund the safety and investment stuff, it's, I guess there's a balance there that, you know, you can zero in and focus, you know, maybe get, you know, not be able to see the forest for the trees because you just zero in on this calculation that you just provided. But if you step back and think about the bigger picture and balance short-term needs with long-term objectives, I think it's to the benefit of the customer to allow us to manage the balance sheet the way we've managed it and not get caught up in setting a hypothetical capital structure that really doesn't support the objectives of making the investment back in the infrastructure that we've been making in Kentucky and that we'll continue to make in Kentucky. And whether it's a replacement of older infrastructure or economic development, we want to be able as a company to do those things. And stepping back and getting back to does the customer benefit? And we, as was mentioned a moment ago, we do have the lowest rates for our residential customers because we're very blessed to have a good industrial load, which helps, you know, offset that. But in order to continue to do that, I think it's important that the commission reconsider and look at the capital structure that they award us in this case. And certainly compared to our peers, you know, they requested actual, they got actual, but yes, you know, they make decisions that cause them to think 53, 54% is what they need. I don't know what goes into their thinking, but I know what goes into our thinking, and it's, you know, balancing short-term with long-term needs, and so that's, I'd say, a long answer to your question, but I'd say on the one hand, you do have a point. If we just thought about the short term, it does result in a lower revenue requirement, where we're trying to step back and look at the long term as well.
And I understand that there's a balance to it, and I guess, would you agree that the balance is potentially having a lower equity rate? You know, the risk is that in order to, you know, raise capital from debt, that you're going to have a higher debt rate. But if the higher debt rate results, you know, if the net effect of that is savings to customers, you know, wouldn't that balance weigh in favor of, you know, assuming that there's a higher debt rate, wouldn't that balance weigh in favor of actually decreasing the revenue or the equity share of the capital structure?
I guess that part of it is what you say is the lower debt rate, but it's also that access to the capital markets. I'm not for sure that our peers in the state could go out and access the capital markets, that they could actually issue equity and maintain their capital structure and invest at the level that we invest. That it's, I'll say, all these things are connected, and focusing in on this one thing, I think, has a longer term effect of, we're not gonna be able to maintain the spending and investment in the system. And I recently did a study of our evolution of our spending over the last 3 decades. And, 3 decades ago, we couldn't go issue equity as a company. We were very constrained on how much we could invest back in the system. And that's part of what went into our thinking on, if we're gonna invest our spending, if we're gonna increase our investment to meet, the call to action and be more proactive in addressing safety needs, then we're gonna need to be able to raise that capital. And it's that type of thinking that there are trade-offs. Certainly, you point out one of the trade-offs is higher equity, results in higher cost of capital. But I think even if you step back and look at the cost of capital, that I'm not sure where we'll come out on the ROE in this case, but certainly part of that cost of capital we've got here, even at the 4, 5, 6 that are recomputed here, I think that's still lower than our peers in the state. So there's a lot. That's a long way of saying there's a lot of things that go into that calculation.
I did have questions about that calculation, but I wanted to finish this. You talk about like access to capital, and I know you all have, I guess, a shelf registration for both debt and equity that kind of allows you to go out, when it's advantageous. I mean, do you go out and, let's see what we can get in debt, and, if you can't get the debt, then you need more equity? Or is the decision being made, before that point to say, we're gonna go out and get, $400 million in equity and $100 million in debt?
I guess we're, on an annual basis, we look at, after we go through our annual budget and do the specifics of our budget, we plug that in and take a more long-term look and, 5-year plan, and look at the ratings agency metrics that 5-year plan produces, and weigh in how much debt, how much equity. And the other component of all this is reinvested earnings. We reinvest over half of our earnings back into the business each year. And so, looking at that, then we also look at, okay, so here's the financing we'll need over this 5-year period. Make sure we've got enough in a shelf to meet those needs, or know that we've got enough on a shelf registration to go next 2 years, so we're probably gonna need to file for a new one, at year 3 in order to continue to make that debt and equity issuance. But then, you do just make it a generic shelf, not knowing how much will be debt, how much will be equity. But as we go through the year, quarter by quarter, we've strived for, and I believe that's my first exhibit in the rebuttal testimony. It's either in rebuttal or direct, where it looks at our capitalization ratios for the last 5 years. I think that's in direct, that I've got, that we tried to maintain that high 50, low 60 range, because that's what we needed to maintain our credit rating with credit rating agencies. And we did get a recent downgrade with Moody's, so I don't think we're pushing the top of the metrics that the ratings agencies put out there, but we're, in that range of, I think, A2 now instead of A1 with Moody's. So we're pressing harder on the credit metrics than we were a couple of years ago. But we're where we think we need to be to continue to, whether it's debt or equity. But when do we make that decision? It's, we think we know what we're going to do in FY26, but being about halfway through FY25, we've got to get through the summer and see where the year winds up, and that will dictate for sure what we're going to do in 26.
You said you're pressing harder. Does that mean you're pressing harder on the metrics? Does that mean you're closer to getting downgraded, or that you're moving more towards the top end?
Closer to getting downgraded, because we did get that downgrade on news recently, and they put us on negative watch a year ago and said we're not high enough, we're not meeting the range that we were currently rated at, and signaled that they were gonna evaluate it over the next year and let us go through another cycle, but if nothing changed, then more than likely we would be downgraded. Sure enough, they did their evaluation this past winter. They issued a new report in early April, I believe, and it did reflect exactly what they had signaled.
And what did they downgrade you from and then to?
I believe it was from A1 to A2.
You attributed that directly to your regulatory environment?
Well, they attributed it just to overall where we were in the metrics, but certainly I do talk about in my rebuttal kind of the different things that go into their consideration as you're establishing a rating, and certainly the regulatory environment is a component of that.
And the cap on spending?
I don't know if they mentioned cap on spending specifically, but they do. And granted, Atmos is a little bit hard with different sizes of different states that all go into that, but they look at it as a consolidated basis, but I think they do go back and look at each of our commissions and follow orders and, you know.
So that was for Atmos overall, not Atmos Kentucky?
Correct, yeah.
Got it.
Yes.
Okay, important distinction, sorry, go ahead.
Has there ever been a time when Atmos has gone out to issue debt and their offering of debt was not fully subscribed?
I'm not aware of any.
That's never happened?
I guess I'm not actually in our treasury department,
Okay.
but I don't recall being a part of any conversations where they came back and said we had difficulty in placing an issuance.
And that would mean that every time they've gone out to sell debt, they've been able to sell all of it?
Sell what we intended, yeah.
Just looking at your exhibit 1 on your rebuttal testimony, I just wanted you to explain, this was what you're referring to with the credit metrics.
Yes.
And I guess I had some questions about this. I think you said that you used the capital structure proposed by the Attorney General's witness to calculate the credit metrics, or to see the effect on the metrics, and based on that, you thought that if that was a company-wide decision, that Atmos would be downgraded from A to B. Is that?
I don't know that I said it would, be a definite downgrade from A to B,
Okay.
but if, and it is hypothetical, and that's what the lower part of the table is if you take just Kentucky operations in our Kentucky 5-year plan and plugged it in with their capital structure, with their proposed capital structure, those are the metrics you get. If you leave it in at what we proposed, but I want to say I just put in our existing rate of return. I didn't put in our proposed rate of return to try to be a little bit more moderate in what the metrics were going to be, that you can see the difference. And what is up at the top is what I believe the ranges where we currently fell. So you could kind of see that, 26, 24, 24 falls within that intermediate range up above versus, 18, 17, 17 down below is in the next category down. So that's what that exercise was about. And really, in a sense, it shows that, I guess the conclusion is, if we were to apply the AG's metrics to all of Atmos Energy, it in effect says that Kentucky customers are being subsidized by the rest of Atmos operations.
What? Do you have kind of support for this, like that you use to do this calculation?
I do, and I believe we file what goes into this summary as a work paper when we file rebuttal, but certainly ask a data request and we can either verify that or supply.
Yeah, I might do a post-hearing data request just to ask a little more detail about what went into it, because this is the end result. Maybe it was in there, I didn't see it, but that might have just been that we overlooked it. But just to confirm, like, you prepared this, you kind of added all these tables to this exhibit, because then at the bottom was causing a little confusion. There's a summary, it talks about Standard & Poor's October 9th, 2020. Is that like a summary you added there?
That's a summary that comes
Okay.
out of, a Moody, I believe it's a Moody's report or an S&P report from that time frame, and I'd like to get a more updated one, but Uri happened in the middle of all that, and their reports, I'll say it was difficult for them to evaluate us for a couple of years because we had a lot of Uri debt on our balance sheet, and then coming out of that, I haven't been able to quite find the phraseology that would work and fit well with this analysis, so I keep going back to that older report that I had down there.
And the above where we're showing like, it's intermediate, significant, are these
Those are the
criteria?
ratings agencies' categories.
Which rating agency? That's what I was wondering.
I think these are Standard & Poor's corporate, these come out of Standard & Poor's corporate methodologies, and I don't know that I've supplied those in this case. I know in past cases we may have supplied that, but it's something out there that they've got on their website that I think anybody can pull.
Okay. When it refers to funds from operations, what is that referring to?
So if you look at a cash flow statement and starts with net income and adds back depreciation, adds back change in deferred taxes, I believe it's, you roughly get down to funds from operations.
Okay. And if you physically did that calculation to do this, and it would be reflected in whatever work paper you used?
Yes, I took our 5-year plan, I took just the Kentucky operations out of that, and I basically had an income statement that I was able to flip and convert into a cash flow statement.
And I there was a section on here, I apologize, I'm looking for it really quick. Oh, in between your two tables there, it says hypothetical capital structure, 52.5D, 37.5E.
I might have that backwards.
That's what I was
believe
wondering,
so, yeah.
because the Attorney General's proposal was 52% equity, or 52.5% equity.
I do have that backwards.
Do you know if when you ran the numbers, if you did it in that way, or if it was the other way around?
I can verify, but I'm pretty sure I have it right. It's just a mislabeling.
Okay. I might do a post-hearing and just confirm that it's a mislabeling, and if not, provide the same chart, with it flipped.
Okay.
I know you said this was kind of an illustration. You said you didn't necessarily say that it would be downgraded to B, but it could be. I guess obviously, you would acknowledge there's a lot of things that go into the credit ratings, and I guess the debt and equity share being one thing that they might consider. Is that accurate?
Yeah, the metrics that are listed here are at least the analytical tools that they publish that they use, but then they also talk about, commission, I'll say climate, regulatory climate, how companies, individual company management, there's a lot of things that go into their overall recommendation. That's why a company should never say, and I won't ever say that they would definitely do this because of that, because at the end of the day, it's their report, they're an independent agency, they're gonna do what they think is the right thing from their perspective to do.
And I guess I am a little confused, because you said you're pushing, I don't know what the phrase you used, but pushing it basically in fear of a downgrade.
Yeah, if you look at the the modest, intermediate, significant, we're just barely over that 23%.
I guess my question though is, and you said as compared to, past years, but since past years, would you agree that Atmos' share of equity in their capital structure has increased in the past several years?
I guess since 2019, it seems like we've been pretty steady, but pretty steady in 2019 was producing, I think, closer to 25 to 26 on that funds from operation to debt %. But it's I want to say skating along more closer to 22 to 23% now. And and it's a function of the equity hadn't changed that much. I think the CapEx is increased. Well, the last 5 years, EDIT has been putting pressure refunds on, of EDIT, and CapEx increasing is what's pressuring that.
Okay, that was my, I guess I understood that the equity share was kind of increasing, at least marginally. But, you know, that might be wrong, but you're saying it was about the same, but if it's the same,
Yeah, if you go back and look at my on my direct testimony, exhibit JTC-1, you can kind of see where the equity has been quarter by quarter for the last, at least since 2018.
and what was it in 2018?
At the end of December 2018, it was 59.4.
Okay. And what is it now?
61.2 is the last on here, and so it's, you know, been down in the 58s, 60, 61. So I
And
guess
you
I don't
said
know.
the
When
88.
you're saying a lot, I don't know if you're meaning from 55 to 60, or if you're saying 59 to 60, but.
Yeah, just marginally increased or stayed the same, I guess.
Yeah.
How do the credit rating agencies treat, the loss that's associated with Winter Storm Uri? Did Atmos securitize that amount?
There were two pieces of debt that was securitized. The bigger part of it, actually, when it got securitized, went completely off of our balance sheet. And the state of Texas basically became the debt holder. So,
Okay.
so all the utilities in Texas securitized as a group, and the state of Texas took it all. We have a smaller piece in Kansas that we do have on our consolidated balance sheet that we're recovering from our Kansas customers over the next few years.
Did that amount, either the amount that was moved off your balance sheet, you know, onto Texas, I guess, or the Kansas amount, did that affect the downgrade that you all recently received? Was that a contributor to it?
I don't think it's a contributor to it. I think they were, Moody's in particular was very patient and didn't rush to do anything, and it was 2 years ago that securitization occurred. It was a year ago, 2024, when they, you know, we kind of got clear of the securitization. They got a good clean look at our 5-year plan without the muddiness of all that before they decided to put us on negative watch. So I don't think it really was a big contributor to it.
I just wanted to look, on page 17 of your, actually, let me see.
Page 17 of direct.
I'm looking at your rebuttal testimony, I apologize. The chart you're referring to, trying to find it really quickly. You referred to a chart where you had kind of looked at the effective, it's on page 14.
Okay, 17's not it.
And you kind of referred to this chart earlier in passing. With the capital structure and ROE at the subsidiary level compared to the holding company level for the other utilities that the Attorney General's witness had referred to. Can you explain to me what you did with this calculation?
I was trying to illustrate, I want to say, the effective rate of the ROE that was awarded at the holding company level as compared to, you know, what was before the commission. And so if you look at Duke, for example, in the first two columns, the one that's labeled Duke-KY is the capitalization that was before this commission. And if you price out the weighted average cost of debt of 7.147 there at the bottom of that column, and move that over into the column that's labeled Duke, and then start working your way back up the page, the math works out to, I'm trying to think what the formulas are here. I guess the resulting ROE that's shown at the bottom of the table is if you applied those same factors to the holding company that you can see out as a publicly traded company, then it would effectively say that their ROE is 11.682. So that's the effect of the double leverage, I guess.
And that is.
And that's the same thing for the next two columns.
And so you're looking at the holding company long-term debt as a share of the holding company equity, and looking at the long-term debt as compared to the equity at the Duke Kentucky level.
Yes.
And if they're raising capital at the holding company level, then potentially, I guess the double leveraging would be essentially they're raising debt but issuing it.
And pushing it down is equity.
Okay. That's what I thought you were indicating. And do you have, I didn't know if this was, okay, yeah, I think it is. I'll look for I might do a post hearing if it's not in there, but it looks like there is the work paper in there for that.
Okay, yeah, if that work paper's in there, I'm sure that other one's in there as well, in the same folder, but.
And is Columbia, because it says Columbia and then NiSource, and that's, I guess, so the Columbia is the Kentucky and then the NiSource is the parent, and you're doing the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. I'm almost finished. You touched on this in passing a minute ago, but there's kind of two ways that you can increase the equity share. One would be issuing securities and then taking the proceeds of that, to increase your equity. The other would be retaining earnings. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And this is on a slightly different topic. On page 17, you're responding to the AG's witness regarding their proposal to reflect as zero cost capital the average delay between the billing and the payment of vendors for construction. Do you recall that testimony?
And this is in my rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Yes.
And you gave some testimony about, why I shouldn't do that, but then you also, I think on page 17, you mentioned that Atmos doesn't include construction work in progress in rate base, and so to the extent the payment of vendors, would represent construction work in progress, it's actually not in rate base, so there would be no reason to have the zero cost capital, I think. Is that an accurate summary of your testimony?
That's an accurate summary, yes.
Okay. Does Atmos include AFUDC in its plant and service for the projects for which they, I guess, didn't have construction work in progress?
You restate?
Yeah, let me just, you don't have construction work in progress, but do you increase the plant and service, to account for AFUDC?
So as we do construction, we do report AFUDC to the project. So projects that are closed into plant that are included in this case, a component of it does include AFUDC.
And when you calculate AFUDC, do you do that based on, or what rate do you use?
I do not know.
Okay. Do you know if you calculate AFUDC from the point that you are billed, or from the point that you make the payment?
I know we follow the general plant instructions, and that there's a very complicated formula in there that shows how to calculate it, but I don't know necessarily what goes into that. At what point it is reported. There are rules around it, I know, and it's all built into the project system, but I'm not familiar. I was familiar with the rules at one time, but I've not been close to that point.
And I think last question, with the construction work in progress, do you know, the lag between the time when you actually are billed for a capital project and it actually goes into service on average? I did not know that. Okay. Would that be information from the time you start spending, or you accrue a bill, you know, on these capital projects, you know, and there's a period of time?
I guess I'd recognize there is, I mean,
Yeah.
like with the, where we do measure on the O&M side, the lag in the receipt of the bill and the payment of the bill. I'm sure that there's something on the construction side. And if we were stepping back and doing a balance sheet analysis, which this would be part of an overall balance sheet analysis and properly includable, but to add one item into just this daily operations analysis, I'm not for sure that's a logical path to go down, to take this one item and add it to what we've got. But I would agree, though, there is a timing difference between the receipt of the bill and the payment of the bill. You know, how long construction progress goes on, I'm not for sure. It doesn't seem like it'd be any different than our O&M, you know.
I would assume there'd be an average time, but just can you actually determine it?
So I'm not for sure.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
My turn.
Okay.
In your rebuttal, you took issue with the proxy group that Mr. Bodino used. And part of the issue you said was because the other companies that were used for comparison weren't structured with, but they were structured with a holdco, like a holding company. Why does that matter?
I guess whenever you look at how we finance our construction, there's a very direct line of sight between how we finance our business and what those finances do to fund the construction, you know, and the ongoing investment that we're making in the plant versus, as his questions alluded to a minute ago, that, you know, what shows up at the subsidiary level, it's not always clear what, if you're issuing at the holdco and then pushing it down, it's just not quite a clear line of sight.
And does that have to do with the amount of risk you can assume?
I don't know necessarily risk, it's just, you know, people like to compare things, and in this instance, you know, we're looking at capital structures,
Mhm.
and I guess, you know, it seems like this commission, prior commissioners get locked in on this one issue. The AG certainly has been locked in on this one issue, but they don't ever, I'll say, look at the things where we're more favorable than our other peers. And the only point I'm trying to make in saying it's not a good comparison is, I don't know that we're all in the utility business, but I'm just saying we're more transparent between our planning of our projects and our financing of our projects and how those things are connected. And we're not, it has been alleged in the past that we only have high equity to benefit shareholders. That's not the reason that we have the equity levels that we have. We have the equity levels that we have to finance the construction of our business. To do that, we need the capital structure that we have to have that access to the market. So it's, I'll say, I guess I think we have more transparency in the way we go about it versus the little bit of disconnect you get between holding companies and subsidiaries.
And if you had 60% equity with a holding company structure, that would indicate to you more clearly that it was done for shareholder benefit.
Perhaps, yeah. But it seems like there'd be more of I guess I'm not for sure necessarily what the good business reasons are for having such a difference in your capital structures between holdco and subsidiary, other than you're trying to somehow take advantage of leverage between debt and equity between the two levels.
Okay. And what would have been a more appropriate proxy group?
Oh, I don't know. I guess.
I mean, for Kentucky Utilities.
Yeah.
Utilities located in
I
Kentucky.
know in other states, and I know Dillon had an exhibit in his rebuttal where he gave like the last 5 years' worth of outcomes that had capital structures associated with them. And I sorted through that list yesterday, and you know, we do make up the majority of the outcomes that are in the high 50 range, but there are a few other utilities out there that have higher capital structures, but also look at the ones that have lower and are more leveraged companies. And I guess I don't know, the common theme that I get out of looking at those other companies is they're not out there making the investment in their systems that we're making, so maybe they don't have the need to have the debt or have the equity in the capital structure that we have.
Okay.
But I know if you look at how other jurisdictions that we deal in have treated us, I think I've got that comparison either in my direct or my rebuttal as an exhibit. So you can see where all of our other states have, either recognized actual or, high 50 range amount, like 58, I think is the lowest outside of Kentucky. So even in Colorado, where we struggle a little bit with other issues, our most recent litigated case in Colorado, they gave us a range of 56 to 58.
But Moody's still downgraded you, and that wasn't because of us, because
Yeah,
we're only 5%.
Yeah, as a practical matter, and that's where I get a little bit of heartburn in trying to do analytics is, Kentucky is not a significant part of our operations, but it's certainly important. Just because it's not a significant financial, it is still an important operation for us, as is all of our states. But
And you argued that I believe it was your testimony that argued that Atmos Kentucky's small part of the larger picture is not a reason to not allow Atmos Kentucky to contribute ratably.
yeah, that's a fair summary.
And how does that matter when we're such a small part?
Well, I guess I'd just say that if all of our other jurisdictions are recognizing our actual capital structure, then they're establishing rates to our customers in those states that are creating the funds from operations that go and support the credit metrics. But if Kentucky is the outlier and doing a hypothetical, either the AG is 52.5 or the last case of 54.5, then it's not contributing back to the funds from operations at the same level as our other jurisdictions are. So that's the ratable argument that I'm trying to make. In essence, Kentucky is, in essence, being subsidized
I see.
by our other operations.
Okay, so, okay.
Yeah.
And then you said that if you compared our current plan with the plan that's recommended by Mr. Bodino, it would make the difference in your chart between intermediate and the significant aggressive.
It hypothetically, if you were to apply his capital structure to our entire operations, which I recognize is just a hypothetical exercise, that those numbers that are out there would certainly show us if all other things being equal and a ratings agency consideration, in particular the numbers, and nothing else were changing in their mind, it certainly looks like they would give you a lower rating than what we currently have.
And what do you think you should have looked at instead? Just like the overall impact, or?
Well, he doesn't look at the impact for funds. He just looks at the two peers. He looks at the last order that you all issued, and he says that was good and don't change. So.
Follow up? Jen? Anything? Okay. Attorney General? Any follow-up?
1 second.
I do have just a few redirects.
I'll let you do all your redirect at once.
No, that's fine.
No questions?
Okay, and redirect.
So just to start out with, the cap structure that is in the application is the actual cap structure. It's not hypothetically based. It is Atmos.
That is Atmos Energy's consolidated capital structure.
And even using your actual capital structure, Atmos Kentucky still has the lowest residential rates in the state.
That is correct.
So even if it was approved as is, the residential rates would still be the lowest of any of the LDCs?
Yes.
Okay. So along with that,
Atmos is the only A-rated LDC that operates in Kentucky?
I believe that is correct.
And then just to kind of, I think you already confirmed this with Chair Hatton, but the other jurisdictions where Atmos operates, you all do get pretty close to your actual capital structure.
Yeah, if you look at my exhibit, attached to my direct testimony, exhibit JTC-2, as of the filing of this case, I compared all of our jurisdictions and our last authorized capital structures. And while the numbers aren't all the same, they vary because that was the actual capital structure at the time that we had the filing, or there are a few instances where we've agreed through agreements to operate on formula tariffs to keep our capital structure fixed at 42.58. So there are a few that we have agreed to a 58% cap, but that, in our minds, the trade-off of agreeing to that came with the benefit of being able to do a comprehensive look at our rates on an annual basis. So there are trade-offs that go into that 58%.
And so since all the other jurisdictions are right at the actual cap structure, if Kentucky uses a hypothetical capital structure that's much lower than your actual one, then all of your other jurisdictions are then going to subsidize Kentucky.
Yes.
And just to kind of follow up on that though, how does using the capital structure you all have, your actual capital structure, benefit the people in Kentucky, Atmos' customers in Kentucky?
I hate to ask you to do this, but could you restate the question?
Yes, so specifically, like, if there's an emergency, how having the strong balance sheet, how does that help the customers?
Okay,
Sorry.
so having the capital structure and financing our business the way that we finance it for the last decade, I think benefits us and I outline a few examples in my direct testimony that as tax reform came up and we all of a sudden had a bunch of excess deferred income taxes to go refund, we have the balance sheet strength that while a lot of utilities were put on credit watch, we weren't, because we had a strong enough balance sheet to avoid that credit watch report they put out. As we went through Winter Storm Uri and had on rather short notice the need to pay for a lot of gas, and the bill was coming due in 30 days, we had the balance sheet strength that compared to one of our peers that was very similarly geographically situated to us, and was also going out, and in comparison to the size of their balance sheet and ours, was issuing about the same amount of debt on very short notice. I think we were able to issue debt on more favorable terms because we were in a better, I guess we had a stronger balance sheet than they did. So, and then the latest example, I don't think utilities have had a big issue since Liberation Day, but I know there's been a lot of volatility in the markets, and I think it's, people generally have looked at utilities as more of a safe haven to go put their money in while all this anxiety works its way through the market. So I think there's many instances that have occurred over the last 5 years, and I don't know what's going to happen over the next 5 years, but it's been a benefit to our customers to have that strong balance sheet to allow us the financial flexibility that we've needed to meet these unexpected demands as they've arisen. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
And I just have one more question. I think from staff and probably myself too, ineloquently said your proposed capital structure. It is your actual capital structure. That is what you are requesting in the application, is the actual capital structure of Atmos.
Yes, that is our actual capital structure. It was our actual as of June 2024, and there's certainly been a couple. There's been our September 24, our December 24 that we published, 10K and the 10Q. We're about to publish March numbers, and I think our capital structures continue to be consistent with those ranges that I pointed to earlier today.
Thank you.
Okay. Any requests? let's call it a day. We have 3 witnesses to call tomorrow, and we will get started at 9.
Thank you.